Hello everyone, how are we doing? Hi Acratheus peak emote. I do need to figure out like an actual peak emote. Specifically for you Acratheus. Because you always do the little catto peak and it's very cute. And I do have quite a few different things that can be used as emotes at this point. I just really do need to figure out the whole channel members thing. For all of that, I haven't really taken the time to like actually go take a good look at that and what that really looks like and entails. I did also miss an incredibly good opportunity window for that because hi flights, how's it going, monkey? Monkey. Wait, is that a monkey with a hammer? Wait, is that a building monkey? What the fuck is that emote, huh? What is that emote? And what is this? Why is the monkey building a thing? Why is it hammering? Huh? Weird. It's everything who I am. True. True. The blank monkey stare is because you're staring at your waifu's ass right now. And or rack. And or just in general. Welcome to the Goondala. Flight is our top goon in the chat. Interesting. Engineer monkey. Neato. Is it like... I'm just trying to find it in the emotes now. Like, where even is it? Although maybe I'm scrolling past it because my scroll wheel goes further than like the actual tiny ass little emote window does. Whatever. Doesn't matter. But hello everyone. How's it going? Discovered today that you can do like a neat thing where you set like a premiere for a video and then after the video is over it like links you to like a new video or a upcoming stream. So I tried messing with that today and it's did the thing. Does make me wonder if I tried to like time it so this would happen, this stream would start like exactly as that video ended, but it's probably smarter to like aim for like the stream like 10 minutes before or something like that. I guess that would make more sense. I don't know. I'm fucking around with all of these little tools and everything that YouTube has for streaming since they've added a lot of stuff since I did like my incredibly infrequent streaming back in like full-time days back in Genshin and Monster Hunter times all the way back then. Like, God, was it 4 years now? It's been a while. But yeah, they've got some neat stuff to work with that. Need to look more into the channel memberships. Oh yeah, that's right, I was saying with the channel memberships that I missed a really good opportunity window because, and this is also part of why I made a completely separate, like, business email for the YouTube channel, because it got lost in the source of my normal email account. But apparently YouTube was paying creators who didn't already have YouTube memberships $600 to start memberships. And I saw that email like 2 days after it expired. So yeah, sad face, sad panda doesn't make money now. That doesn't get the $600 for channel memberships. Christ, it's funny too because I was also like, I was considering like the whole channel membership thing like a week and a half beforehand because it was like that right around when I started like doing streaming stuff again. And I just decided I didn't want to do channel memberships until I have like some emotes that I want to like that are part of it because you know. I want people to be able to have, like, emotes for chat and stuff like that if they're gonna be spending money on a membership. But, you know, I would have been a lot faster about it if I had known I could make $600 off of it. Oh no, yes, Gaggle Dan. Missed opportunity. It's okay, though. It's okay. $600 is $600 and would be nice, but it is what it is. Okay. Yeah, after last night, because last night we were doing, like, the Seal Slammer stuff, right? I did finish off the Seal Slammer stuff, because there was only, like, a few rounds left of it. After we were done, I guess it's 2 days away. I thought the patch was a day away, but I guess it's 2 days away. Did finish off the Seal Slammers events. It was cute. It was still very cute. The most fucked up moments that I'm a bit sad didn't happen on stream with it is, actually, you know what? I actually posted it in one of my VCs, so let me, like, pull up the image. There's, like, one particularly fucked moment. I was like, damn. Chat isn't here to see this right now. Oh my god, we post so much shit. What the fuck is it? Wait, why isn't it in here? Should definitely have been right around here. Did I not post it? Am I throwing chat? I might be throwing chat. I'm not throwing, I'm just stupid. Alright. Yeah, so this happens. Seal Slam was really fun, did it last minute too. Yeah, Miguel, it's very fun. Like, it was very fun and cute and also surprisingly dark, cause this happens. If you remember from the last stream, the bandaged seal who was literally like, kill me now, I don't want to live anymore. Apparently later around, his wounds were fatal, so now he's a ghost seal. Which is kind of fucked. Not gonna lie. I don't know. I like it, though. I like that. I don't know how much Genshin is going in on it, but because I don't play Genshin, but I like that Star Rail is going a bit more in on, like, being less PG, I guess. Even though, like I was mentioning in, like, the last stream, the issue I'm kind of having with... this Amphora storyline is that it is a, like, dark story of, like, human struggle against, like, an encroaching apocalypse sort of story, but, like, it just doesn't have the vibes and atmosphere and like, it doesn't feel like that's happening, because the storytelling and the areas and everything are just so fucking, like, happy and, like, colorful and everything. Unlike in the, like, Honkai Impact, where they've had lots of very similar, dark moments and storylines. In fact, that's basically the majority of, like, the other Honkai-verse games. But they actually sell the atmosphere. They sell, like, how awful things are in that particular situation. They sell, like, the suffering and everything and how much of a struggle things are. But it's just, I don't know. Star Rail is not as, like, Disney as Genshin to me, but it's a bit Disney, so it does make it not have the right vibes, for lack of a better term. The Natlan story has some depressing parts? Gotcha. Genshin's still pretty Disney, Natlan being extremely Kingdom Hearts even, but the dark stuff is in long text notes. Our Pet Dinosaur could destroy Teyvat if he wanted to. Yeah, like, god, that's another one. I probably just have an easier time finding it in my screenshots than scrolling through, one of my Discord servers. Let's see real quick. Screenshots. Like, I'll just have an easier time scrolling all the way down. Oh my god, that's a lot of screenshots. I need to delete some of these. But yeah, this is a funny meme I saw when I was spending like an entire night in a deep Honkai-verse rabbit hole, because I keep getting more and more into the Honkai-verse. And here it is. This is from like this like shitpost Billy video that's summarizing GGZ, the Mihoyo's like actual truly beloved child. It's definitely their favorite. It's the game that basically came right before Honkai Impact, and it is same characters, different world timeline sort of thing, basically. But yeah, it's a 20-second shitpost video, and the scene right before this is like, I thought this was a wholesome story. It's like, there's no such thing as wholesome in a Honkai game. Because that is exactly how the other Honkai-verse games are. Yeah, people don't get to be happy for very long unless it's like a side event thing. Only darkness and trauma in my Honkai games. And Star Rail is definitely a lot more Disney, I guess, comparatively. Alright, well, anyway. We've hit our mandatory 10-minute plus of yapping before anything productive happens, so let's do story things, I guess. Let's go! Since yesterday we finished off all of 3.1, so now it's time to start 3.2, and now we can finally see Cipher, my beloved, and Fat Fuck. So, like, it's taken me a long time to, like, get to the 3.2 story, obviously. But funny, at the very least, one of the nice benefits is that because I'm doing this later, it means that my thumbnail could have that one meme of Fat Fuck on it, because the Fat Fuck memes didn't start until, like, 2 weeks ago. So at the very least, that's a positive. 10 minutes down, 50 more to hit quota. Okay, we don't have to hit a full hour at the beginning of stream. Just like the first, like, 3 hours needs an hour of yapping minimum. I farmed for Hyacinth, but I am still teetering on even pulling her. Yeah, so, like, she's the best sustain in the game, at least according to, like, Guaba, and I trust his assertion on that, especially because I've also, like, seen some of her numbers and everything. But Hyacinth is very strong. She is just generically speaking, just, like, the best sustain generally outside of, like, specific synergy picks, right? Like, best 3 sustains in the game are gonna be Hyacinth, Adventurine, and Lingsha. And then Gallagher too, but Gallagher is incredibly broken, but doesn't have the same specific, like, best in slot niche cases that Adventurine and Lingsha does, with the exception of Casterist teams, not in pure fiction, in multi-target scenarios, and that's no longer true because Hyacinth's coming out. I do want the healer power creep and finally have a non-melee healer so Lingsha isn't shed. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. And also, like, I mean, Lingsha is still gonna be better in break teams, obviously. She's a carry in break teams, which is funny. But Hyacinth not only is a very, very good actual sustain with, like, no real efforts, like, no real, like, input needed for the sustain, she does a shitload of damage, is kind of the big thing. Like, Fat Fuck is if Fat Fuck is truly carrying, Fat Fuck does a lot of damage, because the damage that Fat Fuck does is based on the amounts that Fat Fuck and her Pokemon trainer, Bubblegum Barbara, have dealt out. How much healing they've put out. So it doesn't even like scale off of like any stats or anything. It's just a percentage chunk of your healing goes into a nuke follow-up attack that hits the entire enemy team, and then Fat Fuck reduces the amount of healing stored by 50%. Even with free-to-play Lycone? So I have to take a look at Guaba, and because Pridwin hasn't put stuff out yet, because I don't think Pridwin's put anything out, have they? I don't think, because Grim normally doesn't until they're, like, actually officially launched, even though they have access to content creator server and everything. Yeah, review and building stuff isn't up yet, but we have the Guaba video.
It's been a short.
And like I've always said, if you want to see the person who does what I did back in Genshin, but for Star Rail, and also does it better than I did, go watch Guaba. He's an incredible creator. I'm gonna go ahead and post this video in the chat. Every single one of you in chat, take like the 10 seconds it takes to click on this link, like the video, hit subscribe, and you can just exit off after. But we support our friends here. And let me add this to the description real quick. Guabas. Fats. Fuck. And the bubble gum Barbara video. Man, I should get her, but I want Cipher, and then we got Saber. So, I mean, it really does come down to, like, what you need for your account, right? Like, if you care about power level, it depends on what you need for your account. Because the thing about, like, Fat Fuck, for me, is that Fat Fuck doesn't actually give me that much. Like, they aren't a worthwhile pull for me, unless I also get a Light Cone, which isn't happening. Because I already have Lingsha and Adventurine, and my Adventurine has Signature, because I literally threw a 10 pull at his Light Cone banner one time when on like his first rerun, and just randomly got his fucking Light Cone. So because of that, like, Hyacinth is going to be an upgrade for my Casterist team, but I don't care because it's literally the one fucking use case I get for Lorcha, and when Noob Jinx in patch 2.1, the patch I started, pulled for Lorcha on rerun, it cost me like 130 pulls because I lost 50-50, so I need to justify using it somehow. Also because Otto's a piece of shit, and it's funny seeing him in Star Rail. But yeah, it depends on your use case, right? At the end of the day. But let's see, Light Cones. I mean, her S1 is pretty strong, but what's the Light Cone comparison? Up.
First off, an 8, then you damage. This cone AC will just have to review. Position this cone, but actually nice in here, as she can now apply debuff and as of course a but since E1 work with Acheron.
Wait, did he not? I swore he did a light cone comparison, but this is energy rotations. Does he not have a free-to-play light cone comparison in here? I swore he did. I was watching this when it premiered. Am I crazy?
Alt, you consume all allies 50. Then when the
I mean, a thing with Hyacinth at the very least, like,
and then you also give team
they have a big.
Fine.
Oh yeah, that's right. Nope, yeah.
You can run the free-to-play hard shop light cone.
The free-to-play harder shot light cone is perfectly fine.
You have weaker team damage amp and weaker speed, but you don't need the extra stuff necessarily.
Yeah.
RMC would.
They work perfectly fine just with that. I don't believe Guoba includes any specific calc on the comparison. Oh wait, no, they do right here actually. Yeah. So S1 is a 27.6% increase baseline for your team. That is pretty significant. Since this is looking at the damage increase for casters specifically, the amp is very significant. But, like, real talk, your team doesn't need that. It's not super necessary, honestly. But the S5 Herder Shop Lycon, which is completely free to play, still works just fine. I mean, if you really want your casters to do as much damage as fucking possible, you're still better off getting E1 Hyacinth anyway. Let's see, I have Venturine and Gallagher, so I should get one of the other premium healers at some point. Shrug, to be honest, I'm kind of waiting for a healer that's cracked for Acheron. So that's the thing. And if I had the polls, it would make me consider trying for it. But I don't, because I lost 50-50 the casters and Jiao Cho last patch. And also pulled Naxa, but 150-50 for that. But I think I'm already using that somewhere else, the Herder Shop. Yeah, the Herder Shop is the best for RMC. But RMC can just use the other free-to-play light cone. There's two good free-to-play remembrance light cones. The other one is the one they show right here, which is this one. Yeah, the one with Kevin on the front. That one we got a free S5 version of anyway, and it's not as good as the Herder Shop one, but it's good. It's still good enough for RMC. Especially because ultimately RMC stats don't matter all that much. What matters is that RMC gives 50% true damage buff to your carry. S1 seems to be more flexible. Yes, you are correct. You are correct, Sega employee. Like, S1 is definitely more flexible, plus you can use it on other sustains if you really felt like it, I guess. It is definitely more flexible. You will get slightly more damage out of E1 specifically for HP teams. But yeah, I mean, S1 is more flexible. It is honestly still the better choice. It's just a matter of how hard you're simping on casters, I suppose. The thing about S1 Hyacinth, because Gaggle, you're mentioning you're waiting for a healer that's cracked for Acheron. Technically, that's Hyacinth with her signature. Because Hyacinth with her signature, actually does a full breakdown right here. Hyacinth with his signature applies a debuff every time she acts. And she, runs 200 plus speed. So, especially with an attack boost Acheron, your Hyacinth is actually pumping out debuffs for her. And even though she doesn't actually particularly buff Acheron in any way, for the most part, like, certainly not like she does, like, HP carries. Like, she doesn't give that significant buffs or anything to Acheron. She's not designed for her. She is going to be the highest debuff output sustain next to Adventuring with Signature, but Adventuring with Signature is dependent on how often he gets attacked. Because Adventuring with Signature applies debuff every time he follow-up attacks. And in some cases, like Hule fights, that means that he's pumping them out like 3 or 4 times before Acheron gets to act again. But in most cases, she's going to put out more than Adventuring with his signature. But also, that's assuming both have signature, and that's the problem. Adventuring with the Market Trends Light Cone, which is what I ran before I just lucked into his signature for Acheron. Where are you, Adventuring? Adventuring with his... Adventuring has a really good free-to-play, or not free-to-play technically, but 4-star option for a very good 4-star option for working in an Acheron team, which is a trend of the universal market. Trend makes you burn enemies when they hit you, and preservation units have a higher aggro rates than any other character, because that's kind of their job, is to be, you know, defense shield tanks. And also, you want Adventuring to get hit anyway, because that triggers more follow-up attacks. Like, he wants to get hit as much as possible. So, like, because of that, if you have Trend and Adventurine, you don't have to worry about getting a signature. Which is nice. How often is the debuff? As I understand, it's every single action she takes. In fact, he explains it specifically here.
The more basics you do, the less you heal since no skills, and so the less damage you deal. And if you don't hit a 3-turn rotation, or you drop even more healing on eager attacks. And with the signature light cone effect specifically, fewer eager attacks means fewer debuffs for Acheron teams. But do you even need to spam skill? I think this will be a misconception, just like on HAHAHA release, where we expect HAHAHA to always need a skill for her talent. Downtime is fine on a sustain now and then, and what really does ult uptime do for Hyacinth? For the HP scaling teams,
well, yeah. Basically, what he's explaining right here with the energy rotations is that, assuming that you can get a 2-turn ult rotation, which requires you to skill constantly, so it is a bit of an SP drain, and that can be a concern. Possibly. It depends on your Acheron team. When Cipher comes out, it probably will be a concern if you run Jiaoqiu, but Jiaoqiu is incredibly SP efficient, very SP positive, unless you want to actually spam his skill, which you can do as well. But he really just needs a skill once at the beginning, and occasionally skill just to keep his ult up. And then, I mean, Acheron's best team right now is Jiaoqiu and Pella, and Pella is purely positive. She never has to use skill. But yeah. So basically, blah 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 blah. Yeah. So when the Memo Sprite uses Memo Sprite skill, so basically this triggers every time you trigger Fat Fuck's follow-up attack, it increases the damage taken by all enemies by 80%, and this counts as a debuff. So when Fat Fuck does the follow-up attack, which you can, with like a very skill point heavy and fast rotation, you can get potentially three of those per Acheron turn. That is a lot of generation, and it does, generally speaking, beat out Adventurine with Signature Light Cone, because Adventurine with Signature Light Cone gives the damage taken debuff as well when follow-up attack happens. The problem is that the follow-up attack for Adventurine is very RNG. It depends on how... It's very frequent if the enemy has blast or AoE attacks. It's not if they're single target bosses. I can use Lingsha on Caster's team instead if my Acheron needs more stacks. Yeah, exactly. Like, the reality is that Gallagher's also still good for Acheron. Like, how much better Hyacinth with Signature and Adventuring with Signature is than, like, Gallagher is not that significant, because none of them really buff her damage meaningfully without Signature. With Signature, then... with Signature, we're getting at least the 10% increase, plus his ult gives 10%... Oh, was it 10% more crit damage? Forget. 15% more crit damage, but also Acheron should already have an absurdly high amount of crit. It's what she primarily builds for. And then Hyacinth also has some buffs and whatnots. Gallagher does literally nothing to buff Acheron damage, because her break... I mean, she'll be breaking things, but like she doesn't run break effects, so she doesn't do much break damage. But Gallagher is able to just pump out SP points, letting you play more aggressively with your other teammates. Because compared to the others, other than Adventurine is purely SP positive unless he's not built well enough and they're actually able to crack his shield. If he's, like, over 4k defense, though, like, you should be fine. In fact, I think isn't mine running a crit chest? Yeah. I'm running a crit chest on my Adventurine. But that's mostly because Signature and decent substats let me still hit the 4k defense, because you need to hit 4k defense with Adventurine minimum. If I do have a defense chest for him, I believe, though, if I do need to swap back over to having more tankiness. Like, I will normally run this in, like, high pushing on Simulated Universe, because I need my shields to be as thick as possible in, like, high what do they call it in this most frequent one? Not like distortion levels, but point is the more difficult Simu runs, I normally will run the defense chest because I just need his shields to be as fat as possible. But yeah, like that it's not significant, I guess, is the point. It's like technically better to have Adventurine with signature, and it's technically slightly better to have Fat Fuck with signature, but that also assumes you can run a very SP positive team because Fat Fucking needs to be skilling every turn to maintain that much uptime on the follow-up attack. Sorry. I don't have Jiao, so this might be significant for your E2 Acheron team. I mean, kind of. I mean, if you don't have Jiao, though, like, if you can't afford both Cipher with signature and Hyacinth with signature, go for Cipher with signature. Cipher with signature is way more important if you want to buff specifically your Acheron team. However, if you still want an extra limited sustain, then that kind of changes the equation. But if we're purely talking E2 Acheron, Cipher with signature is arguably better than Jiao. Arguably. At least according to what is known currently, because Cipher with signature actually puts out, like, competitive stacks. And that's kind of what the whole... but that was also kind of why the whole, like, Menhera communal mind break schizo episode in Acheron mains happened is because of the Cipher situation. But yeah, basically, Cipher is going to be a better pick. If you need to get a character plus that signature, Cipher is a better pick specifically for Acheron. Because Gallagher still puts out decent amount of debuffs and also just pumps SP, which means that Cipher can spam skill. It means that Acheron can spam skill, and it means that Pella can even use skill sometimes if she wants to, just in order to keep up like faster ult rotations on her, to keep up her ult uptime for the defense shred. Thanks for the help. Gotta pop out work ending. Oh yeah, no worries, Flight. Appreciate you hanging out. Probably see you a little bit later, I would guess, because the stream is not going to be a short one. If every action isn't that significant for Acheron, I don't want to pull Adventurine. I mean, it is significant. Yeah, it's not every one of her actions. It's whenever Fat Fuck does a follow-up attack. I would just recommend watching the Guoba video that I linked in here when you get a chance, and like listening to... He does a better job. He does a good job explaining the benefits of it. Because you also need to understand how her whole kit works to understand how frequently the Fat Fuck's follow-up attacks can happen. But if you are specifically looking at Acheron, and you're specifically looking at Acheron power, Cipher's way more important. Cipher's way more important, unless you have an E2 Acheron and a Jiao, in which case you can get Cipher with E2, or Cipher with signature, but it's probably not gonna be particularly better than Jiao, because again, that's like what the whole the entire shit that happened in Acheron mains is not about whether you should get Cipher or not, right? Because if you don't have E2, Acheron's best team is just gonna be Jiao and Cipher. It was specifically over E2 Jiao, or E2 Acheron, and whether Cipher or Jiao was better for E2 Acheron. Because for people who don't have E2, you just use both, there's no discourse. And Cipher with S1 is gonna pump out an absolute bucket load of stacks for Acheron, and also 20% true damage buff, which is absurdly good. So yeah, if you have E2 and you have Jiao, it might not be worth it. It's hard to say until we actually can ascertain it when, like, official information and everything is out, right? Because I have not personally looked at much of anything when it comes to leak-wise. I'm just explaining what I've read on Acheron mains. Because Acheron mains has a lot of people... Acheron mains, because the whole Schizo Mindbreak episode thing happens, Acheron mains has a lot of people who have really broken down and looked at, like, the comparison from, like, the beta stuff. But yeah. If you have E2 Acheron, you have Jiao, Cipher's probably going to be a better pickup, at least if you also get her S1. And if you have Jiao and you have E2 Acheron, probably can just skip if you want. I mean, Cipher is our beloved. I can't believe you'd possibly skip them if you have Yayi, but account power-wise, she's probably not necessary, because if you have E2 Acheron, running Jiao and Cipher is still going to be worse than running, like, Jiao and or Cipher and, like, Robin or some shit. Right? It's still gonna be worse than using a Harmony. Nihilities by design are weaker than Harmonies. It's just that Acheron makes them better than harmonies because she can't run harmonies without E2. Or sustainless. But it's kind of hard for Acheron to do sustainless. I'm scared. I did 3x tenfolds on Zani banner, and each gave me a Zani 2 best 5 now. I might just have to go for a 6. I mean, if you want to, it's up to you, JD. Just, you know, spend responsibly. Make sure you're not hurting yourself in other ways in life by pulling like that. But hey, if you got the money and you want to do it, you can go for it. Ain't no one stopping you. It's like your fun money, right? Seems like Hyacinth like I'm really good to me. Might try temple. Yeah, I mean, you can always throw the random temple, right? Because if you throw the random temple and then don't get it, you can that's just pity towards Cipher, towards like Cipher light cone. And that's literally why I have the adventuring light cone. I literally just threw a temple and got it purely based off luck. But I was perfectly happy running trend before. It's just now funny because it lets me run like a crit. It lets me run like crit damage on it. I can't use Cipher in my Craster's team, and I can with Hyacinth. That is also true. Like I said, it depends on your account. If you're looking specifically at Acheron, it's a different story. If you're looking at Acheron, but you also have a Caster's team you want to empower, it's like a different equation, right? If you have Adventuring and Ling Sha already, it's also a different equation entirely. If you have one of Adventuring or Ling Sha, and you have Adventuring with S1, it's a different equation. Like, it depends on your priorities. Because the really nice thing about sustains in this game is that Gallagher is so fucking broken that you can he's still gonna be worse than the premium sustains in their specific, like, power comps, right? Gallagher's always gonna be worse than Adventuring in... Assuming Adventuring has Trend or Signature, and then Adventuring in an Acheron team, but especially Adventuring in, like, a Fei Zhao team. He's just always going to be worse than her there. But as a general, in a Caster's team, they're basically fucking equal. Oh, it's like not a Caster's team, obviously, because he can't heal. But in, like, I don't fucking know, a Boot Hill team... Actually, no, a Boot Hill team would be better. Ling Sha's even better in a Boot Hill team. Fucking Hertha team. In a Hertha team, they're fucking equivalent. They just both keep you alive. And that's kind of to just keep you alive, right? So, like, Gallagher will still lose to the premium sustain in their niche. The only exception being Caster's teams before Hyacinth comes out, because Luocha's technically better in low target situations. We just haven't had a lot of endgame with low target, and better in pure fiction, because Gallagher can't do shit in pure fiction. Gallagher's healing depends on his ult, and the ult dies when you kill the wave. He's so cope in pure fiction. Outside of break teams. Break Gallagher works just because you murder the shit so fast with, like, Firefly Gallagher break. But even then, in all break teams, Ling Sha is still better, so... So, yeah, Ling Sha is always going to be better in break teams than Gallagher, but he's pretty close, because he is built for break teams, technically. Eventually, he's going to be better in follow-up teams, or any team that wants that higher frequency of attack. And... Yeah, he's always going to be worse than Hua Hua in Ultra Alliance teams. He's probably better than Fu Xuan in general. Fu Xuan's so incredibly good now. But point is that Gallagher is plenty good enough to just generally use as a sustain. And him being a 4-star free-to-play is so nice. Well, I guess free-to-play if you were playing on the patches where we got free copies of him. So if you have, like, a premium healer and you have Gallagher... Or premium sustain, rather, and you have Gallagher, like, there isn't... The argument to pull a new premium sustain becomes a lot weaker. It definitely becomes a lot weaker. That's why I don't really care about Hyacinth, personally, because I already have Ling Sha and Adventuring, especially with Sig, and it's good enough. My Caster's team isn't going to be as strong with Luocha, but I don't really care. It's still strong enough. And I don't particularly simp for her that hard anyway. The Zani banner needs to go away so it stops talking to me in my sleep. Living off ice soup time. No, Acrafius. No, we are responsible gacha gooners in this chat. The Gundala does not encourage anyone in the chat to spend more than they can reasonably afford, and that does not impact their lifestyle or shit like that. I just use Ling Sha to replace him because she's more comfy with cleanse and healing. Oh yeah, definitely. JD probably better with E1 Trippy. She's too open. Yeah, no, E1 Trippy is just fucking broken in general. She's just the best support in the game. She's just the best support in the game at E1. Like, it's not even a contest. Top 5 favorite characters in HSR. Okay, so top 3, easy. Yayi, because I am like an actual general Honkai-verse player, and Mei and Kiana's story is so incredibly touching and relatable to me. So, Yayi, Acheron. Yayi is Raiden Mei's name in Chinese and CN, if you're not familiar. I say it all the time in stream, but I know there's always new people in here, or people who don't catch me saying it. But in Honkai Impact and Gun Girl Z and all of their games before Genshin, basically, Raiden Mei, who is, you know, from the Honkai-verse, and Acheron is an XP of hers in this game. Raiden Shogun is an XP of hers in Genshin. The character they use for Raiden Mei, is pronounced Yayi in Chinese. However, there is another character that Ron Mei is arguably an XP of, or at least influenced by, called Dr. Mei in the other Honkai games. And Dr. Mei is a different character that is pronounced Mei in Chinese. It's not confusing, I promise. Yeah, Professor Mei, like Dr. Mei, Mei Laoshi. Mei Laoshi is, like, pronounced Mei in Chinese. And they both are basically XPs of each other. They're both long purple-haired women. I don't play Honkai Impact in Japanese, no. I play in CN. I play most of the games pretty much all the games I play that I don't play in English, I play in CN, because I am Chinese, and my Mandarin is not very good, and I do want to improve it, so playing in CN lets my ears get more used to it. Also, fun fact, Senga Ploy, if you weren't here for the Camellia story quest stream we did for Wuwa, fun fact, you do not get the full experience, and the story is not as touching and emotional and atmospheric if you don't play in CN. There are, like, little, like, environmental voice lines and, like, various things that add to atmosphere that literally only exists in the Chinese dub. We checked. We tested it. I downloaded every fucking resource voice pack for that. English, Japanese, and Korean do not get those voice lines. And those are really important. Because they add a lot of, they really immerse you better in the story that is happening. They add a lot of environments to it. It's specifically the one I'm talking about in this instance is, if you've played Wuwa and the Camellia scene, there's that one time where you're jumping between, like, possible timelines, and Camellia is bound up by a bunch of thorns and vines, and is, like, in horrible pain and all that stuff. And it's basically, like, one of the timelines, it's, like, the quote-unquote bad end. But as you're walking up to her, if you're playing in Chinese, you are getting, like, these sounds of, like, suffering and pain and, like, her whimpering and struggling, echoing in the room as you're walking up. And it really adds to the atmosphere and immersion and really sells that, like, pain, suffering, struggle that this timeline is. You literally don't get that in any other dub. Yeah, already the Camellia story quest in JP? Yeah, you literally do not get these things that add to the atmosphere, emotion, and overall round out the storytelling better unless you play in Chinese. And I don't know all the cases that this happens, but I now wonder, because I played the entirety of version 1 in Chinese, because the 1.0 dub made me so sad that I just played in CN. Oh, did I play Honkai Impact before TC Genshin? No. Genshin was actually my first gacha game, and it's the one that got me into the rabbit hole. That being said, I was already very familiar with gacha games before Genshin, because, like, one of my main circle of peeps I hang out with in, like, Discord and stuff, all of them are gacha gamers. They've been gacha gaming for years before Genshin came out. But Genshin was my first introduction to gacha games. And then after Genshin, because I didn't really like Genshin that much, but after Genshin, and I got into, right after Genshin, I got into PGR, and PGR kind of made me fall in love with the genre. Because the reality is that gacha games are just not just the best quality, they're really the only good live service, constantly updating anime-style games that are really good. They're like, there just aren't any others, and that's because the predatory gacha model funds them so they can funds them, and then the good ones invest that back into their storytelling and their writing and the experience and everything like that. Like, it's just, they're the best anime-style games that are constantly updating with new stories, and, you know, outside of, like, the really good, like, single stories, like, what is it? Like, Persona games, for example, right? And some of the FF games. But if you're talking about, like, you know, continual live service experience, the story is always growing, there's always new stuff going on. You really get to, in some cases, see like character story arcs and growth and everything happening over the course of like years of patches, with very regularly updating content too. It's not like we're waiting like fucking months between DLCs like a lot of live service games. Gacha games are the only place you can get that, which is, like I said, PGR, Punishing Gray Raven, Kuro's other game before Wuwa, that's still alive, but like Kuro's other game, Wuwa, is PGR, Punching Gray Raven, is like the game that got me into gacha games. Genshin was my first, but I'm not that big of a fan of Genshin. It just, the vibe doesn't fit me. It's not a good fit for me. I enjoyed the theory crafting, and like, but the gameplay doesn't speak to me. Open world exploration is one of my least favorite things in games, and especially in like a fantasy setting. I just don't care about exploring that much. It's much better in Wuwa because Wuwa has good mobility, and that makes a big difference. Being able to fly around, being able to like wall run and stuff like that, not having stupid bullshit. Like in Genshin, if you try to like, you know, climb up to a thing that has like a little ledge, it's such a pain in the ass. You have to do tech to be able to like do like a specific angle, like jump glide to grab onto the higher ledge. On Wuwa, you just run up to it and your character grabs the ledge and fucking front flips over it. It's awesome. Kind of sad that I quit Genshin. It's not my kind of game, unfortunately. And the community had so much issues and toxicity and drama and stuff that I just wasn't interested in engaging with it anymore. But yeah, I don't know. Genshin's just not my kind of game at the end of the day. It happened to be my first, but it's not my kind of game. The setting and storytelling and vibe and everything is not my taste. The characters are not my taste. The aesthetic style is not my taste. Like, I prefer like darker, more mature topic covering, nuanced games with good storytelling and atmosphere. And things like Punishing Gray Raven, the Wuwa's doing a great job with it, Path to Nowhere, Arknights, all of these kinds of games are the kind that I prefer. Like, I prefer those over... I will take a post-apocalypse story any day over, like, a happy fantasy one, which is really what Genshin is. Like, it's a taste thing, though. I'm not saying that, like, I'm not saying that that's, like, superior or anything, but for my taste, that's the kind of thing I like, and Genshin isn't that. Like, Genshin just isn't my kind of game. Even though I technically have the I can always pop back into Genshin myself, my account and everything, and it has hundreds of pulls on it. But like, oh, I guess it doesn't. I popped back on for like Father Mother, Alakino, pulled her in a weapon and then left because I had like 300 plus pulls on my account still. But I pulled her and then built her because I had a shitload of extra resources, and then I went and did some story and like a quest for like 15 minutes when, wow, I'm not enjoying this. Time to uninstall Genshin again. It's just not my kind of game. The storytelling style doesn't fit me. It's not cinematic and emotionally charged enough, which is what I prefer out of my story. Like, and when I say storytelling, regulars know what I mean, but for anyone who hasn't heard me talk about this before, when I say storytelling, what I am talking about specifically is going to be like the way the story is told, the storytelling techniques, the cinematography, the atmosphere, how they use the score, how they use camera angles, how they use dynamism in their compositions, those kinds of things, right? Like the actual lore and story and plots is completely separate from the storytelling. And Genshin's style just does not fit me, personally. It's not dynamic enough, it doesn't have the right vibes, for lack of a better word, right? In terms of, like, the score, the atmosphere, the kind of emotion it's trying to sell. Because it's one thing to say that things are sad and suffering and bad, and it's a different thing for it to feel that way and for it to be emotionally charged. That's an issue I'm having with Amphoris, personally, in Star Rail, is that, like, I talked about this last stream because I finally figured out what was bothering me about it, but, like, Acheron's part and in Penacony, it had good vibes, it had good atmosphere. The emotionally charged moments felt emotionally charged because they were really using storytelling techniques to do so. In this one so far, I've already finished the 2.1 story, but the thing that is bothering me is the emotional dissonance. Because this is a storyline about a world of humans, last bastion of humanity, trying to like struggle and scrape and fight to basically push back and try to stop the impending apocalypse. And even when they're like talking about like how fucked it is, and even when there's like the storyline, like all of Tribios' storyline is so incredibly fucked. And there are some moments there where they do a really good job of the storytelling, like when she's like flashing back to like being with her mother and you're doing like the whole like nightmare horror style sequence and everything. But like especially when like fucking when Trinon like basically died, I felt nothing because the storytelling at that point was not selling any sadness. And it also wasn't selling, like, she had that whole speech about, like, the hope of humanity and pushing on and everything, and I felt nothing then, because the storytelling wasn't doing a good job selling that emotion. And that's kind of been my dissonance with Amphoris specifically so far, is that Amphoris is too colorful and bubbly, and outside of certain moments, like the ending My Day sequence and things like that, outside of like the Finon flashback, the Tribios, even the Tribios story, I loved it, and also Tribios is a gorgeous redhead woman, and we deserved her instead of Tribi as a character. I will die on this hill. Even that storyline, other than the very ending cinematic, or like the very ending sequence, it did not sell anything it was trying to push forward. Because like the entire like ending part of that, you're like trying to escape in a hostile environment because you have betrayed everything. You have betrayed all the people that were once close to you, and it never feels like that. It never feels like you're struggling. It never feels like it's a dark time. It never feels like you are truly feeling the consequences of like such a huge betrayal that is for the greater good but hurt all the people around you who you were close to. Like it doesn't ever sell any of that. It just tells you that it's telling, not showing. And in a video game especially, I think that's a huge waste of potential, because video games, in my opinion, have the highest potential as a storytelling medium because they can be so immersive and they can make use of every single thing a movie or a book or whatnot can make use of, but layer it even better and make it interactive and increase the immersion. So telling and not showing is a real waste of potential in a video game that has the budget to do so like this one, because they've done it before. They did it with the Acheron quest, and if you play any of like Honkai Star Rail's story that they've been putting out the past few months with like part 2 and everything, like they know how to do it. They very clearly do it on the same patches that they're like patch cycles they're putting out on Star Rail. And Forest 3.0 was when part 2 chapter 5, I think it was, came out, and like there were like people in like the Hoyoverse community. When I say Hoyoverse, a Honkaiverse community, so yeah, including Honkai Impact 3rd and GGZ and stuff, who were making direct comparisons between scenes from that chapter and then the Amphoris scenes. The story, writing, plot, characters, 3.0 Amphoris, very interesting. The storytelling, like the scene with Nias in 3.0 could have been so much more heartbreaking and tragic, and question and like really make you feel and question what really defines a human. Like that line that he says, like, despite all of that, will you still weep for me, could have been like a fucking killer banger, like memorable through the entire game line, and the game does not fucking sell it at all. Like, that entire sequence is basically a visual novel with like occasional changing camera angles. Like, it really could. It really just could have been so much, but that could have been like a pivotal historic scene in Star Rail, and it just wasn't sold well. The storytelling wasn't good. Oh, hi Julian, how's it going? So I'm yapping about one of the other things I yapped about last stream, which is the storytelling and the storytelling dissonance and the motive dissonance that exists in Amphoris so far. That is kind of the thing I figured out that's been bothering me about it last stream. Basically, the presentation. The latest presentation is better than HSR because it's still dialogue. Genshin right now uses more expressive camera angle changes perspectives and about murder. Okay, I'm glad to hear they're doing that with Genshin because they definitely did not in the earlier versions. At least they are stuck on the planet in the lots and the stories. It's like end of our nation. Everything is terrible. Okay, then just leave. The rest of the one is just fine. Just leave. I mean, I guess kind of. We don't. At least I haven't really explored a lot of the Amphoris lore, but like at least as it seems like the Black Tide is going to be continually approaching and it has to be stopped, right? I'm really not a big fan of Amphoris storytelling, TBH. Story and lore is interesting, but man, I just could not get into it as well. Yeah, exactly. And a Crayfish in a second. We'll stop yapping in a second. We're very close. I promise, we're very close to the ends. We're just so close. We're right on the edge, alright? So, that's a big thing. And, like, it would bother me less if I didn't know what MiHoYo was capable of. Especially with how much money this game... By the way, we checked it last stream. Honkai Star Rail this past month on Sensor Tower data was the #1 most popular gacha game, despite all the doomsaying of people about like the Casterist passive and like power creep and everything. It made 100 million this patch, like this past month. It made 100 million, and Genshin dropped down to like 20 million. Normally it's like 50 million, but like yeah, no, the anniversary patch was incredibly profitable. It was a big banger, and despite I've already gone over this for like 50 minutes in the previous stream, but like despite all of like the doom posting and people being like, oh, is it gonna lead to EOS? No, this was the most profitable patch they've ever fucking had. Anyway, that tangent aside, it just sucks knowing what they're capable of because I play Honkai Impact and I've seen some of the cinematics and things like that for like Gone Girl Z, Honkai Gakuen. Like, I've seen what they're capable of, and there's so much money in this game. And this is also a Honkai-verse game, so you know that they should care about it because Honkai is their, like, baby. It's their, like, it's like their first and their most beloved IP. But then you see how they handle things in ZZZ, where ZZZ's storytelling has been consistently excellent. And then outside of, like, you know, little side quests and stuff, we're talking about, like, the companion stories, main story, the big things. Like, it has been consistently excellent. And seeing what they can do in Honkai Impact, even, like, Honkai Impact chapters and patches from, like, 6 years ago, like, it just sucks. It just kind of sucks. Oh, what the fuck? YouTube Studio just, like, shat itself for a moment. Sometimes I'll see, like, the number blink and, like, offer, like, concurrent views or something, and it, like, blinked for a second. I looked over, and we were, like, at 1820, and they just said 4 for, like, 3 seconds. Funny. YouTube Studio is a very good and reliable software from like, you know, struggling indie company, YouTube, under struggling indie publisher, Google. Yep. It is, and chat, keep creating topics for him to yab. No, Nashi, please! It is an objective truth, is that CN loves HSR. Yeah, no, CN loves HSR, and CN loves Honkai, or Honkai, depending on, you know, language. Like, they love the Honkai-verse. But it's also weird, because HSR, it seems like their notably least favorite child out of the Honkai-verse, but I guess that kind of makes sense. GGZ is, like, their most precious child, and Honkai Impact is a close second. But I don't know, it's just like, with the amount of money and budget that can be put into this, and like, to be fair, Amphoris 3.0 had a lot of content, so like, I was talking about how excellent the storytelling for that, I think it's chapter 5 or chapter 6, I can't remember, for part 2 was, it also had like, 6 hours of story. So like, there's a lot more content to be fair, and there's only so much you can scale things before things get weird, but it's just disappointing knowing how good of a job, how incredible their storytelling can be. It's the same way I felt about Wuwa early on. PGR, because I played PGR, I know how good their writing and storytelling can be. Even like, though PGR is a visual novel, essentially, they still can do an incredible job with their atmosphere, and I mean, obviously, the music's a fucking bangers. But it's just disappointing to see and know what they're capable of, and then get that out of it, you know? And that's how I felt about 3.0 and Forest. Story, lore, characters, all really cool. The storytelling, not even close to on par of like where it was worse than a lot of the Penacony story, frankly speaking. And Penacony had pretty good storytelling. One point, like version 1 was a little it was very, very like hit or miss, but yeah, it is what it is. Honkai Impact 3 and Star Rail should share some of the same devs, so yeah, I can get yeah. I mean, and even if they don't, they should be bringing over some of the leadership, or at least having leadership from other teams, so that they can direct and push those kinds of aspects into that direction. But there's also the reality that Star Rail makes a shitload of money no matter what. Like I said, I mean, I'm sure the storytelling is better in this patch. I've heard it is, but like, it makes so much money that's kind of more like, well, if we could invest more, but like, do we have to? Because they already put so much love and passion and art and creativity and storytelling into Honkai Impact 3, into Honkai Gakuen or Gun Girl Z, into ZZZ. It's like, I mean, do they have to with Star Rail and Genshin? They can, but do they really have to? I feel like getting staff from Honkai Impact 3 is not necessarily a good thing. Maybe not. It depends on what staff we're talking about, right? When I'm talking about like high-level direction and like high-level direction, story like potentially like story or story direction writers. It don't even have to be like, you know, the same directors or anything. Like even their assistants or colleagues or whatnot can push the storytelling more in those kinds of directions. I mean, I'm not gonna pretend like I know how video game production works. I'm not gonna pretend like I know how these kinds of team works and everything like that, right? And I do understand that scaling has massive diminishing returns, and like more as the Western AAA sphere has shown, more money and developers does not lead to better product all the time, and definitely does not lead to better efficiency. But like, they have the resources and they have the talents, and they have to have people smart enough to figure it out, I guess, is my point, right? Like, I don't know, I can't pretend like I understand the industry at all. I have several friends who are game developers, and like, they can give me more insights to that kind of industry side things, but like, I'm not gonna pretend I'm an expert or anything like that. But it just seems like they definitely could do that if they chose to, but don't. For whatever reason. Anyway. Okay, cool. We hit our 1 hour of yapping before anything productive happens at all. Are you happy? You happy now? We did the extra 50 minutes. Are you happy, Gaggledan? Xiaoji is terrible because he increased the yap and made the storytelling more complicated than it needs to be. Oh, is Xiaoji like a lead writer or something for M4S and came from Impact 3rd? I'm not actually familiar with the names. You're happy? Okay, I'm glad you're happy, Gaggledan. Can't wait for the 2.0 livestream because of how the ZZZ devs have been handling game. Expectations are pretty high. Yeah, no, I'm super excited. ZZZ has been consistently a banger. And like I've said, well, we will get an extra hour of Yap Nashi just during at a random point and tangent and doing things. I promise. It's gonna happen even if they don't try. But yeah, I don't know. I'm very excited for ZZZ. It is, like I've said in basically every fucking, like every stream for the past, 10 streams. It is, just to me, the modern MiHoYo gacha game that has the most love, passion, artistry, and, creativity, and, just overall is done the best with, noticeable passion out of all of the three. For whatever reason. My theory is that ZZZ is the new IP they wanted to make, and that's why it's like that, right? Like, this is their new baby. Star Rail is a continuation, but also a more sanitized version because of mass market appeal, sort of thing, of their Honkai-verse games and Honkai-verse storylines. And Genshin was an accident. The only reason Genshin was supposed to be a Honkai-verse game. The only reason why Genshin started is Genshin is Genshin is because when they applied for the stock market, the Chinese stock market, they got rejected because they only had one IP. So they went ahead and went, okay, we'll turn this one into a new IP. It'll be fantasy stuff. And to be fair, there was a reason why they chose that particular one. It was heavily based off of the of like the like style of setting and even style of setting of their very, very, very first game before they were a company. I forget the name of it, but it was a Flash game that had a like fantasy setting similar to Genshin. In fact, the story of that one was about, I forget the first name, but it was like one country and another country called Natlan. So it didn't come out of nowhere, but like it wasn't like a passion project for them. It wasn't like this is the new IP we're going to make because we want to make a new IP. It was just an accident. And like ZZZ definitely seems like this is the new IP like we want to create. This is the non-Honkai thing that we want to make a reality. Xiaoji is the writer of Elysian Realm, and now he's in charge of HSR story. Oh, interesting. Okay, guy that brought on from Honkai back third starting from Penacona. The Yap inflation started from there. The last shot for me was the Charmony Bird. Yep. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. But that's part of why I guess I say I'm talking more about like directors or something along those kinds of lines, right? Because I can definitely understand why Shoji is like, that sounds like a mishandling of the transition of medium styles, because Honkai Impact, the Elysian Realm especially, is basically a fucking visual novel. It's supposed to have a lot of yap and writing, but Star Rail is not. And when you try to do a visual novel like 3.0 honestly felt like you just have a lot of yap with that feels like it's lacking, because you know there's only so much you can do with a visual novel style presentation, right? So even the little things make a big difference. But like, I mean, look at Arknights. Arknights is two PNGs talking to each other with occasional sound effects and like little movements and maybe like a slashing effect sometimes, but it sells it really well because of the music and because you know that's kind of what you can do with that medium, right? But with like a 3D third-person action game like this, with like full environments and characters that can be fully animated, when it's very static like that, it's very noticeable it's lacking, I guess. So, I mean, I can definitely understand why from a writer perspective, especially Shoji might be like not translating it well into the new medium. But that's why I mentioned more like directors or things like that. I don't even know what the position will be called, honestly. Like I said, I'm not an expert in the industry, but someone who would handle like the storytelling of things, getting it like in the correct direction for the like conveying the story in a way that utilizes what the medium can do, like how they do in Impact and in GGZ and stuff. But okay, well, it's been an extra 5 minutes of yapping. Let's do story now. Smile. Eventually we'll play the fucking game. Also, for anyone who is seeing my team and everything, Black Swan is actually worse than Pella for this team. Pella is actually better for Acheron team. But Black Swan and Acheron Cannibal Yuri music video is so fucking peak that I refuse to not have them on the same team. I mean, she'll have to go away when Cipher comes in, but like, at least for now. 1 second, I'm drinking some water because I just yapped for an hour. Finally! Yeah, I'm sorry, Nashi, I know. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracles, such as the fate of the will of fate. Only one shall live till the end, and they alone will witness Era Nova. If I take on Orynyx's trial, will the prophecy come to pass for me as well? Regardless, I must give Aglaia an answer. Ah, it's you, Cass. I just finished the anthology of poems you lent me. Here it is. I was about to say, why is this not voiced? Did we lose Aglaia's voice actress too?
Precisely because of these obligations, I felt
no, we didn't.
Swiftly.
Huh?
Ah, it's you.
Oh, it just bugged out and didn't play it.
The anthology of poems you lent me.
I was like, wait, why am I having to read this? This is main story. It's supposed to be voiced. More silently. Yep, no, it was just apparently just a bug. Sega employee. I'm just gonna call you Sega. It's easy. I played in JP and didn't know that. Yeah, no, apparently, yeah, it's Crisis averted, false alarm. We have a Glaia's voice actor. It just literally didn't play the voice line for some reason.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
On the contrary, knowing that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations. The weight of these responsibilities...
Oh, shit, whoops, sorry.
I understand completely. During my time at the Grove, the closer exams drew, the more efficient I became at tackling everyday mundane tasks. Anything but my actual studies.
Precisely.
Jafeel. She's just like me for real, for real.
As I remember, you and Finon were both disciples of the new Sporists. I assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
The courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those two courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
We love intro classes that are nightmarishly hard.
Mythology, taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
Now that I think about it, students would often rush to the podium during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas.
Let's go.
May I ask, Lady Aglaya, has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
He was probably spreading agenda instead of teaching that from the book itself. Of course he was. It's Anaxa.
Our positions have been destined to be...
Really, the bigger problem is the administration who let him teach that class.
A Dromus draped in finery?
As I see it, this nickname is more of an insult to the Dromas.
Let's go. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Pearls before swine is an insult. That's an insult to pigs. They are smart and cute.
I do hold a certain respect for his nature as a scholar. To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world, and that requires considerable resolve.
I finished the my study. I'm taking a break.
Life is almost like
Exams for the most recent half year just finished up, and I'm taking a break. I'm gonna spend like 6 months to a year just like working and kind of getting some stuff sorted out in my head and my life. Figure things out with all like the life changes that have happened like the past 2.5 years.
something weighing on you, Cass. The golden thread.
So yeah, I'm currently taking a break. Got some interviews lined up for next week, and we'll see how those things go. When I do get back to, because last I was working, I was managing Craft Cocktail Bar in Atlanta. Because I work behind a bar, it is gonna make streaming timings and hours a bit weird, and we're gonna have to see what we can work with that. But it is what it is. I mean, if I end up working in a place that closes fairly early, because it's not like a late night place, it's still possible I could still do some like fucking 10 p.m., 11 p.m. streams anyway.
I will not hesitate to take extreme measures.
Just as I feared.
Shit, I feel like I missed like life is almost like a satire. I refuse to eat the process yet. Yeah. Okay, cool.
The flame chase journey is the destined path of the Chrysos heirs.
Also, my plan is not necessarily work in the food industry, although I wouldn't mind that. But I was going, like, my degree that I'm working towards is a bachelor's in science in data science and business analytics. Specifically, though, I'm planning on going into MLE, so machine learning engine AI, basically.
Also overcome his limitations, now that he knows time is limited.
Machine learning engineering, that's kind of my primary focus that I'm aiming for.
Let's continue this discussion another time. But now, let's greet our guest. You're here. Does this mean you're ready to take on Orynyx's trial?
Let's go! Time to become a myth, time to become a god! Finally, Stella's fulfilling her potential! We are ready. My Pokemon and I are ready.
That this sacred beast is just as indispensable, given their intricate ties to the Titan.
It has nothing to do with intricate ties. Mem and I are partners. We've been through so much together. Also, she's definitely not Alicia.
Surrendering the core flame is a crisis.
Same, but I'm coming from a CS angle. Yeah, like, I mean, there is some degree of, like, programming I'm gonna have to learn, but definitely more focused on the math and data side of things. As well as, like, direct application stuff, too, because I'm getting my degree through an online program with the London School of Economics, so it does have, like, a European and especially British economics focus leaning-wise, so there's also lots of, like, international business economics, things like that, that are also part of the program.
Be separated again until the end of Genesis.
And in the past, with, like, consulting work and freelancing, that's also kind of been part of my like, expertise has always been in, like, actual, like, actionable, like, value-gaining, this data-driven decision-making kind of thing. I got, actually, despite complete lack of experience and no experience in like corporate IT stuff, I did get offered a business analyst position way back in the day that I ended up not taking. Since that's definitely that kind of thing is that's sort of the application is more along the lines of that role. But MLE is interesting to me, since A, it's an interesting subject, and B, when you're stakeholder facing, as if you're on more of like the business analysis or business science side, you end up having to look the way that the stakeholders want you to look. And I'm a weird fucking goth with a bunch of piercings and who dresses interestingly. Let's say, I mean, my VTuber model is literally based on me. This is basically what I look like, except for I don't have trash panda ears in real life, and the accessories are more fancy on this fit, because it's a VTuber, so I might as well have made it more fancy, but like this is the general composition of my clothing. I'm wearing a scoop neck, or a cowl neck, like my model, or something like that as a top, and I'm wearing a cover-up, or a shawl, or something along those lines on top of that. I often will have something around the neck. I don't really like any of my chokers right now, but I'll be wearing something like that. I'll always be wearing a hanging earring and stuff like that, glasses and everything. The piercings are exactly the same piercings I have on my ears. Like, outside of all of the extra fancy stuff of like the accessories and like the red inner line on the top and stuff like that, like this is what I kind of just look like in real life. Is CS important for data and Emily? I mean, you have to know Python or R, depending on what your application is, and it definitely can be important. But I guess, as I understand, it also depends on like what part of like the MLE team you're doing necessarily. But yeah, you do have to learn how to program. How much that is computer science, I can't honestly say, because I know there's a difference between just like programming and actual CS. But I'm not familiar enough with both CS and also like I haven't gone to my advanced later classes yet, so I couldn't really say. But it is a necessary. Programming is a necessary skill for Emily. Yeah. You're kind of bad at math. Well, there's people who work out the algorithms. Like that's not necessarily. You don't necessarily have to be the math person. As I understand, again, I'm not an expert on it, but having talked to, my roommate is regional IT manager and very potentially in the next few weeks, director of IT at the Rail, which is a really big luxury consignment company. It's all nationwide. So he's very familiar with like corporate IT. It's been what he's done for like the past 15 years, working his way from, you know, technician, like basic technician all the way up. And having talked with him about like how the MLE works and everything like that from various companies he's worked at, I have some understanding, but I've never worked in corporate IT, especially, so I can only really understand what I know from him as well as other like people I know in data work. But yeah, I don't know. Part of me taking a break, too, is kind of figuring out if this is even necessary the direction I want to go anymore, because so much shit has changed in my life in the past 2+ years that it's left me a little bit floating out at sea and not really knowing what I want to do in the future in life anymore, and I need to kind of take some time to figure that shit out. There's also part of me streaming again as a hobby, as kind of also like exploring this side of things again. But yeah, I don't know. Shrug.
On the contrary, you are the only one who qualifies to attain divinity. Yet, for that very reason, I do not wish to pressure you. It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations. There are still many priests of Yanissopolis and their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
If I do not descend into hell, who will?
Mem worry. Memmy.
Mem worry.
Memmy mem.
I'm happy that you're streaming again. Last time I heard you had troubles doing content creation because of mental health. Yeah, and there's still that to some degree, right? That's why I'm not like making full videos or anything. The videos I'm putting out is just cutting out a chunk of stream. In the future, I may want to put a little bit more effort into at least cutting around it, because like definitely a lot of my yaps sometimes can definitely go on a bit too long if I'm trying to like specifically like cover a guide or something like that, right?
Titan rather well.
But like, yeah, I don't know. I definitely would like to. I saw. Oh, this was already in my head. One sec. Need to grab something real quick. It's the 16th? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool. But yeah, there's definitely some degree of that. I mean, my mental health is not great, but fortunately, Menhera hags are in demand when it comes to VTubing, so... But, like, I don't know, doing this as a hobby and kind of dabbling with this again has definitely been beneficial for my mental health. Whether it's been beneficial for my sleep schedule is a different story, but it's been pretty beneficial for my mental health. It's nice to get back into this on a hobby basis where it's not as serious, right? Like, I'm not, like, you know, we did the Silver Palace stream 3 days ago, and like I quote unquote should have put out the most recent video that's just a cut of like explaining things. I should have put that out quote unquote the day after, but it's been 3 days and just put it out because this isn't my job anymore, and like I just didn't feel like doing it the past few days, and there's something I can do right now because it's a hobby. I have talked about how I wanted to make it a more serious hobby. But what areas I make it serious at a time is a different story, you know? Like, I do want to have, like, an actual stream schedule for next week. It's just a little weird with the interviews. It's possible I will go into, like, stages and stuff like that, and, like, training, but I will set a schedule, and then we will have to adapt it if needed. We'll have to move things around if needed, but...
Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the abyss, I heard the Titan's groans, full of pain and grievances, yet without any ill will.
Another moment of, like, telling and not showing. Like, we were there for this, and it just wasn't selling any of that emotion. Do I even have any say in this? Huge!
Since you've made your decision, go back to the bath chamber and get some rest. Trinan will call for you when the ceremony is ready. It is difficult for me, as the guide, to absolve myself from blame for things to have progressed to this point. Time and again, you have risen to the occasion for Akima. Merely rewarding you with some honeydew is no longer able to express the extent of our gratitude. When the dust settles, I hope that we'll have the chance to have a long chat regarding your return journey and the curse of the sky. It's about time that we lift the taboo and discuss things openly.
Oh, sure, we've gotta fix fucking everything first, and then we get to go home. Or even just discuss going home. I see how it is. I like the way it is right now because I like smaller hobby CC like you, since I can interact with you directly and you feel more genuine without much money and monetary incentive. Yeah, that's like a big, really big thing about like why I said like this has been good for my mental health. It's nice to dabble in this again, because like I've talked about this before, and I will try to keep it brief just because so much yap has already happened. But like a big thing is that my YouTube career was literally an accident. Like, I got insanely lucky. The first video I ever made went viral as hell because I was literally one of, like, 20 people, maybe, who actually knew how all of the in-depth mechanics of Call of Taroth worked. Because I was in the speedrunning team where we were pushing for a world record, and we got one that lasted, like, 22 hours before one of the Chinese teams dunked us. But, like, the only people who actually fully understood the all the in-depth intricacies and mechanics of Call of Duty were the speedrunners, and none of us was sharing information because we were trying to compete for world records, right? We just kind of had to learn stuff on our own from like hours and tens and hundreds of hours of testing, as well as from like watching like what the current world record speedrun was, right? Because in Monster Hunter you try to avoid posting until after you have something to dunk, right? If you're really caring about that level of competition. So like no one knew how to do it, and literally the reason I made that video is because I did like a little bit of video production when I was younger in like high school for projects and stuff, and still remember there was a AP Lit teacher who hated my guts, but when I made like I put together a video for one of our class projects, they were very impressed and told me this is something you should consider going into as a career in the future. And I literally made it because I kept getting asked the exact same questions about Call of Taroth every day in Erex's Discord. That's where I met a lot of my like longtime Discord friends, as well as like the Monster Hunter Gathering Hub, and I got so tired of answering the exact same fucking like 4 questions 20 to 15 fucking times a day. I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna make a video and just link it to people. Did not expect it to like do well. It was just like a thing I could share, so people ask me questions like, just watch this video. And then it fucking like hit like, I don't know, I think it was like 40k in the first day. I was like, oh, huh, I can make a career out of this. Like, that video alone pushed me into like the majority of requirements to have a monetized channel. There was still like a certain day period and stuff that had to be a part of it, but like, yeah. So it was literally an accident, and I just did a good job riding the momentum and finding my niche and like building a full career out of that first viral video. I never had to do the grind of like trying out videos, concepts, and trying to see what sticks. But the big thing with that is I also had never had the opportunity to explore what kind of content to make I really enjoyed making. I liked making gaming math content fine enough, but it wasn't like necessarily the biggest. It wasn't fully fulfilling. It's just what I knew I could do to make a career out of content creating. And I never got the chance to really experiment with my content and figure out what it is I enjoy doing. And now that I've had that opportunity, now that I've spent a lot of time away from doing it full-time as a career, and I've actually been consuming a lot more like content and streams and stuff, like with VTubing especially, I just got a lot more into like actually really seeing like what streaming interests me. And like now it feels like I've found the kind of content that I just really enjoy making. I like doing for myself and like my community and everything. I enjoy like playing these kinds of games and sharing the moments with chats and like whatnot, and I enjoy just occasionally fucking spending half an hour yapping about some random tangent like I am right now. Like, that's the kind of content I enjoy doing, and that's also the kind of content that like has shown it works and is successful in VTubing, versus like at the time when I was doing full-time YouTube stuff where Twitch streaming was primarily like that was back in the Let's Play days, as well as like just like raw gaming stuff and like getting like viral clips and stuff from doing crazy things and whatnot, right? And it's nice because when I went back to content creation, just as a hobby, I made a hard decision. I made like a promise to myself that I wasn't going to be not me. With all of the content I did for the YouTube channel when I was full-time, there was always some level of sanitizing. There was always some level of like radio personality sort of thing. And me streaming the past few weeks, ever since I started streaming again, streaming gacha games, has been the first time I've actually just straight up been myself in my content. Like, I am not sanitizing myself at all. That's why I talk stupid fast, because ADHD brain goes burr. I am not censoring myself, which is why I curse all the fucking time, because I'm a bartender and we curse all the fucking time. And, like, I'm not really stopping myself from going off on random tangents, because that's kind of how I just like to talk and discuss things in real life. My roommate and I are like best friends, and I live with them now and know them because we met each other at a Georgia Burn. It's like Burning Man, but old Burning Man before it was commercialized and everything sort of event, like kind of just a camping festival sort of thing, right? But with like no commercialized stuff, no sponsors, no like corporations or businesses representing themselves, right? Just like a little hippie in the woods experiment for like a weekend. But anyway, we met each other. The first time we ever met each other, we started chatting about things, and both neurodivergent brains went burr, and it was a good fit, and we spoke for 6 hours about like 20 different topics. And like that is just that is me. That is much more me. And like doing this kind of streaming has been like a good chance for me to really explore like what the content I enjoy making is, and like actually just being me and showing off myself. And that was a big issue with the YouTube channel back in the full-time days, because the transition to people caring about me and like me being me versus the content I was putting out like wasn't feasible and possible, especially because it was my full-time job. Like now the streams are much tinier, right? We have like looking at the past few streams, generally it probably averages between like around 15 people and like maybe peaks at like 30, 28, 32, 34 sort of thing per stream. It's much smaller because I don't have like, you know, literally hundreds of people coming into stream who want to ask questions because of like the content I put out, right? Like back like when I did very rarely stream, like back in the full-time days, pretty much minimum viewership in the YouTube stream would be like 500, because there would be so many people popping in for like the Genshin streams wanting to ask a bazillion different questions, where I reached a point where I couldn't really answer all of them, so it had to be like super chat questions for the most part. The biggest stream that ever happened was the launch day for Iceborne. My friend and mod in this chat, Wilt, will never let me live it down, because I did not expect it to blow up, and like I streamed very rarely, right? Like, I was not a consistent streamer. I just stream for big events while I'm doing math sometimes or stuff like that, like once a month. Or even less than that sometimes. And there was over 6k people in the chat. And Wilt was the only mod in chat, because like I said, I didn't stream consistently at all. So I never even like bothered to like make sure all my mods were like ready for my streaming time and everything. So he was the only mod in chat with 6,000 people in the chat. And it was yeah, he will never let me live that down, and I'm gonna be hearing about that for the rest of my fucking life. 1 monthly per stream is real, trust it? I mean, it is what it is, you know. It is. But I am enjoying the streaming a lot. I'm enjoying, you know, doing 10 minutes of story and then yapping for another 20 minutes fucking again. But, you know, that's, I guess, my content, and those of you who are regulars, like, know that's my content and enjoy it. I mean, a lot of you have just talked about how, like, you're here for the yap as well, and that's the nice thing about VTubing. And a thing I kind of got to discover from watching VTubers is that, like, the yap itself is content in a lot of cases, right? And so I'm just being me and doing the things that I enjoy doing and that my community enjoys doing and everything. And I'm not sanitizing myself. I'm not like forcing myself to like laser focus, stay on like what we're doing and things like that, right? Because like, oh, I have to like make sure I'm like playing the game super hard and like producing that content like I did with my streams previously in the full-time days, because if I was playing, I was like, you know, either doing like a question answering stream, or I was like doing like a playthrough stuff where I had to like test and do things, and I had to like, and I was especially like kind of taught to that you have to stay on focus like that, right? By like various people around me at the time. I was also taught at the time that I wasn't a particularly good streamer, and to be fair, I was not that good at it. But because like I had difficulty like paying attention to the chats as much, which to be fair, when you go from no streaming experience to having hundreds of people spamming messages in chat, it's kind of hard to keep up with, and it's kind of hard to get used to it. But also just like, I don't know, I was very convinced until like the past like year or so that like I just could not be a good streamer. And then after getting exposed to VTubers, I was like, oh wait, no, like this is like kind of streaming content that works. Like this is like a good fit for me and works. I could never be like a good like paying attention to like a really fast scrolling chat while like occasionally picking out a thing to like laugh at or mention while like fucking playing like a shooter and getting clips like Shroud or something like that, or playing like trying to play something competitively. But I can play like a fun gacha game. I can spend hours molding to get like a specific goal for clear time or what the fuck ever, or like points in like ZZZ Deadly Assault, or just do a little story and then just randomly go on a tangent for half an hour yapping about bullshit. And this is the kind of content I enjoy making, and it's the kind of content that y'all seem to be here for at the very least. And, you know, it's nice. It's nice doing this. It's nice not caring about the money at all, or caring about, like, oh, I have to do this to grow, even if it's not, like, me, right? Like, I do want to take this more seriously and do smart things that I should be doing, right? Like making a stream schedule. Because making a stream schedule isn't me, like, being fake or anything. It's not me, like, sacrificing something about myself to, like, make this, to, like, for, like, the sake of growth or growing or anything, right? It's just the smart thing you should do if you stream. Same thing with, like, potentially getting more channel assets, doing memberships with emotes and things like that. All these kinds of things, having more structure in general. Like, this isn't, like it was, like, when I had to, like, make the smart business decision when I was doing full-time stuff. Right, but even though it's like this isn't like me, but this is the smart decision to make, like me basically burning out content and guide content and only doing guide content to make this a sustainable full-time career, because didn't ever do sponsorships, which was a really dumb decision back in the day, on top of having to split the money and everything and supporting a fiance at the time. I had to always go for what was the smart business decision, not what I felt passionate or enjoyed or inspired to do, because that needed to happen for it to be sustainable and livable. I definitely feel a sanitization when I was watching a Genshin video, just like the info and not much post. Yeah, exactly. I specifically like I specifically had like a radio personality essentially. I fell asleep several times while watching. Well, I mean that's part of the problem too. Like, you hear how fast I'm talking and yapping right now. That is me. I was specifically advised to and specifically slowed down my pace of speech and had harder enunciation, and honestly made it the point where, like, you could fall asleep listening to it, right? Because that's what was, like, at least as I understood and was expressed to me, and it seemed to be with like testing things in the content, was like the smart business decision was to not be this like neurodivergent yapper that I actually am, and like actually present the information in that kind of a way so that it had the most mass market ability to be understood, and therefore like also shared and grow and things like that, right? Hence how hard I try to keep things on the stream title, i.e. not at all. I mean, I always appreciate the, attempts, Acratheus, even though I will be like, yeah, no, I'll totally do that. And then we play 7 minutes of story, and then they go on another half-hour tangent yapping again. But that's the content now, and if you don't enjoy it, there are plenty of other contents on the YouTubes and the Instagrams and the TikToks and the Twitches. I dropped something on the floor. I sound weird right now. And if this content isn't for you, that is okay. You can go do other things. I mean, according to the YouTube studio, we've got like 14 concurrent viewers, and there's 151 views, meaning that's 100 and... Wow, math is hard. 137 people have come in and left, essentially, in terms of like flow, and that's fine. If this yapping content isn't for you, then it's not for you, and that's fine. Zyox is like you, he also has ADHD, but he's very good at condensing the guide. Yeah, exactly. And that's like one thing like I've been kind of thinking about how I want to do video stuff, right? Because like the Zani Srover video thing, and the most recent one I just put out now, it's like very noticeable because I'm a data-driven person, right? So like when the premiere was happening, it was very noticeable. People just like how much the fluctuation of viewers was, because people would like get a few minutes in and they'd be like, wow, this is like not well condensed or anything, and like leave. And it's just making me think about like, you know, I want to do video content that is not me sitting down and like editing things heavily and like recording stuff to then like edit and like construct the whole guide thing anymore. Like that's not really what I want to do. I want it to be like VTuber style clips from stream, but I do need to figure out a way to make it so it's not as like rambly, and it's a better overall presentation for that, right? Like it might be a thing where I should maybe consider, like, after looking into something and us like spending hours analyzing it, like type up a super quick like bullet point script or something like that, so that things can be a bit better focused and whatnot, and then like cut that into a clip or something, right? Like that might be the smarter play. I'm thinking about it and just kind of trying to figure out, and gonna be experimenting with like different ways to handle putting videos and not just live streams up, right? I also heavily regret not ever like having relatively minimal interaction with other content creators in the space, and also just not even like I had a weird thing when I was doing full time about not watching and consuming content of other peers in the space, because I didn't want them to influence my like decision making or influence my content or math or anything like that, which is incredibly stupid in retrospect. Like, you need to be paying attention to your peers. You want to be interacting with them. You want to I interact playing with Jeff, which was cool, and he's a great guy. Still love him and everything. But I also regret not ever trying to like reach out with or chat with like Zyox, or I Win to Lose kind of came into the scene right as I was leaving and things like that. Like I definitely interacted with a lot of people, but they were all like theory crafters who weren't content creators, and I never really made any attempts to network. I didn't make any attempts to do collabs and things like that, right? Especially because I kind of just wanted the hard separation of responsibility and left all of that kind of side of things and sponsors and all that stuff, like tuner side of things instead. And I just focused on making videos. And yeah, that's, I don't know, getting back into it and like actually thinking more about it and like doing more with all that stuff is just, I don't know, it's been enjoyable. It was cool doing that collab with Rising Suntide. It was cool cameoing in Spider 2B's PGR video. I didn't even reach out to either of them. They reached out to me, right? But it was fun doing that, and like in the future when I'm kind of at more in the pace of like what I'm doing, because this is still me just like massively experimenting, right? With like my streaming content and stuff. But like once I'm kind of in a bit more like maybe a rhythm with that, like I do want to look into reaching out for actual collabs and things like that, doing the VTuber collab thing and everything. So Jeff sort of filled your void for me when you left Genshin. His content is very math-based. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, Jeff's great at what he does. And part of my lack of interest in getting back into the calculation stuff, too, is just the fact that there's already people who, like, do that now. The theory crafting scene, especially in content creation, has grown. Like, I always refer people to Guaba. If you want to know, if you want to see someone who did what I did, but in Star Rail, and honestly does it better than I did because of how much more the theory crafting standards and like techniques and everything have like advanced, especially, like just go watch Guaba's stuff. I trust his math implicitly, especially because I've seen some of his sheets in the past and everything. I know I like the way he handles the assumptions, because that's a big part of like calculations, what assumptions you're making. You can't do true damage simulations, and like I guess you can't do 100% accurate damage simulations. You can just choose what assumptions and variables you're gonna set to what, and then do those damage sims. But yeah. Watch, and the same thing with like Rivenous for like ZZZ stuff and everything like that. Like there's people who do it now. There's like with Woowa, I don't, since Rivenous stopped doing Woowa content, like I know the TC behind Pridwin, and same thing, cool guy, and I've looked at his sheets before in the past and everything, and I implicitly trust his calculations, so I recommend Pridwin. And then they also rep I Win to Loses videos on the Woowa site of Pridwin, so I trust their recommendation of him, even though I don't consume his content. I've never like even chatted with the guy, interacted with him, or like looked at any of his actual like calcs or anything like that. But like, if they trust this stuff, then I trust this stuff, I guess is my point. There are people who do this now. It's no longer as tight of a niche as it was when I was doing it, because like I was literally the first content creating, at least, like EN Genshin theory crafter. Like I won't make claims as to how quote unquote important I was to the scene and everything. It's nice when like modern theory crafters and people tell me about how like I got them interested in theory crafting and stuff, but I don't feel comfortable like trying to make any claims about that really. But I can speak factually, which was that in terms of like YouTube videos that were mathematically based theory crafting, I was the first one that had a decent amount of like viewership and whatnot for Genshin, because I literally made a theory crafting video day 2 of the game. So I know, factually speaking, at least in EN and on YouTube, like there are very likely like, you know, smaller creators who probably put out some stuff on day 1 and stuff, but like I definitely know I was the first, or at least one of the first, and at least in terms of like large viewership of the first ENTC theory crafter. And also the early days of Genshin TC were fucking wild because no one knew what the fuck they were doing. I had an advantage because I already had spreadsheet standards and experience with a lot of those kinds of calculations through the Monster Hunter TC I did for a year and a half before Genshin came out. And I can also say with pretty high confidence that I'm the reason why motion value is used as a standard in like ENTC, Mohoyo games and like Woowa theory crafting, because have you even chatted with back when I like popped in briefly to like the Woowa TC scene again, into the TC scene again for like the Woowa stuff with like the Calcaro guide and Yinland testing and everything. I even chatted with a bunch of like the newer theory crafters, and like I said, met a bunch of them, looked at the calcs and stuff, and several of them were like, yeah, I don't know why we use motion value. It's not a term that is in any of these games and it makes no sense. And the reason why motion value is in a lot of these spreadsheets is because the OG spreadsheets had motion value in them, because there wasn't an in-game term for the percentage of damage that an attack does. But motion value is a fighting game term, and it's also a Monster Hunter term. It's an official Monster Hunter term from their official guidebooks and everything. So motion value is what I used in my Monster Hunter TC. And then when I started making sheets, and like I even talked about what motion value was in videos and everything like that, and then you know, gave my sheet, had my sheets out and calculations out for like new theory crafters to like use as templates and bases for things. Apparently now, like, it's just funny to me when I see like a modern day Mohoyo game Woowa spreadsheet, and it uses MV or motion value, because it's literally not a term in any or related to any of these games. Guava doesn't show the math in the video? Yeah, no, and it makes sense for him to not. Like, he doesn't show his math, and it's fine. It's understandable why content creators don't do that. I did it because I was very big about, like, the transparency of numbers, but it also created a lot of headaches and everything that is the reason why you don't do that. But like I said, I've seen his sheets, which is why I can say confidently that I trust his work implicitly. Especially because like TCs collaborate, especially like YouTube TCs and stuff collaborate a lot more. And like like content creator TCs collaborate a lot more than they kind of did back in the day. So there's also a lot of people who are like checking across referencing stuff, but as well as doing their own personal calculations and stuff. But there are a lot of very legitimate and fair and good reasons why you don't want to have your calculations public, because it leads to a lot of headache, especially with improper scrutiny, I guess is the best way to put it. Because a lot of very loud people don't have, will not have, like, the game knowledge or spreadsheet or calculation literacy to not make incorrect judgments or assumptions. It leads to a lot of annoying issues. So it's very understandable why they don't, and there's a reason why generally speaking, CCs don't do that anymore. Like TCCs don't do that for the most part. Okay, cool. That was like 25 minutes of yapping. I think we've hit our quota. Let's watch the next story scene before another one happens.
Miss, may everything go well for you and Mem.
Feel like I'm being hand-holding when they don't show the math on numbers. Yeah, that's totally fair. That's fair. But, you know, it's just the reality of the content, is that it is that way.
It's nothing. I only came to discuss some matters with Lady Aglaya. Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems that Lady Trianne had gifted to me. Tracing back, this anthology was something left for Lady Trianne by a bard before their passing. Although personal properties should be cleared out once their owner has passed on, Lady Trianne gave this book to me since she knew how much I liked to read. No, it's just an ordinary book. It's definitely not some kind of unique copy. It just contains an allegory. In a faraway land, in a city known as Styxia, a dragon corrupted by the Black Tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself. It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. After taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end.
Sedge.
Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood. However, having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city. As a result, the prosperous Styxia met its demise.
What a touching story.
Mem.
Don't worry about it, Mem.
I actually think so too.
Mem? Mem?
Stell isn't the only one being meta now, so is Mem.
The author of this book is
We're rubbing off on her.
a wandering bard who traveled to many cities. Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts. She even clearly underlined and took notes in books.
Think Cass would look better with a black dress? Yes, but I'm biased because I'm goth and love goth women, so like, I think anyone would look better in black.
I felt like I
I'm not a good person to ask that.
The life of Archepia. It felt just like I was.
That being said, Cass's outfit, I think, is really nicely designed, and like, really stays thematically consistent with like the lilac and like light purple colors, and it does feed nicely into like the butterfly, especially like the stained glass butterfly sort of thing with the floral theming. Her design is like really well composed and consistent in terms of its like color language, especially. That being said, would she look better in black? Yeah, absolutely. I think every character would look better in black, but that's because I'm incredibly biased on it. I think her dress is trying to give the imagery of bones, mummy wraps. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's got the bandaging, which is, you know, speaks a lot towards like injury, death, and things like that. But you know, she still has that brightness to her design that I think expresses her personality well, as well as kind of her philosophy well.
That's right. taking photographs. It seems like human nature to try and leave records of things. Speaking of taking photographs, when I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not
The rosy celestial maiden. VTubers I enjoy themselves. Oh, I see enjoy themselves the most are those who do it as a hobby or minor side. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because you know it's kind of at that point just like a product of passion. Might not be the right word, but it's like you know you're doing it because you're doing it purely because for the enjoyment, because you're not doing it professionally and have to make the professional decisions related to it.
Let's talk about this in
And it's not necessarily a bad thing.
For now, I only hope that you'll be able to complete the trial.
Especially when it comes to things like the only corpo I really like much care about personally and like actually watch content from is Phase Connect. And Phase Connect definitely has at least gives like much more of the vibe of like they are just literally just being their own fucking Menhera neurodivergent selves and whatnot and really are enjoying the content they get to put out because they don't have to sanitize it as much. I mean, to some extent, like, Pippa has definitely had to sanitize stuff more recently with, compared to, like, her year 1, year 2 content, she's definitely had to sanitize herself a lot more, but that also makes a lot of sense because she's become the face of the company, and it's, I think, a good thing and, part of her growth as a person to do that, because, like, she's talked about it before, and, like, a big part of it for her is that she has, like, kohais now. She has kohais, and her stuff, like, impacts more than just herself. It affects, like, how all of her kohais are looked at, and how they can perform, and things like that, so she has that responsibility, and she takes it seriously. And that, I think, is a good mark of growth for her. Part of what I like so much about Pippa, she's, like, my Kami Oshi, because she's the one who got me into VTubing initially. Like a lot of tourists and normies, I got into Pippa because of seeing clips of her, because she's the fucking 4chan rabbit, right? And that's what originally got me into VTubing, and I kind of explored more from there. But like part of what I like so much about Pippa is the fact that she has had like a real true human like character arc over the past few years since she started with Phase Connect, and she has been growing and getting better and improving as a human being from her early days with the vomit draw and like genuine like painful moments of like SI and things like that to like where she's at now, where she has grown a lot as a human being. And I really enjoy seeing that journey for her, and I do find her genuinely an inspirational person in many regards. Black definitely fits her death theme better. Yeah, but it does depend, you know. It depends on how hard you want to go with the death theme. Definitely. But yeah, Black would fit the death theme, but also you can still work with other stuff. I personally don't really know enough about like cultural and historical color theory to really say if there is much in terms of the purple and lilac. It's definitely not royal purple, so it definitely doesn't give that off, personally. But you could also say that like she does work with some of the death themes, because like was brought up by Laserproof, the bandages and whatnot have kind of that like mummy sort of styling to them, and like her look having so much more have like these kind of like very like bleached whites in there with like soft hues that make it not look like it's like, you know, wedding white or something, also kind of gives off some design language towards things like bones and whatnot, right? Bones, mummies, bandages, like things like that, that she doesn't look like she's goth and doesn't look like a Grim Reaper or anything, but she does kind of give off some of that theming, but more so in the sense of like bones and bandages and mummies and like softer things about death rather than like the darker, potentially more edgy, like metal, gothy side of death. Like, funeral colors and funeral iconography and design language aren't the only ways you can express death. And I do think with Castris, they have done at least a decent job with it. Again, I don't know enough of, like, the lilac and purples and whatnot. I don't really know if those have, like, design or, cultural design, relation to things related to death or similar topics. But, I don't know. She still gives off some of them vibes, I guess, is the point. She still gives off some of them vibes, and a lot of it is definitely kind of the the use of like a bone colored palette, as well as the bandaging, as well as various other parts of the look. The butterflies are an interesting choice. I could definitely, that could be much more of a color thing, or it has some symbolism I'm not familiar with, but I could definitely see also like moths or something working well as part of that design. Shit, what am I supposed to do? Oh, okay. We go talk to Danheng, who won't say a word in response, haha. Oh, right, someone, I didn't even know you're still in the chat, but someone earlier was asking about my top 5 Star Rail characters, and then I mentioned Acheron and went on a gigantic fucking tangent about Star Rail and never talked about anyone else. But easy top 5. Top 3, Yayi. Stell is literally my spirit animal. I am a trash panda because of Stell, and I genuinely aspire to one day be as self-assured, confident, and happy as Stell is, because I am not any of those things. I have incredibly bad self-image issues and imposter syndrome issues, and I'm definitely not nearly as happy as Stell is. And it's not even like even though Stell gives off like a quote-unquote dumb vibe to a lot of people, it's shown in a lot of side quests and moments that she has that she's actually very intelligent. It's just she's a himbo. Stell is a himbo. She chooses to simply live in a more simple and happy way than being a like tortured philosopher who like Anaxa, who just like is filled with like pessimism because of intelligence. Like a lot of intelligent people are unfortunately depressed because of their capacity to, but also their choice to really think about a lot of things that, due to lacking the service level, become a lot more depressing or existential or ennui and things like that.
Noise.
Why worry when vibing out works? Exactly. Stell's very smart. There's a quest in 3.0 and 4, a side quest, where she's literally doing a philosophical debate with 2 philosophers. Like, Stell is an intelligent woman. She just chooses to be a himbo, and I respect the fuck out of that. Mostly curse imagery in anime is that purple hue. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, the curse imagery. Yeah, especially because like definitely like I think both in like her actual like cinematic with it, but also like in terms of like a curse like fading someone's body away or something. I can definitely think of like a lilac or purple hue of being like the flakes and vapor and mist that comes off of someone's body, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that definitely explains some of the vibes I get with it. But yeah, right. Top 3. Stell is literally my spirit animal. I am a trash panda because of Stell. Yayi, I've gone into literal hour-long like yaps about why. Thurta is definitely in top 3 as well. Probably third behind. Stell and Yayi are kind of on the same level. But third behind all of them because I fucking adore her. I adore her because I love confident, intelligent, sexy women. She's also like the uber hag because she's ageless and has been alive for a long time. And I really enjoy her personality because she has that like massive confidence, that self-assuredness, that borderline narcissism. But it's entirely deserved because she's literally the emanator of erudition. She's literally one of, if not the smartest people in the universe. And I just love her character. I also find, and then Ran Mei is also up there, but also largely because of Thurta, because like, I mean, like I make no mystery that I really love Yuri, right? I love sapphic love, especially. I love women loving women. I love women in general. I am a very queer, non-binary person, but like point is, Thurta and Ran Mei, Yuri specifically, because like my Twitter timeline is like 70% like Yuri fan art, and what I want to do with my illustration skills, other than make my own life 2D model, is I do want to actually make like fan Yuri. Part of the reason why like Kia Mei hits me so hard too, and for whatever reason, I end up relating a lot to a lot of those kinds of storylines. Which has also led to me kind of exploring gender things a bit more in the past like year or two, but I find their particular pairing like so wholesome and incredible because A, it's entirely arguable that there is no sexual element to it because both of them could definitely be completely ace, right? They could both be completely ace because, I mean, I could definitely see like both of them being like, oh, I'm beyond those kinds of carnal desires now because I seek higher things like answering the questions of the universe and bullshit. And it's just really cute to see two like massive nerds just be cute and wholesome with each other. Like it's one of my favorite pairings, period, in games and media. Last two, I'm pretty sure Cipher's gonna end up being number 5, to be completely honest, from what I've seen of her. Otherwise, Black Swan's competitive for that. I like her, and she's the most goth character in this game, but she just doesn't... Something about her archetype and personality doesn't hit me as hard, but, you know, the Acheron Black Swan cannibal Yuri goes fucking hard. And I think another competitive one would probably be... Surprisingly, it's not Kafka. And I thought it'd be Casterus, but the more they've explored her, I like her more, but she becomes less favored in my eyes, I guess. I don't know, out of the characters that remain, Bronya is also very competitive, but that's largely because of impact. Yeah, I'd probably say out of the current ones, and Fei Zhao. I honestly couldn't say which one would be like 5th place for me. I love Fei Zhao, I just hate that she's not explored as much. Because she didn't... It's the Honkai Star Rail problem. They don't really get to unless they're part of the main core big story at the time. Oh wait, no, shit, fuck. Actually, no, I know who number 5 is. I completely forgot. It's Boot Hill. It's fucking Boot Hill. I love this JoJo-ass cowboy. He is so entertaining, and he is just so... himself. Like, I love and respect to how unadulteratedly he is just like, nah, I'm me, fuck everyone else. I just love this JoJo cowboy. I was so sad that I didn't end up getting him when he first came around because I was like, I don't care about a cowboy character, I don't like cowboys. And then I played the story, but I'm really bad about playing the story until like the last week, so his banner was already gone. I was like, fuck, I really want him now. The only, even though I mentioned all the others, honestly, the only other one that's as competitive for, like, number 5 would be Rappa, who's the only previous character I don't own that I really, really want. Because I hated Rappa initially. Like, her base concept of being, like, a fucking ninja Chunibyo is not interesting to me. Then I played the fucking story, and she became one of the best characters and best explored characters in the game to me. I love her backstory. It is always fascinating to me to see... like a well-written example of why someone is a Chunibyo. It makes perfect sense for her, and it's like a trauma coping mechanism as well, on top of a lot of other things. And like that's really fascinating. And I don't like Chunies, but I love Chunies whose tragic backstories make sense and explain why they're a Chunie, and she's one of them. Rabbit's my favorite. I like ninjas. I've fallen out of love with ninjas. Or like... in general, I still like ninjas, but like they're definitely not like top archetype for me anymore. Personally. But you know, everyone has their own tastes. Her confidence works because of stuff like her trying to bake a cake and failing super hard and being fine with it. Yeah, exactly. Like that's part of what I like about her is that, you know, you cannot be like that successful of a scientist without being okay with failure, because that is a natural part of the scientific process and of growing and discovering new knowledge and finding out and testing and things, is you have to be okay with failure. And like the animation showed, she's very okay with that. And I don't know, it's just based on her character, how they've expressed and shown her character, like the confidence she has is completely founded in her capability and in her success, for lack of a better term. And I respect the fuck out of that, plus I love scientists. I love sexy scientist characters, so. But yeah, no, Boot Hill, definitely, out of the ones I own at least, strong number 5. Might honestly be number 4, I think I like him more than Ron May, it's just, I like Ron May in the context of Thurta. And Thurta being number 3 puts Ron May kind of at 4, but if I'm looking in isolation, it's definitely Boot Hill's number 4. Alright. More stories, smile. Hi, Kevin.
That's right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. This is something that the both of you should probably know.
It's funny every time Finon calls us partner, because I'm just like, but what about Mighty? While I'm completely like I'm completely like a Himedanchi and like a huge Yuri fan, I also love me some good Yaoi, and like the 5-day pairing is just so cute. And the memes I see on my Twitter timeline are so peak for the 5-day pairing.
Good news.
Plus with, you know,
I wouldn't call it
with like My Day and his country and whatnot, and his people being heavily based off of Sparta, Spartans were gay as fuck. Like, they were gay as hell. It was completely standard practice for like an adult Spartan warrior to have a wife and then have a younger apprentice he fucked.
over the holy city and are in charge of presiding over the citizens' assembly held once every few years.
And I believe they even had specific terms, if I remember correctly. Maybe Acrapius knows this better because you know a lot more about the history. But they also, as if I recall, had like distinct words for the romantic love with a woman, as well as like the same-sex love they had with like the men in their life.
Despite her vision and wisdom,
I don't remember a lot about studying Greco-Roman stuff when I was younger, but that's one that definitely sticks in my mind. I have never once passed my sociology class. Retake some exams. Bitch, we didn't learn shit in Paperfold. We were there undercover, and I started the band. That's all that really fucking happened. Yay, Greco-Roman politics, I'm so excited. My Day's backstory was super coded in that direction. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. And like that's the thing is that like I said, as I understand and like learned well over a decade ago about Spartan culture, is that kind of like it's not even like the same thing as like the like fraternity brotherly love, even though that's kind of like the idea behind like Greek life, right? Is that they're drawing upon those things. Like it was like passionate, real, and also oftentimes sexual love between men, because that was a kind of love that was recognized and also recognized as different from the love of their wife or something like that, or their family, right? But like, I don't know, I like that about, that's like one of the like aspects of like, I guess Greek specifically, but like Greco-Roman and Hellenistic stuff that I like is that like very like, at least, I mean, there was different like cults of various gods and like different cultures all within like Greece and Rome and everything, but like the prevalence of just like recognizing that kind of like, for lack of a better term, like a gay love that exists that doesn't necessarily have to be romantic and doesn't have to be the same thing as like a love with like your wife or partner. And also because like I'm a ethically non-monogamous person, and I've had relationships where there was zero sexual things going on. I've dated ace people before. I've had purely romantic relationships with people. I've had plenty of very close friends who have that level of bonds, but a different kind of bonds, possibly. I've also just had like relationships that were just like purely sexual and like kink playthings and whatnot. And I don't know, I enjoy that there was that level of acceptance towards just different relationship dynamics that existed that were not just a partner, I guess. I think so. A lot of gender-specific terminology in ancient Greek and Latin. Yeah, Latin does have different words for romantic love and lustful love, and lust itself was another word as well. Oh, interesting. Neat. But yeah, like, I guess it's funny because, like, you know, there is, like, a huge issue in anime and anime-related communities of, like, oh, these two male characters are rivals, therefore they're gay. Like, the Naruto-Sasuke pairing was, like, massive back when, like, Naruto was, like, still publishing and stuff, because I got into Naruto, like, when in America, the fucking Chunin exam arc was going. Like, that's when I first got into manga. Was like back then, because yes, I'm fucking old. But like that pairing doesn't make a lot of sense. But like in the context of all of this, and especially in the context of like Greco-Roman inspiration, where like they don't have to care about or be romantic partners, because that is fundamentally can be a separate thing from a romantic and sexual, like a romantic relationship that is also sexual. It can still be that kind of like, for lack of a better term, like a brotherly or like a masculine love that also can include fucking, but is different from like, you know, the person you choose to marry and whatnot. And like was mentioned by Laserproof, like My Day's backstory really leans towards that, because he very clearly had like this incredibly important and passionate loving bond with the people around him who slowly died around him because he's fucking immortal. And like, yeah, it was very heavily leaning in the direction. And like the reality too is that like they have to be sanitized. Like even outside the case of like the sanitization that happens in the big three MiHoYo games because of how big they are, and there is not a lot of that in ZZZ, but there still is some degree of it, right? Like we never get to see Astra and Evelyn like kiss or something on screen, but like, especially knowing MiHoYo's background with like Yuri pairings are very clearly supposed to be like romantic coded as romantic partners. But like they have to be sanitized because they're Chinese. Like the only actual official canonical kissed in actual media pairing that MiHoYo has ever had was Bronya and Sela, and they got a lot of shit and had a lot of problems because they canonically had Bronya and Sela kiss in one of the Honkai manga back in the day, which is why like Kiyame, it basically is, especially amongst the community, completely canonical, and like it is canonical that Kiana is truly in love with Yayi, with Mei, and it is also canonical that Yayi considers Mei the most important person in her life. But they've never been able to have like that hard like confirmation, like, oh, they're kissing on screen, or you know, the thing that would like hard confirm to most people who would otherwise be like the naysayers of it, that like, no, they're making out on screen, they're a fucking gay couple. But they can't because they're Chinese, and the CCP has very bad views and problematic views on homosexuality. It is definitely one of my big issues amongst many about the CCP. I am Chinese. I love and take pride in my Chinese heritage and culture and history. But I have a lot of issues with the CCP. But that's just the reality, is that they like realistically can't do it because of that. So like, if this were like a purely American game with like the same love of like LGBT relationships and whatnot as MiHoYo clearly does have, but is, you know, tied up because they're a Chinese company, it was made by like Americans instead, yeah, these two would probably be like canonically in a relationship. But you know, it's also a gacha game, so it's really hard to like have canon relationship stuff, because you know, the whole like love of your husbando and waifu is like a big factor of popularity in sales. So that's another factor with it, definitely. But yeah, anyway. The discussion has shifted, it seems, since I AFK and returned. True, we have gone from discussing whatever the fuck we were discussing earlier to, gay. To just all the gay. Welcome to the Gundala. We love gay here. And we love hetero. But we also love gay here. If you couldn't tell from my very androgynous and rather femme-leaning look of my model, we love gay here. And if you're not okay with gay, then I'm afraid you need to get the fuck out of the chat, because I'm not gonna stop being gay. I have had plenty of female and femme, masculine and male, as well as non-binary, genderqueer, whatever, all sides of the spectrum partners in my life. I am pansexual and panromantic. It's kind of a cringe term, but like one of the best ways I guess to describe it is that something I heard from another pan person, which is that it's about hearts, not parts. The actual biology or identity or stuff like that isn't really that relevant to me when it comes to like romantic or sexual love or anything like that. It's the person. It's just the person, really. It's also why there will be like characters in media. I'm like, oh wow, this character is incredibly hot, and I'm like, I don't like them because I dislike their personality, or they're really flat and boring, or things like that, right? Like that is a very important factor for me. So you love cooking then? Yes, I legitimately actually. Why I got into the hospitality industry originally is the starting pay is incredible if you get yourself into like a good place. Even like as your like first year as a server. But also I grew up loving cooking and cuisine, especially exploring regional cuisine. I find it really fascinating to see how different regions and like cultural backgrounds and histories will create completely different food with different influences, even within like the same country or even like same small chunk of a place. It's just as much true in like China. It's especially true in China though with provinces, and as is in Europe. Like I worked at a French restaurant, Violette, kind of like a upscale bistro. I was doing a consulting contract. We kind of upscaled it even further to proper fine dining, and so that the owner was able to sell it, because it was harder to sell the bistro than it would be like a proper French fine dining place. And it was very interesting because the menu was a Provençal menu. Provence is the region of France that borders Spain and Italy. So there would be a lot of cross-cultural pollination in terms of ingredient use and cooking techniques. One of the most popular dishes, well, like one of the signature dishes on the menu was a roasted sea bass served with a sauce Provençal, which had tomatoes, capers, as well as Kalamata olives in it. And so many times, guests would be like, Kalamata olives, that's not French. And then I would, like, gently explain to them, like, kind of politely explain to them that it's actually a Provençal dish, and Provence being the region of Spain that borders Italy and Spain, the region of France that borders Italy and Spain, has a lot of ingredient cross-pollination, so they actually use Kalamata olives frequently in their dishes there. And it's, I don't know, I find regional cuisine really fascinating. But yeah, I love cooking, and the only thing I own that is more... This is including my goth boots. Like, my goth boots are expensive. Even including my goth boots, the only thing I own, materially, that is more expensive than my computer is my fucking kitchen knife. It's my chef knife. I got it on like a massive sale, but it is a Shin what is it, Katagiri knife. And if you know, Shun, and if you know anything about Shun knives, you know how fucking expensive they are. I got it for a significant discount. It only cost me 200 because it was at a Sherlock's, which is like a restaurant, which is like not a restaurant, sorry, a like nice cooking supply place, but not like they have a whole bunch of brands and not always like exorbitantly overpriced for what you get compared to like for like Williams Sonoma and shit. But that particular place was liquidating. They were closing that place and just combining it with their other location that was only a few miles away. I don't even know why they bothered having two locations that close. And I guess they realized they shouldn't do it either. So it was a liquidation sale, but that's a $650 knife. That is the old, like, that is, like, yes, I am a pansexual in, like, the normal sense, and I also have a huge thing for cooking equipment. Pretty sure all of my cooking equipment combined is more expensive than my computer, and my computer has a 1080 exclusively open loop water cooled TI in it. It also has a 2070 in it as well, and it has a Ryzen 5950 CPU in it. Most of these parts were inherited, mind you, but like, I'm pretty sure my cooking equipment's still more expensive than this fucking computer. How's life doing now? Great. I will admit I have been really lazy and not rehoned it in a while, so it's still good. It's still good. I got that thing like 7 years ago. It's still great. I just need to rehone it because it doesn't have like its razor sashimi edge I like to keep with it. It's kind of gone to a normal European cooking edge, which is different. Razor edges, since I do use my own whetstones and sharpen my own knives, razor edges are about 5 to 7 degrees, and you do have to maintain them well because they blunt faster because they're so thin. But like actual straight razors, because I used to shave with a straight razor and I would hone it and I would hone it myself. Actual straight razors are 5 to 7 degrees. A typical like Japanese kitchen knife will be around 12 to 15 degrees, and European knives tend to be around 15 degrees. Because that is more realistic. It's still sharp enough to do anything, but it lasts longer. A razor edge has to be like resharpened and constantly honed, like frequently, for it to maintain anything of that edge, and you can't chop with it, you have to slice. But that particular knife I keep at a more like 7 to 10 degree edge, because I have like a really nice really nice Chinese cleaver that I use, single piece high quality steel that I use for chopping, so I don't need to chop with my nice knife. You don't even look at something solid weirdly with it in it. I mean, no, it can go through solid things fine. It's just I'm not going to like yeah, if it's like a really thick solid thing, then yeah, I'll use the cleaver. But I'm not even talking about chopping, like, you know, like tuck 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 tuck. Like, you don't even do that with that knife. That's what I use my cleaver for. I also have a secondary I have a Wusthof European chef knife too, if I need to use it for that. I have multiple deboning and filleting knives and things like that. I've got a bunch of kitchen shit. I have a lot of pans and pots as well, and they're not overpriced bullshit, like, you know, Williams Sonoma stuff, but they're all very good quality, solid single-piece steel construction, because I prefer single-piece steel for pots and pans. And I also have a few hex-clad pans and pots, but that was a gift from my parents. And that shit is like actually a marvel in material engineering. Hex-clad stuff is crazy good. Like, it genuinely is so much better. Like, there are issues with every other form of non-stick that makes it that if you know how to, and that's part of why it is standard in restaurant work to use stainless steel. Because if you can handle it properly, it lasts forever, and you don't have to ever worry about any of the issues with non-stick. Every form of non-stick has some problems. Never use classic Teflon because it will flake off eventually and literally is poisonous. And even like ceramic coating and things like that have issues because they will eventually degrade down and then lose their non-stick properties. And then on top of that, non-stick stuff always conducts heat worse than stainless steel. Hexclad is like a genuine marvel in material engineering for cookware, and my parents got really into it, but like the reason why outside of just using them, why I was so interested in them is because Gordon Ramsay, once he discovered them, literally replaced every pan in all of his restaurants with them. Like, it's one thing for like a celebrity chef to be like, oh, I put my name on this, oh, like I'm sponsoring this, but to literally change all of the professionally used cookware in every single one of your like Michelin-starred restaurants with these proves how good they are. They are decently pricey, but if you can find like a good discount deal on like a 3-pack or something like that, I definitely recommend checking out Hexclad. They are incredible pans. You don't need them for pots. If you're boiling stuff, just use a fucking stainless steel pot, but... Got a question, do you think Honkai Impact 3 is still worth getting into? Yeah, absolutely. If you're interested in the story, yeah. Like, if you're interested in the story, the gameplay is fun, too, and Part 2 is nice because you don't need nearly as many characters to be, like, competitive, but also, like, I mean, you still pull for waifu and everything like that, right? But, like, the only place your characters and, like, character strength and meta teams matter is in, like, the weekly endgame stuff anyway, right? And even then, it doesn't matter that much. You can do... You basically get the same fucking rewards hitting, like, mid-tier as you would for, like, high competitive leaderboard times and everything. So there's not really that much pressure to care about meta and things like that. The character kits and playstyle is very fun. It is kind of a heavy rotation-based thing, where you kind of like do one character's like full thing and stuff, you do another character's full thing and stuff, then the next one, you kind of like loop that, right? But that is fun and engaging because the kits are fun, and the rotations are fun. But yeah, story especially, 100% worth getting into. Both the original story, and I like Part 2 a lot more than other people do. But Part 2 is also good. The Part 2 gameplay is also really fun. Definitely worth it from that perspective. if you like story and you like good story, definitely recommend it. The first like 4 chapters are kind of rough, like it is with every fucking old gacha game. And if you really want to get like deep into the fucking weeds, with like Honkai Impact and Honkai Verse stuff, Hoyo stands. This exists because, fun fact, every chapter release also came with shit like accompanying media. So, if you want to like get really deep in the fucking rabbit hole, you can follow their like actual reading guide, where like, so like right here, all the trailers originally, all the trailers, the original animated teaser, the original gameplay teaser. Then we have Reburn, which is another concepts animation. And then you read chapter 1. And then chapter 1 also comes with manga that is a prequel to chapter 1. And then after you consume that, you have chapter 2, no accompanying media, except for there is a song specifically for this chapter, for a theme chapter. And then they also had this short bonus chapter for character flavor, kind of develops the characters a little bit more. That's one nice thing about Impact, is that they take one of the gacha models you don't see as often anymore, which is that instead of having brand new characters all the time, they have the same core cast of characters. They just get different versions. In this case, it's different like exosuits, right? They get different versions and maybe more adult versions later in the timelines and stuff like that. Or sometimes alternate timeline versions, like actual alters sort of thing. And because of that, you have the opportunity to really like develop more of like an attachment and really explore more of the nuances of the characters, see the character growth, see their arcs, see their relationships develop with other characters, because they're not like Star Rail characters who aren't part of the main story where you do a companion quest with them and they fuck off and you get no more character development for them. I'd prefer this kind of model, which is probably why I like it so much. But yeah, then there's this company one that kind of adds a little character to everyone, and then there's the Yumoto Bronya-chan, which is just a fucking shit post, and it's great. And they also explain a few things, and then chapter 3 happens, then chapter 4 happens, and like, obviously, you don't have to do this. This is just if you want to be a psychopath like me and get really into the Honkai verse. I still haven't watched a lot of, consumed a lot of the accompanying media, but like, yeah, like, this is how, like, I talk about how, like, Honkai, like, how MiHoYo loves Honkai Impact 3 so much more than, like, their other games on ZZZ. This is, like, the hard proof of it. Look at all the shit they got. That is accompanying and adds extra context and is around the actual chapters in the game. Welcome to the rabbit hole. Exactly. Yeah. I will give it a try. Do you have any mechanical guides, by the way, for double stopping and ZZZ and, like, general tips? So, I haven't made any guides. I kind of want to, specifically for ZZZ Tech. But there are some good creators for it. Also, let me just, like, I don't know, if anyone's, like, a psychopath like me and wants to take a look at it, there's the link. Also put it in the description real quick. Let's see. Hoyo stands if you want to get really into the rabbit hole. Good luck. And then also, yeah, on YouTube. So if you want to just see what what near perfect play for a lot of teams looks like, Yoji is probably puts out the most consistent, like absurdly good clears. So definitely checking out his stuff. You'll at least get to see what to do. He doesn't really often explain everything, but he also links Yoji for wild ZZZ runs. He does also link, like, people who do explain the things as well, which is nice. So he does also link that in some of his videos. Like, I think in this one, he specifically links the really good guide on how Mono Ice Miyabi works. Because Mono Ice is actually Miyabi's best team. It's just really hard to play play well. Compared to, like, Disorder teams where you kind of just, like, do things. It requires a lot of double swap tech. It requires a lot of animation canceling, but it is Miyabi's strongest team. If you can actually hit the skill floor, it needs to beat the other teams, and it's very high skill ceiling team. Yoji, nice 3.2 gameplay. Yeah, I know, right, Port? It's great. We're doing so well. We've done like 20 minutes of Star Rail story so far. We're making progress technically. There's also one more whose name I always fucking forget. No, they gotta be in here somewhere though. Lin Zero makes really good guys. And he covers a lot of specific tech for characters. Like, his Evelyn guide is really good. His Ambi tech is probably good. I haven't actually watched all of this yet. I really need to. Even though I've kind of just, like, I believe mostly figured out Sambi tech, but there might be stuff in here I don't know about. Yeah, they make really good stuff on, like, high tech, on, like, the really technical things, right? Like, it's not gonna be like Rivenesses and like Guaba side channel stuff where they're kind of just explaining like the basics and like builds and stuff like that. This is literally, hey, here's all the stupid advanced shit you can do with these characters. So yeah, Lin Null is a good choice. Post that one as well. Add it to the description. Lin Null for really good high-level ZZZ tech guides. At Lin Null. Actually, I think I have to, like, include the YouTube in there, don't I? I don't know, it's just in case. Save. And there's one more whose name I can't... It's not Alter Minus, is it? No. No, Alter Minus does, like, really interesting Woowa stuff. Who was it? One more. I'll probably just have a bit easier time just looking up their video. Zhu Yuan rotations. More difficult. I don't feel like typing the whole name. It should be the first one that pops up. Yeah. Yeah, Duggery. Yeah. This one's hilarious. If you want to, like, learn how to do crazy shit with Zhu Yuan, watch this video. Like, here's just what it's true to its name. They get exponentially more complex with all the rotations. Basic one, more complicated one, even more complicated, more complicated. And here's what the final, like, psychotic rotation looks like. We'll just watch this real quick because it's funny. Nicole ult, Zhu Yuan chain, 6 shells, swap cancel, Nicole forward dash attack, Nicole neutral dash attack, Zhu Yuan chain. Zhu Yuan 5 shells, Nicole precise chain, Zhu Yuan ult, 5 shells. Those also, yeah. Just like to point out, started this rotation with stun. 4,105. It ends at 1866. is big. Is big damage with a psychotically complicated and technical rotation. Like, look at those double swaps. And part of what makes it so strong is like this is guaranteeing that all of Zhu Yuan's damage, it's overlapping DPS as much as possible, but also the damage is getting the cold defense shred on it. And Zhu Yuan dumps, I think, over 25 shells? 6 shells. Oh, no, actually, only 16 shells. But with, yeah, what I thought was some shells were actually just EXs and precise chains. So she still ends with enough shells to do some more funny things afterwards. But yeah, yeah, definitely recommend this video and Duggery placing this. What should be a short port? I mean, I could make a short out, I just don't know which part in particular you're talking about. Oh, what, like this? Just like going over like who are good people to look at for like ZZZ high level tech. Duggery's absurd Zhu Yuan rotations. The resources I use? Yeah, no, that's a fair point. But yeah, links are in there. Links are in there for... Wait, did I... Oh shit, did I not post... I thought I posted Lin Null's channel in the... No, I posted Lin Null. Did I not post Yoji? I thought I posted Yoji in the chat. I guess I didn't. Whoops. Sorry, Yoji. There you go. But yeah. Do me a favor, everyone. Take like 10 seconds to click those links. Give them a thumbs up. Maybe, or give them a subscribe. Maybe throw some thumbs up at some of the neat videos and everything like that. And I'll be right back because I have to piss really badly. And we are so back, chats. I ate a banana and drank a little smoothie, get some vitamins in me, took a big piss. Gamer hag piss. We love gamer hag piss on the Goondle. At least some of us do. It's fine. We don't kink shame here, just occasionally kink ask why. Is this a brainwash screen? Because I think it's working. Very close. This is a brain rot screen. Very, very close to a brainwashing one, but it's not really trying to wash anything, it's just trying to rot your brain instead. Alright, so, yeah. But yeah, linked all of thems and whatnot. You got to see the things and all the shits, and let's move on. Story. It sounds like some sort of system to balance the heroes and the mortals.
That is correct. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders. They view the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos heirs and hope to take complete control over the flame-chased journey.
Whatever floats your boat, just keep it out of my port, Lamau. But I don't want you to keep everything out of my port. It just depends. It just depends on, you know. As long as it's like consenting adults, right? With nothing problematic happening, like y'all do you, whatever. But like I said, never kink shame. We never kink shame on the gondola. It's just we will sometimes kink ask why. And you have no obligation to respond, but sometimes I just be like, huh. Interesting choice. Interesting kinks. Not Hypnotoad, but pretty close. No, see, the difference is Hypnotoad is a like calming and chilling and like numbing effect. The brain rot background, as Craphius has very eloquently named the BRB screen, is also numbing, but for a completely different reason, because it is not calming or hypnotizing. It might arguably be hypnotizing, but it is very overstimulating. It numbs your brain through overstimulation instead of calm. It's an earworm, exactly. It's sad that Final is Destruction Physical and Saber is coming out after that. You could have 2 Destruction Physical characters, it's fine. I mean, Yun Li is also Destruction Physical. It kind of comes down more to how they play than anything else. Like, real talk, I think people put too much emphasis in this game on weakness matching, because it matters for break teams. Outside of break teams, like, it's nice, but it doesn't matter that much. Like, yes, Thurta's gonna be dealing 10 to 20% more damage against ice weak teams. Thurta still murders fucking everything. Like, it is nice to have the elemental matching, but it's not as big of a deal compared to like actual good proper team comps and play. Like, optimizing rotations and play and decision making in HSR is... Oops, sorry. Let me move my mic. I keep bumping into it because it lowered a bit. But yeah, there's a lot more to it than people think in HSR, despite being a turn-based game, because action value is such an important factor. And also because certain factors like randomization of bounces, enemy AI targeting, and things like that do make things more complicated, because you don't have like strict this is the hard turn-based thing, right, with normal turn-based systems. So like there is some degree of complexity, and the vast majority of people who like even like clear like endgame are not doing their teams perfectly optimally. I guarantee you. Just use Silver Wolf Green Boy if you did an elemental match. LOL. Just mean why 2 destruction characters after each other? Well, okay, if they're gonna do 2 of anything, 2 destruction makes the most sense, because destruction doesn't mean shit. It's the one like path that doesn't mean shit. Every other path has some sort of divining characteristic that is easily identifiable that makes the path. Preservation makes shields. Abundance heals. Hunt is single target focused. Harmony applies huge buffs. Nihility provides less huge debuffs. Like, Remembrance has memo sprite bullshit. Like, Erudition is alt/AoE focused. Every single one has a hard definition. What the fuck is destruction other than I just do damage? Like, what the fuck does destruction actually, like, it's not always blast characters. It's not all, like, destruction covers break characters, it covers crits DPS, like, it covers counter characters, it covers focus characters. Like, what the fuck does destruction mean other than I do a lot of damage? It literally doesn't mean anything other than that. It is the most amorphous, undefined path, so at least if you're gonna release 2 in a row, at least it can be, like, at least, you know, it can make more sense to do it with, destruction. Emiya is Quantum Hunt. Yeah, Emiya is Hunt. So, like, Emiya is gonna be, like, single target focused. Like some hunt characters have ways kind of around single target focus, quote unquote, like Ratio and Facial, quote unquote, get around being single target focus because the damage is divided up amongst multiple high damage instances. So instead of massively overkilling one thing, you kind of overkill one thing, and then Ratio throws his chalk at a different enemy, or Facial does her follow up on a different enemy. And that's like quote unquote getting around the single target focus, because if Boot Hill shoots something and overkills, and he's basically always gonna overkill it, and he'll sometimes overkill it by like 400k damage. And he can't get around that, he's Boot Hill. Destruction is DPS focused while having more survivability than hunts. Does it always have survivability though? Trying to think about like all of like the bruiser thing like is what I want to say like destruction is, right? But I think I'm pretty sure there's exceptions to that. Switch Coon. I'm like 90% sure there's exceptions to that. Imbibe de Lune does not have any defensive mechanics. Hook does not have any defensive mechanics. Jing Liu's defensive mechanic is having high base HP. In fact, she makes her team less survivable. Blade is survivable. Arlen doesn't count. He's Arlen. Mighty has survivability. Trailblazer does not. Yayi does not have any form of survivability in her kit. She's pure damage with weird hybrid break. Crits DPS with follow-up attacks. Yunli obviously does have survivability. Like, half the destruction characters don't have survivability. They just do damage. The only thing that all these characters share in common is they do damage. And it's not always strictly single target damage. That's the only thing, is that they do damage and it's not strictly single target. And it's not even always blast. Some of these characters don't do blast damage. Blade doesn't do blast damage. He does, right? His enhanced basics aren't blast all day, but he has the AoE follow-up attacks. Yunli doesn't do blast damage. Doesn't she do like full AoE with her ult? I honestly forget, but half of those are also 1.0 characters. I mean, fair, but that still means that A, that's only half of them still, and B, that still isn't very heavily defined. Like, it's still not very heavily defined. The more recent ones are a bit more defined. Sure, they have the survivability. Final will probably have survivability. Saber might? I actually wouldn't be surprised if Saber didn't have survivability in her kit. Mighty obviously does. Firefly does. And realistically, like, 2.0 and on, the only ones that have been released are Firefly. Misha doesn't, though, and Misha was released in, like, 2.2 or something, right? Misha doesn't. Yunli does. Mighty does, Firefly does, but yeah, Danheng does not, Jing Liu does not. In fact, she has reverse survivability, again, unless you count her having incredibly high base HP, and like, rumors around like what her like changes are, she will have survivability, but that's not confirmed yet. Like, you're not wrong, most of these are much earlier patch characters, but it still doesn't change the fact that there has not been a strict pattern. Most of them have some survivability, and most of them are blast damage, but it's still not strictly accurate. Misha has frozen procs? Yeah, but so does every ice character. I don't know if you can consider... Technically, Jing Liu has frozen procs if she breaks the enemy. Like, I would argue that doesn't count. Although, to be fair, Misha does a good amount of like, toughness shred with his silly suitcase thing, but... My point is that there are some trends that are, like, 60% or so accurate, but there is not a clear defining thing, and literally every other single path is clearly defined. Like, they are very clearly, this is what this path does. It may differ a little bit in some ways of what it does, but this is what that path does. Like, the only exception to that, the only exception is QQ. QQ being erudition is fucking weird. Because she only has a blast and a single target attack. QQ is the one exception to what I'm saying. Except Nihility debuffs. Every single Nihility unit debuffs in this game. Like, literally every Nihility unit debuffs. None of these don't debuff. Walt gives a slow. That counts as a debuff. In fact, he has his own unique debuff that's his own special slow on top of a regular slow. Like, nihility is strictly defined as every single one of these characters applies debuffs. They're not the only characters that apply debuffs, but every nihility unit does provide that. When I think destruction, I mostly think melee bruises. Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, that's still like 60 to 80%, depending on what you kind of want to qualify accurate, but it's not strictly accurate. Some of these characters are very squishy. Some of these characters are squishy or just don't have any kind of like bruisery survivability thing. Like that, like Imbiber to Lunate does not have any kind of the like tanky mechanic in his kit. He has like pretty average like HP and defense stats as I recall, but like you don't really have anything in there other than that. Misha doesn't either. I mean, you can make the argument that a 4-star, but that's still a 4-star is still part of the path, which still means it's not strictly defined. Same with Hook. Jingliu, at least as of current, is not tanky other than the fact that she has high base HP, and even with that she hurts the rest of your team. So like Yayi does not, Trailblazer does not, but I don't know if you can really consider Trailblazer the count. Like it's still like 70% plus accurate, but it's not strictly accurate. Like, but yeah, I mean that is the closest pattern is melee bruises. It's just still not strictly accurate, and every other path is strictly accurate, with the exception of QQ. QQ was the weird one out of all of them. Every single one of these characters buffs. Every single one of these characters heals. Every single one of these characters, except QQ, has true AoE. Everyone buffs. Every single one of these characters is... Are any actually not even strictly AoE? Or strictly single target? Like, do any of these guys have blast attacks? I don't think anyone of them has blast attack. Does Sushang have a blast attack? I know Seela doesn't, but she also has the quote-unquote getting around single target with, like, her kill reset on ult. And no, E6 Boothill does not count as a blast character. I don't think Sushang has blast, does she? Is her ult blast? Oh, no, it's still single target. Yeah, no, every single hunt character is strictly single target. So yeah, everyone is strictly single target. Except for stupid Eidolon bullshit. Everyone debuffs. Everyone makes a shield. Everyone has a memo sprite. Destruction is just the weird fucking one. And QQ. Emir should not be Hunt, Avalon being Excalibur's sheath providing a sumo immortality effect, and Reality Marble being a literal area of effect in personal world. Yeah, it is a little weird they made him Hunt. I guess it's probably going with the Archer thing. He shoots a single person, but also the problem is like either that, it's like, especially because he has to be like a DPS, right? So they can't make him Remembrance, really, unless, you know, his Reality Marble counts. Saber's Destruction, it'll be even weirder for him to be like the third Destruction in a row. He could be Erudition, but that would be, you know, kind of, I mean, he could be Erudition. He could be Nihility, I guess. I don't really know how they would want to implement that as like a... he's not particularly a supportive character, right? He doesn't really have anything that's kind of dot-like either. So, like, that one kind of doesn't work. So, like, it's pretty much like, they don't want to do Destruction because Saber's already Destruction. It's either Hunt or Erudition, really. And I could definitely see an argument for Erudition making more sense, but anyone with Hunt. Okay, story. Yay, we're definitely doing the story, guys.
Them as the opposition.
They saw Archer win single target, yeah?
During the assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition.
I mean, in the actual anime, doesn't he mostly single target anyway? He doesn't have any particularly big AoE things. I understand why you're saying though, like with the tankiness thing from Excalibur's Sheath and the Reality Marble being an area effect imposed in the world, but you can still have the Reality Marble thing be like a 1v1 me bro thing. I mean, is not what he like strictly uses it for, is 1v1 me bro inside of my weird big field of swords? I forget, I haven't watched Fate in so long.
The Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner. But this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
Men?
Me?
An interesting train of thought, but the Council of Elders has another target in
I'm
mind.
afraid that the Council of Elders
Smile,
might take
Anaxa.
advantage of Professor Anaxa.
Does it really count as single target with the Gate of Babylon? I mean, fair. Fair. Does Hyacine fit Remembrance? Yeah, Hyacine isn't even the character. Fat Fuck is the character. Like, Remembrance just means you have a Pokemon. Remembrance just means you have a Pokemon, but she is the Pokemon character that heals, or she's the Pokemon trainer that heals. Like, the true carry of that team is Fat Fuck, not Hyacine, not Bubblegum Barbara.
Aglaya will surely take back Cersei's core flame. But with Anaxa's
And, like,
condition,
very definitely,
it's so unique.
Jing Yuan would have been a Remembrance character if that was a thing back when he came out. It's unfortunate that it wasn't, because he's stuck as erudition.
He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research. I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time.
Remembrance just means you're another path, but you have a Pokemon? Yeah, basically. Although you could also say that a lot of other ones are kind of like you are a different path, but you have this one thing, right? Like, Ratio applies debuffs and scales off debuffs, so Ratio is arguably a Nihility unit that just happens to be single target hunt. Acheron is, I guess, arguably a destruction unit, because she doesn't really have, like, any tankiness, so she deals a shitload of damage. She's arguably an erudition unit, actually, because she either has a blast attack in her skill, or her ult is true AoE. And she's a crit DPS, which is very weird for, like, I think, isn't she the only crit DPS in Nihility, now that I think about it? So, yeah, you could argue she's an erudition character who happens to also be a debuff and Nihility scaler. Hyacine is a Remembrance, but also basically a DPS as a healer. Yeah, I don't know, like, you can make a similar argument for a lot of characters. It's just, like, really the thing about the path is it guarantees you have this one distinct characteristic. Unless you're Destruction. HSR has seen the craziest power creep I've ever seen. Okay, so HSR power creep is overblown. It is real because the HP inflation is real, but it's also not nearly as bad as people think it is. It's just that the reality is the perception of it is really bad because of how MOC buffs work. Like, for example, Castris, pre-Hyacine at least, but also pre-Anaxa, for Thurta, Castris is strictly weaker than Thurta. Like, in every aspect, they are arguably competitive, depending on the damage sim you're doing in single target scenarios, but Thurta is strictly better than Castris in damage output in every scenario other than being about on par in single targets. But Castris seems way stronger because Castris came out with a buff in MOC that made her do over 50% more damage. Like, that's the thing, is that perception of power creep is much worse because of the fact that MOC buffs are designed to shill new characters. Like, Thurta is still the best character in the game, and like that. I mean, yeah, it's like, okay, that's like what, it's a 2 or 3 version difference between Thurta and Castris, but point still remains. Aglaya is also not really power creep. Aglaya is still basically competitive with most other, like, top tier DPS. The only thing is that, like, being Remembrance, she gets a lot more MOC, a lot more Apocalyptic Shadow, or not really Apocalyptic Shadow, a lot more endgame buffs that are tailored to, like, her or good for her. In fact, people were talking about, like, wow, this MOC is so much easier than the last one, and that's because the MOC buff for this rotation is almost universally good. It makes almost every team in the game better. And that's why it feels so much easier, because there has also been HP inflation, as I understand, with this most recent MOC. But it feels easier because the last MOC rotation buff literally only made Blade, Castrus, and fucking Blade, Castrus, and Mighty do more damage. Everyone else just didn't get shit out of it. So, like, power creep is a thing, but, like, it's not as bad as people think it is. It's just that it is perceived that way, and functionally ends up being for a single patch that way because of how they design MOC buffs. I think the supports are to blame for that, because they always one thing better as the one before them. That's not strictly true either. That's not strictly true. If you're talking about, like, general usage, yes. If you're talking about general usage, yes. Robin, for general usage, is better than Ron May, but Ron May is still significantly better in break teams. Tribby, for general usage, is better than Robin, but Robin's still better in follow-up teams. And arguably better for one cycling. Like, that's also not strictly true. It's just that in terms of, like, the general how good this is for most teams, that is true. Yeah, there is power creep for supports, but there's not really that much. Ron May still does not that significantly buff less than Robin does outside of follow-up teams. Like, I think a really big indicator of that, too, is, like, the whole idea that you kind of need Tribby to make Castrus work in Pure Fiction. But the thing is, Castrus has a blast attack, and then her dragon, which is the vast majority of her damage, is AoE. She is definitely weaker in Pure Fiction compared to MOC if you're talking about running a Remembrance MC team, because Remembrance MC wants to run one-turn dragon nuke, so you can make sure Mem's buff is on the bounce nuke, and bounce is worse in AoE. So, like, she's not strictly, like, she is worse, but she's not that much worse, because the vast majority of her damage is purely AoE. Like, she's pretty well designed to be good at Pure Fiction. It's just the Pure Fiction buff didn't make her do 50% more damage. It's just that she didn't have an absurdly strong MOC buff, so she seemed weaker because she wasn't getting fucking steroids shoved up her ass like she was in MOC.
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of Akuma.
That all being said, I don't want to pretend that power creep isn't a thing.
Comrades turning on one another.
And like the new generation is better. Acheron's still competitive with Jiaocho, and will probably become even more competitive with Cipher. But realistically, she's, you know, still a half tier or so below the modern DPS. But there is going to be power creep, but like this specific generation so far has not been particularly power creeping each other. Like I said, Thirth is still the best. Because like when I'm saying like she performs better than Castrus, that's before Anaxa got released. When Anaxa got released, suddenly Thirth's single target output is absurd because Anaxa does absurdly high single target damage with bounces. And like without shield buffs, like her team, as I understand, I haven't done simulations myself. This is just from chatting with people and seeing some other calcs. Thirta is just strictly, with Anaxa, is strictly better than Castrus, and probably will still be strictly better than Castrus with Hyacine. But that's hard to say. I don't know damage calcs on that. That's just an assumption. That's just like speculative. Half tiers can still clear, is the thing I see you rarely talked about. Exactly. Like, I specifically have cleared every single MOC since Thirta came out with Thirta and Acheron. Like, I have exclusively been able to clear with that. Break teams are getting kind of fucked, but Rappa's still really good with Fugue. I just don't own Rappa, which makes me sad. But Rappa has been able to clear every MOC since she came out in under 5 without wailing. Like, Rappa is still very strong. And she's incredibly good at Pure Fiction, but even MOC, her single target's still very good. And with Fugue, she got a big power spike. And that is definitely the thing people don't talk about with power creep, is that, yes, numerically speaking, when enabled for Aglaya, which requires Sunday, but like when fully enabled, like she's at her max stacks and she's ulting and everything, Aglaya's raw output is higher than Rappa's, and it's higher than Acheron's. But these old teams get new life breathed into them with the release of new units. So Acheron with Jiao Cho suddenly became actually competitive again. Rappa with Fugue became actually competitive again compared to the creep that has happened in role-based kits. And then Thurta is just fucking broken. Thurta is just fundamentally broken, and then they gave her fucking Anaxa. But because these characters get buffed not by their kits getting buffed, but by having new, better teams, that does mean that the power creep is felt if you don't pull for those new teams. And that does suck. Because, like, Casterus is... I mean, she's still basically better than Acheron, but, like, they're close enough with Jiao Cho that, like, Casterus is like that with, like, compared to Acheron, but, at least in AoE, like, they'll be pretty much equivalent. But Acheron can only do that with Jiao Cho. Casterus just does that by existing and having a healer. Yeah, I got Herta, but thought Anaxa was not worth it. Nah, I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is, like, Thurta doesn't need Anaxa. It's just the single target output with Thurta and Anaxa is fucking comical. It is comical how much single target damage you do, but it's not strictly necessary. Thurta with Jade still performed perfectly fine, and Thurta with, like, another decent erudition unit still works. It's just that Jade and Anaxa are better than the other options, but Thurta herself does so much fucking damage it barely matters. Feel like the discussion has predominantly been taken over by B, if this character can't do 0 or 1 cycle, they're trash. Yeah, which, like, because when I'm talking about, like, power level, right, it means you can get a max clear. So, yeah, if a lot of characters on a lot of teams can't 0 cycle. It's really hard to 0 cycle without Robin anyway, because you need the action advance. But, like, and even then, a lot of teams that can 0 cycle literally can only 0 cycle because of the buff. I don't know if, like, a non-whale Castress can even 0 cycle in this current MOC. They might be able to, but I'm not sure. I haven't personally seen any runs, at least. But, you know, when you have, like, a 50% damage buff, it's easy to 0 cycle. That being said, there is a thing that is power creep by changing enemies. And changing, like, enemy archetypes, because the thing is, Boot Hill still does by far the most single target damage in the game, but we haven't had single target content in like 5 rotations. So Boot Hill is struggling incredibly hard unless you run Sustainless, because we've just had fucking like AoE and Blast like MOCs for ages. So like Boot Hill still does comical 600k fucking single shots against bosses and 2 taps million health bosses. But he can't do his thing because before the bosses you have to kill fucking 5 mooks in an elite. He wastes like fucking 3 cycles just killing everyone in the first wave because he has to hit kill 1 at a time. The gist, pull full teams, 1 in the first half and 1 in the second half. Yeah, I mean, like, the reality is that this is a JRPG with, like, a team comp focus. So, yes, individual characters will always get power creeped. Teams, not necessarily, especially because they have made a decent effort to improve these teams with new releases, unless your name is Dot. Kafka in actual shambles. But she's getting buffed, so we'll see how things go. And they can always release more Dot characters. They just fucking haven't. Need some water, 1 sec. But unless your name is Dot, like, they've been improving these teams by releasing new units. Follow-up got improved by Robin coming out, and it got improved even more by Fei Zhao coming out. Acheron team got improved by Jiao Cho coming out. And Jiao Cho is actually the best Nihility debuffer, so he still works decently well as a Harmony replacement on other teams. Like, he is still one of the top choices. He's not Robin's here, but he's one of the top choices for, like, a Fei Zhao team. Yeah, like, Fugue, massively, like, pretty significant. I can't say massively, unless your name is Rappa, but pretty significantly improved all break teams. Yeah, like, they have made some degree of effort to maintain relevancy with their teams. old team archetypes through releasing new units for them. It's just that, again, the big issue is, in my opinion, the big issue isn't power creep, it's how MOC buffs work. Not on actual life support, true and fucking real. But yeah, that's why, like you're saying, pull full teams, one in the first half, one in the second half. Like, Laserproof, you're completely right, though, is that, like, you need to pull for full teams, or at least the most important units in the team, right? Like, my Fei Zhao team, is very strong and competitive, but the only limited units I have are Fei Zhao and Aventurine. March 7th works perfectly fine compared to Brain Fart Topaz. I could also use Moza, but I prefer March 7th. And then I use Bronya instead of Robin. Does it do less team to the Robin than less damage than the Robin team? Yes. Has it still been able to clear any single target focused endgame content in under the necessary number of cycles? Yeah, absolutely. Especially because Robin gives you more team damage, but Bronya gives Fei Zhao the highest possible single target damage. I guess now no, because Sunday exists. Actually no, maybe no. Yeah, he still provides more buffs than she does. But like Bronya makes Fei Zhao do like funny 300k ult numbers. You think Yishuan will be as broken as Miyabi, by the way? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, maybe. It's about time she got power crept, honestly. It's kind of silly that, like, the 4th patch gave us such a powerful character. And it would be nice to have another relatively easier to use character with like high damage value, because the reality is that we are nowhere close to the like damage ceiling where basically any team that is like a well-built team can't clear endgame. It's just the difficulty level of doing so is very variable. And like I was mentioning in the last stream, ZZZ does a really bad job teaching you how to play correctly. You have to actually look at guides and then figure it out yourself, or pop in streams like I was doing last night and ask someone about how to do things, because ZZZ out of all of the games is by far the most complicated when it comes to mechanics and team composition building and how you play teams. Like I had an example last night where we were talking about a team, and then if you switch the support to two different supports, it completely changes how the team is supposed to be played optimally. Like, it is genuinely it is more complicated than Wua when it comes to like how do I play this single team correctly. Because outside of quick swap teams, like basically just outside of Chang-Li teams, Wua's very simple, or easier to understand, and fairly simple about how you play X team. It's just a matter of executing it, and also, you know, not fucking dying, because Wua's a punishing game. Because, like, most teams in Wua are hyper carry. You do your support thing until you have outro. You do your sub DPS thing until you have outro. You go on your carry and you do big damage, and then you repeat the loop again. That's just how you play hyper carry in Wua, and that's like 90% of the teams that don't have a character named Chang-Li in them. There are some exceptions to that, of course. There are like there are other dual DPS quick swap. There's not a strong, like you can do Havoc Rover Encore was kind of like a really good like early version 1 team that still is pretty good, and still can clear shit. But like, yeah, for the most part, like, you know, we're talking about like the true like meta top teams, and Wua's been really interesting because there hasn't been limited power creep, honestly. Jian's still relevant. Jin C is still like arguably the best single target one in the game, depending on various factors and teammates. Like, there hasn't been actual power creep in limiteds yet, like genuinely. And Zani does good damage, but she's not beating out any of the others who are good in their particular content in that content. Like, I know that Pridwin, because I know Grim the TC for it, but like Pridwin had a problem because they had to like really figure out how to differentiate tiers, because the problem was when you look at like an actual macro power level, especially compared to the worst units in the game, every single fucking limited character, except for Cantarella, she's fucking weird and doesn't have a good team right now. But like, at least back when they reworked the tier list, so pre-Rochia and pre-Cantarella, literally every fucking limited character was within half a tier of each other, because that's how close the power levels are. On top of that, Wua you can just like unskill issue to get more damage out too. It's a very high skill game. I still argue ZZZ has a higher ceiling, but that's a whole different rant. Like, Wu has done a really good job with power creep. On top of that, there hasn't been much in terms of, like, stat inflation for endgame. Like, TOA bosses are still, at least to me, are still about as hard to clear as they were in, like, when I first hit, like, level 90 full world level clearing, right? Like, hasn't changed that much. Although part of that might just be, like, me getting better at playing the teams as well. Getting mechanically better. Raw 99 and Wua both are also going in the direction of intending people to pull full teams rather than individually strong characters jammed together against as well. Yeah, which, like, I think is good. Like, I think that's good. Having, like, a single incredibly overpowered just unit by itself is a little boring. And also, like, bad for like, longevity and design. Having full teams also just probably makes you more money, because it's like, oh, you like Acheron, you have an Acheron, well, I guess you gotta get Jiaocho, I guess you gotta get Cipher, oh, you like playing Phase Zhao, well, I guess you gotta get Robin on rerun then. Like, it makes sense from a business perspective too, but I also think it's generally speaking better design. Because it also allows you to maintain relevancy by choosing if you want, like, choosing to rework teams to be better, and lets you kind of manage that better without simply being like, here is the new and better version of, like, X character. I mean, it does happen. Fei Xiao is literally just better Dr. Ratio, but, like, yeah. I got Sunny for a different reason, you know. Hey, we love pulling for Waifu and Husbando on the Gundala. In fact, we always pull for Waifu and Husbando. It's just great when your Waifu / Husbando is also meta. Alright, story. Hahahahahaha.
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. Things are piling up again. Jingsu Onesans and Mem are tied up with Oryx's trial, and while I'm preparing to visit the grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you.
So I think we have advanced 3 lines of dialogue in an hour good pace. You're probably right.
I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss.
Welcome to a Jin Jinx stream. I mean, I prefer to just go by Jinx, but welcome to a Jinx stream where we do the thing in the actual title and thumbnail for 20% of the time, and the rest is me yapping about bullshit.
Go and rest and regain your strength.
Wait, fuck, what did that line say? Okay, yeah.
Oh, right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
No, I do not. Cool story. Normally, I would actually care about the lore if I cared about the Aryan setting, but I do not care about your Greco-Roman politics. What was that Don Hanks speak up smile? Oh, right. We've also unknowingly gotten used to sleeping with the midday sun shining brightly above our heads. Get some rest, Jinto and Nesans. Perhaps a new phase of our trailblazing expedition in forest is about to begin. Wow, it's almost like we're at the start of the story for a new patch. Holy shit, we haven't even finished the introduction to 2.2 yet.
Esteemed one, Oryx's vacant totem awaits. If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphorius,
Sorry, I was noting something down real quick.
step forward.
Casterish.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what I should say to help calm your nerves. Right. Perhaps something like, as long as you can successfully complete this trial, the rest of the Flame Chase journey will be smooth sailing? No, that sounds a little strange. Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time.
Oh, Casterish.
You'll
She's so adorable.
Sorry. It seems like I've made the mood even heavier. In any case, may everything go your way.
Accepting a Titan's trial is a very peculiar experience. I'm afraid that I'm not able to accurately describe it. You can only go and experience
Okay, I don't care, Kevin.
that you'll be able to pull it off.
Hell yeah, Will. We have Yayi on our side.
I can still vividly recall when you entered the vortex of Genesis for the first time. At that time, I could never have imagined that a guest from beyond the sky don't feel burdened. Just like during the trial of strife, Trinan and Finan will be waiting for you outside. If something unforeseen were to occur, they will intervene in the trial and rescue you. May Cathay bless you.
Little Gray and Mem, thank you.
Also, why do they stand like that? Like, why are they always in, like, the lowered T-pose? Like, it's not like they're brick shithouses you literally can't lower their arms because their pectorals... Why do they always stand like that?
Resolves cannot be questioned. We praise your
Thanks
pure
for tips and
selflessness
resources. I will now sleep.
courage.
It's 8 AM here. I appreciate you hanging out, Skirt. Don't ruin your sleep schedule for me, though, but I'm glad I could help. The A pose. Yeah, that one.
Get ready
But
to
appreciate you
fulfill
hanging out.
your
It's been fun.
divinity, Trailblazer. The divine position of Orynyx has already been vacant for some time.
Chi genetics, true. I'm still salty that we couldn't get adult sexy redhead Tribios as this I would have pulled her and had a great harmony unit if it was fucking Tribios, but no, it had to be these three little children. And like, especially because like, I don't know, they could have done a lot more with the Vilvi influence if they had been like a full adult character, because the multi-personality thing is nice and is like nice and reminiscent for Vilvi, but I don't know, they feel like a Saturday morning like children's cartoon version of Vilvi with like only some influence from Vilvi, and that kind of makes me sad personally. And I know people like them as a character, but I cannot stand their... I like them as characters in the story perfectly fine. I just cannot stand them in combat. Like, the sounds they make, the animations, the special effects, like, I just don't like them.
We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there
And
is
like I
much
said,
of
power
this
creep is a real thing, but it's not nearly
Perhaps
bad
it
enough
will
that,
be
like,
the
I still can
ceremony
just
before
clear
their soul
endgame. I don't
completely
need an
dissipates.
overpowered harmony unit. Ron May still functions perfectly good for dual DPS teams.
The eighth core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great veil of Evernight, Orynyx. It shall now be returned by the two elected heroes of the Chrysosairs. A traveler who is upright and courageous, and a sacred beast that invokes miracles.
Actually, it's exactly the same reason I didn't get Sunday either. Sunday would have been great for a lot of my teams, because he's still just strictly the best support for hyper carriers outside of Remembrance, just by his nature. I mean, obviously, other than Acheron. Actually, is he better than assuming E2 Acheron, I'm trying to... Would Sunday be, like, the best for Acheron? Actually, maybe? I don't know. Probably not, actually. Yeah, probably not still, because Acheron taking extra turns is nice if she has signature, but it doesn't make that much of a difference because the damage is, like, so much in her ult. And she's also saturated. It's probably still worse than Robin, surely, because she's not very saturated on attack. But wait, no, she runs attack boots, huh? Trippy's probably still better, right? I don't know. Maybe Sunday is the best for E2. I honestly couldn't say. But I just don't like Sunday as a character. I hate the whole like humble but actually an egomaniac, like, Catholic priest-style character. I just don't like him. I do not like Sunday as a character. I was so happy when we got to beat his ass and watch Robin repeatedly run a train through him. I am, like, I just don't care about Sunday, and I like his in-combat animations even worse. The fucking, like, raising his hands up wrapped in a thorn thing. I'm like, stop being such a fucking egotistical, sanctimonious piece of shit martyrdom and Jesus complex character. Fucking stop it. Get out of my team and my animations. Plus, I love Bronya because I'm a Honkai verse simp, and also because Bronya is still surprisingly relevant. Despite the fact that she's the standard banner character. She's the only one that really is still actually relevant. I've seen stuff that puts him better than Sparkle. I mean, yeah, better than Sparkle, but Sparkle is probably the case of having actually been power crept as a Harmony, and she's still best for, like, I would say, she's probably still best with, like, Imbibe the Lunae teams. It's just the game's design has moved away from heavy skill point teams. And that's what Sparkle's best niche is teams that want to burn a fuckload of skill points. Yeah, better than E2 Acheron, but Robin, though, yeah, I mean, the problem is, though, is that Acheron, I mean, because Robin exists, maybe she would build differently, but, like, Acheron's optimal damage for her, optimal, like, main stats for her relics is crit rate chest, because you get, crit rate chest, and then attack boots and attack orb is actually better than damage percent orb or lightning percent orb on her, because her, especially with S1, because she has so much percent damage gain built into her already, it massively saturates the stat, and attack orb is actually marginally better. It's marginal, like a single substat will change it whether it's better or not, but or a single like crit substat will change whether it's better or equal. But like because of that, I mean, with Robin, you could, because of the saturation, you could probably switch to using like a damage percent orb or a lightning percent orb instead. But like she does kind of end up, just because of how she builds, saturated in attacks. That's why I'm like, maybe with Robin. Yeah, I mean, maybe with Robin, it's hard to say. And Ron May is just not as good at hyper carry. Tribby, does Tribby apply debuffs? Like, does she apply debuffs with like her S1 or something? I just didn't really pay attention to Tribby's kit because I don't care about her. Is there a Harmony that applies debuffs? Because that would make a big difference too.
Both of you, please, come forward.
Because, like, Acheron's saturated in so many stats except for damage taken. Like, that's why Jiao Cho's so good for her, because he gives damage taken debuff, and he gives ult damage taken debuff. And the problem is, Acheron's also saturated for res pen, because her ult has innate res pen. It's still a very good stat, but, like, the res pen that Tribby, she's, like, one of the only characters in the entire game whose res pen is saturated for, like, Tribby and Ron May, which is funny. So, like, literally the only thing that she is not saturated in is damage taken. That's why Jiao Cho's so good for her, because that's the debuffs he applies.
Recite along with us.
One second, is that alarm going on? Where's my phone? Huh. Where did I drop my phone? Over there. Oh, my alarm's going up because it's 11:30 because I have somehow gotten literally no story done in the past 3.5 hours. Let's go! Yeah, PGR Daily, exactly. That's the alarm that's going off. Alright, well, we're taking another break from Honkai Star. I promise we'll do story eventually. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, out of all the emotes that I need to make for memberships, you know what the one I need the most is? It's a yap emote. You can try. Yeah, I mean, you can do animated. Can you do animated emotes on YouTube, actually? I think about it. Because I could do like a little Pac-Man yap thing. Or like a pop mouth yap thing, but I don't know if that's like actually a thing. But like none of the channels I'm like member of or I'm supporting on that way is like has them, but no animated emotes, god damn it, YouTube. Let's go, Ishmael. I forgot to sign in yesterday, so I'm only on day 2 of the daily things. I'm so good at PGR.
怎么了？你还知道？
Right. What one do I even get? I have Sig for every character that matters. I don't have Uniframe Sigs, but that doesn't matter. Because this Uniframe content literally doesn't exist anymore. They just straight up got rid of it. I have Bridget's, weirdly enough. I lost 50-50 to it. I don't have Teddy's, I guess. Sure, Funny Smug Dere. Just in case I actually do get an early copy. We need a less is more and a yap and story emote. Just in big red letters, story. Who do I even want from this target? I haven't decided yet. Like, Nana Knight SS3 would be nice, but it's not a huge deal. But like everyone else is at the level I want them to be already, so I guess so. Actually, is Luna's SS3 really good? I don't remember. I need to look into that. Alright, anyway. We love sexy purple woman back. Let's go. Actually, that's really pretty. One sec. Yoinkers. I want to draw that. Especially because it's already in kind of a painted style, so it'll be nice for like a technique practice. Because I'm specifically trying to practice and develop a like painted style for my illustration, while illustrating stuff. Like, I don't want to have like clean, smooth, like rendering. I want it to look like a painting. Like this. Like, this is like a perfect example of the style I want to develop as a digital artist. Yoinkers. I said yoinkers. How do you emote tangents? True. How do you emote tangents? I mean, I guess you could have like an arrow and then it just like veers widely to the side or something. I don't know. That's definitely a one to think about. How the fuck do you emote tangent? Try the time to draw a curve with a line on it, and it's the Omega lol face. Lol. Maybe that could work. Oh, whoops. Need to do that. Okay. I don't feel like doing all of Dorm today. Yeah, I was thinking, like, you could just do the tangent symbol in math. But, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of boring. It needs, like, a little flair, a little spice. Resource, simulated battlefield, max auto clear. Click back. Interacts, click back. Missions, claim all. Wow, honor rank up, it does literally nothing. Battle pass, rating mission, claim all, claim, close game. PGR dailies are so fucking fast. I do need to do my weeklies later, but not right now. Posted some inspiration? Yo, let's take a look. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, interesting. True Omega, lol, that's funny. I also need to figure out how to get the, like, thing working so when people emote in chat, it, like, bounces on my screen.
O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world.
It does make me sad that Stell's not voiced. Because I really like Stell's voice actress. I really like the choice they made for her voice a lot.
Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy. These are just words meant to
Twitch plugins rescripted to work with YouTube. Yeah, I know they exist. I just need to, like, actually look into it and do it.
focus. And surrender the core flame.
Click. So interactive.
Oryx. Their soul has been waiting for a long time.
Perhaps they're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor.
I love all of you. Especially you, Casterus. Smile. Doesn't seem appropriate.
Don't worry, you're tougher than I am, right?
Hell yeah. At least mentally, your ass could not handle reliving your trauma, which fair. But Stell can weather any storm of mental difficulty and abuse. Her unshakable confidence and self-assurance will push her through. Although this is like looking into past stuff, are we gonna see more? I really hope we get to see more Stellar on Hunter stuff with Stell. That would be really cool.
She loves cracking jokes at inopportune times. Her determination is as strong as the Chrysosaur.
As strong as the Chrysosaur. None of y'all got anything on Stell's power of fortitude of will.
While she's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Vlaia.
Speak.
Behind my back, I see.
I'm listening.
Silly Kevin, true.
Slap, slap. Wake up.
Thanks, ma'am.
How is it? How do you feel?
Oh, okay, cool. We have like actual voice mem now. That means we've got to restart and swap the CN. Because I already know that in JP they sound the same as Alicia, but I want to hear it in CN for myself. Because I play Honkai Impact in CN. Burp. Yep, that's Alicia. Like they're like intentionally hitting a higher pitch, but that's definitely Alicia. Oh yeah, though that. This makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to hear Alicia. We might end up playing the rest of the story in Chinese. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, not sorry. Ah, this is like actually giving me shivers. Especially when I hear like certain words or phrases that she enunciates exactly the same way as Alicia. Any chance Mem becomes a humanoid? I mean, honestly, I really hope so. Because like, there are 2 flame chasers that if they made XPs of them, all the Hoyoverse fans would drop so much fucking money for. And that is Fuhua and Alicia. The only issue with Fuhua is they've already confirmed in the story that there is a Xianzhou general whose name is Hua. However, Fuhua has literally 2 of themselves in Honkai Impact. They have actual Fuhua or Hua, and then they have Senti, the Herrscher of Sentience. So I think it would be really funny I personally think it would be hilarious if Hua, the Shenzhou general, ends up being Herrscher of Sentience, a Senti, XP, and is just like this fucking like maniacal combat thirsty psychopath on the battlefield. Like, that just sounds so funny to me. I would love to see that. Senti is so maniacal and extra and based. I love them. And then we could get like actual Hua as a flame chaser. I mean, alternatively, I'll take the alternative too. It'd be funny to see like an actual funny based battle maniac who is unabashedly herself as a flame chaser. But because Hua exists as a Xianzhou general, like, I want there to be a Fuhua XP so badly, but we might not get that. Alicia is the other one. Alicia is arguably like the only other character that is as beloved and popular, other than Fuhua. Like, Fuhua and her are probably the only 2 you could really argue are as beloved and popular as the main girls, like the main characters in the Honkai-verse. So yeah, Kiana, Bronya, Yayi, and arguably Seela. Yeah, those... There is so much love in the community for Fuhua, and especially for Alicia. Especially after the shit they did in, like, the later chapters. I don't know, because I didn't play Honkai Impact 3rd. We've seen the caster's trail. A lot of people were saying an XP for her was in there. Yeah, that is also one of them. I was kind of, there's a part of me kind of hoping that, like, I still call Castress emo Licia, because she has the ears, she has like the flower aspects of her design. She's a light lilac instead of like bright pink. And like, while the idea with an XP is that they don't have to necessarily be that similar in personality, the idea is taking the same core, or Mihoyo calls it a seed, the same seed of a character, and then placing them in a different universe or different world, different environments, different relationships and everything. Like, Acheron is way, like, Yayi can be pretty serious, but like Acheron is a much more like numbed, like serious and just not happy version of Yayi. But that's because she's Yayi without Kiana. Like, literally, Kiana changed like Mei's life so much that like Yayi in the Honkai verse would not be who she is without Kiana in her life. And Acheron is like a good, I think, a very good take on what she would be like if she never had a Kiana in her life. Like with Raiden Shogun /I, she has Sakura, Yayi Miko, who's a Sakura XP, Yayi Sakura. So like she has her, so that's a bit different. It's not the same as like how Kiana affected her life, but she has that. And yeah, that's part of why I like about Acheron so much, is that she's a really interesting exploration into what Yayi would be like without a Kiana in her life. And it makes the whole, like, Kiyame thing even more, like, heartwarming and precious, knowing that we can see, like, a take or a divergent life path for, like, Yayi as a character. My heart, I'm so happy. I'm just so happy right now. Like, there is zero doubt in my mind that isn't Alicia's voice actress. The only thing with it is that she is... like, she is hitting a slightly higher pitch. In fact, real quick. I just want to, like, actually hear them side by side real quick. This is happening. I knew it was going to happen as soon as Mem actually could start talking. I was meaning the caster's trailer had... oh! The caster's trailer had images of Chrysler's heirs and one of them looked like Fu-Hua. Did one? I'm gonna have to take a look again. Because I didn't remember seeing one that looked like Fu-Hua, but I will be so I cannot describe how excited I would be to get a Sensi or a Fu-Hua. Like, I love Alicia too, and like, hearing her voice right now is making me really happy, but like, I adore Fu-Hua as a character. Other than like Kiyame, like, Fu-Hua is my favorite character in Impact. And I'm counting Senti in that too. Like, Senti and Hua are, like, my favorite characters. And their dynamic especially is, like, incredible. Come on.
Captain on bridge.
Blah, 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 blah. What? No, I didn't click on it. Fuck you. Okay, fine. We're skipping the story for that. I don't care. No, stop it! Hey, I don't want to do this right now. I mean, this is a continuation of the patch from the one before last, so it's a pretty fun little event, but... let's see. Is it in... Which one is it in again? Pick a random one, I guess.
Hi, Yayi. 每次见到你，我都好高兴。你一定也是一样的吧？所以才会迫不及待的来见我。每次分别都是那么依依不舍。
Oh, wait, shit, I can't hear Mem right now. But yeah, like, zero down in my mind.
艾莉西亚， 现在看来，你不仅仅在往事乐图中显得如此特殊，在真实历史中，你也
这是当然了，谁会忍心？
This is so exciting. Even knowing it was going to happen, it's just so exciting to hear her voice in this game. And for those who don't play Honkai Impact, Impact doesn't have an English dub. So that's like why I have to specifically swap the CN for this, because Honkai Impact does not have English voice actors. Mother? Advent children? Mother? Is there gonna be a one-winged angel? I am down to kill Sephiroth. Yeah, people were arguing back and forth on it because the Shenzhou general already been called Hua. Yeah, which makes sense. But like I said, the thing that gives me hope about it is the fact that there are two Huas. Like, there are two Huas. There's also Senti. So, it's very possible that one of them is a Senti XP and one of them is Fu Hua. And I will take either. I will take Crazy Battle Maniac who is like unabashedly honest in herself, and I will take incredibly disciplined, calm and spiritual Gong Fu master who has seen and lost too much in her life. I'll take either one of them. Fuck, am I gonna have to play the entire story of Amphoris in Chinese now just because of Alicia? Within the echo, you seemingly could make out ... the cry of a baby. Okay, now I have to look it up now. You mentioning that, I need to watch the Casters trailer again. It shouldn't be this one. Is it Epitaph? Yeah, smile and smile, Hylian.
The cabinets are overflowing with the unclaimed possessions of the dead.
Is it this one? Is it? It's not like the heartbreaking first ever. Oh God, babies.
106. The cabinets
Yeah, it's not the shorts. This one is. I'm 90% sure it's not the short.
In the silence, I sift through the memories.
Also, I never liked this one.
As if they are my own. Funeral fight.
Mariah's Celestial? Yeah, that makes more sense. I mean, we're already watching this, so we're watching this, but...
coursing through it. Yet, all I can do is ferry the souls of the dead to the other side. Funeral 674. The war rages on, and death surges like a dark wave, chasing all who live. My only choice is to run with all I have. Until...
Ugh. Ooh, that violin right there fucking hits. Chills. Actual chills.
The pair of hands has also split us in two, never to touch each other again. This journey has been so endless, so senseless. Yet even on the cold shore will still be the scent of flowers.
Oh. Goddamn, Hoya really knows how to hit with her cinematics. And they've had a lot of practice at doing it well. Fucking even a lot of the early Honkai Impact cinematics are like iconic and incredibly good. Himiko's sacrifice is in like chapter like 6 or something. Well, it's called Final Lesson, but the point is that cinematic is incredible and it's very early on. Her dragon looks like Malzeno? Yeah. No, there is... A friend of mine mentioned that there is... that it is very... At some point in the story, it becomes pretty easy to tell who the dragon is. So I guess when we reach that point, it will be pretty clear to me who the dragon is. Because apparently that... Oh, wait a second, what the fuck? Hold up. Huh? Oh wait, the dragon's still around. Okay, never mind. I was like, is that is that supposed to be the dragon? Yeah, I have a few friends who also play Impact, and we yap about, like, the Honkai-verse stuff together. And he tried to minimize spoilers as much as possible, but mentioned that there is, like, there is information you get in this story, chapter that makes it pretty clear who the dead dragon is. So I'm excited to see that. Okay, let's see. God, there's so many you think you said it's the Myriad one? What the fuck is the Myriad one? Current theory? I don't have a current theory. I don't have enough information. They did say that if I, like, the name is a bit of a spoiler, but I don't know the dragon's name. That's not the right one. Wait, who the fuck is that? Oh, right. Yeah. Is it this one? It doesn't say it's the Myriad, but it's the one that pops up.
You once
Spend a day fighting Primordial while Xeno, and every time a dragon explodes, I just get flashbacks. Smile.
But your hands didn't know how to draw the shape of life.
Oh,
Warmth lasts for but a moment, but the cold is endless.
Yeah, I adore Casterus, especially
your death-worshipping home.
Especially how they represent her in, like,
now sleeps soundly in the blizzard of the long
the
night.
outside media. Like
how the
I'm already committed to pulling
haunted by
every XP that comes out
stirred up stormy
in
waves.
Amphoris.
The sky
Casterus is, like, probably going to be the one
by
exception.
their lightning spear spilled blood and tears. The titans who suffocated the world will also eventually enter death's embrace. You don't know why life blossoms. Only because the butterfly of the nether realm has already landed on the surging black tide on the bloodthirsty blade.
Casterus at Venti XP? Unlikely. I mean, maybe. I mean,
Fingertips.
probably unlikely. Venti's original character, Wendy, does not have any relation to dragons. I mean, it could be a thing, but...
So, in the land of death, I dare not look at the garden of life.
Oh, it's that golden
I
epic?
fear
Okay, gotcha.
that promises may be broken after they're made. Tears may follow after a smile. And then an eternal farewell may follow an embrace. It's better to have stayed in place and never had anything at all.
Even
Casterus.
so, death is not the end. To walk toward that distant tomorrow, we make a promise. The flame chase journey won't end with my departure.
See you! We'll meet again on the shores of the West Wind.
I gained inspiration from death, and should repay it in kind.
Golden blood from death must not be shed.
Just treat it like a game with death.
What the fuck? I mean, based on this, it's probably related to Final or anything else.
Come with us. One
Surely that's not his quote-unquote final
just
form,
as we
Smile.
have testified for you,
Oh. Oh. Phynon, Cipher, Anaxa, Mighty, Tribby, Hyacine, and Glea,
Will be
so
able
no.
to testify for yourself.
I wish I could be like all of you. Embrace the world before death comes.
Oh. My heart
The
is
souls of the world
breaking.
no longer weep, and the city bells never cease ringing. Even if it's just once, I want to use these hands to give a wilted flower new life.
And then they kiss, and Stell dies again.
Even if the snow eventually melts,
I'm glad they used Stell in that one, though.
I hope you will leave behind a snowflake for me.
Oof. It's so good. Realize it was wrong, it's a Tribby video. Yeah, I was about to say, I remember seeing them in a Tribby video, but I wasn't sure if I was misremembering from any of, these. Okay, yeah, I remember I remember there being a Tribby one. It's like I couldn't remember if it was Tribby or Mighty, but I remember there being one, where they showed that off, and I don't really feel like watching all of this.
Then was
Even though we get
story from the
much
distant
sexier trivios,
past.
but
The era back then was named World and Calamity Prophecy of the past
oh,
has already the law.
I guess it is mostly. Fuck it, we'll watch the whole thing. It's mostly trivios.
This is a story from the distant past. The era back then was named after gold,
At 2:14,
and
shh.
gods still walked.
Shh,
with
we're watching it
mortals.
now. It's about trivios.
Their tears and sweat fell, granting the world dusk and dawn. But times changed, and calamity fell. Yanisopoulos prayed to the Holy Maiden for a prophecy. Please tell us how to return to those beautiful days of the past.
The power of Yuri strikes again. True.
But Trebios knew that the three gods were no longer able to respond. If the Titan who bears the world has already fallen in the flames of war, then who will lift the torch and drive away the long, cold night?
Let's go.
The Titan who guides the people has withered in the deepest dark. Then who will take their authority?
Again with the
and
painted
fulfill
style, I
the
love it.
promise of passage? Humans will. I will.
Let's
I
go.
will step through the first
Power of
crossroads
humanity.
and sail toward tomorrow.
And then she died.
Huh? I've gotten smaller, and there's more of me. Get ready.
Great.
It's time for us.
Haha.
to head out to the
I
West
love the children so much.
Toward the
Haha.
problem revealed by fate. Go and seek the children of humanity with golden blood.
Cast the
Like
wrist.
you, some will be trapped in the past. Some will bury time itself.
Hmm. Hmm. How are the arms positions? Kind of hard to see. Hmm. Part of it is the stance. The stance is like very Fu Hua. There's a lot of versions of Fu Hua. This one is probably most reminiscent of Azure Empress, because, like I said, Honkai Impact has lots of different versions of the same character. This is Senti. The bat iconography is interesting. That's not really related to Fu Hua. That is the same haircut is the thing. Like, this is the distinct Fu Hua haircut, because Fu Hua's haircut is like the, like, splaying bowl cut with a long back of some kind, right? Wait, what? What the fuck? What? What the fuck are you talking about, huh? Oh, it's a fan-made concept. I was like, what the fuck? What? Where is there a Fu Hua and Kazuha mix? But it's just a fan thing. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards this now that I'm actually looking at it. Like, they have the Fu Hua cut, and they have like the Fu Hua stance. Like, this is like her kind of normal walking stance, right? Except for their arms are folded in the front instead. This is how Fu Hua normally just stands when they're not in like a combat pose. Oh my god, it might actually happen. We might actually have a Fu Hua in this game. Damn it, Mihoyo. My wallet hurts. I don't have a lot of pulls. Why? But I'm also excited. Wait, does she have the same shoes as Azure Empress? She might have the same shoes as Azure Empress. That's funny. What's the gallery? There it is. There's not really a lot of stuff that actually shows off like her full outfit. Yeah, like the bat iconography is interesting. It may be like how a particular thing diverges. Fu Hua's very big about like Tai Chi and Wushu, so like your yin and yang and like natural themes, and then also very big about phoenixes because Fu Hua can revive herself. That's why she's lived for literally thousands of years. And this is Senti. Senti is the best. This does not look like Senti. This is too composed. This definitely is more Fu Hua, which increases the stonks of my theory that the Hua, who is the Xianzhou general, is Senti. And it would be incredible if Senti was a Xianzhou general, because she'd just be on the front lines fucking massacring everything while laughing maniacally. Alright, yep, I'm pretty sold on this one.
Some will discard their humanity.
Yeah, Hyacinth is interesting, because by far the character they look the most like is Selena's new frame. Like, and this is like this is like competitive. This is PGR. This is Wuwa's Kuro. It's Wuwa's developers. But like, I mean, come on. And yes, this came first. Like, I'm just saying, okay? I'm just saying. You probably missed it earlier, but I came up with the outfit being a cursed with peaceful death motif. Oh, interesting. Upon membership and the funds will flow. Yeah. But if she isn't XP or inspired, so like the big thing, so the sleeves here have fairly, and as well as like the stockings have a fairly similar iconography to the one that I would suspect she's the XP of. The thing that will basically determine it is she a drunk auntie type? If she's a drunk auntie, then it's 100% an XP. And also they show her hair is like more purple here, but if it has slightly browner hues to it, it still could be. Cause this is Eden. She is a harp though, but like she is the... Yeah, cause Eden also has reddish purplish tones to her brown hair. And she is a musician. That's like her whole deal is she's a drunk auntie musician. In the previous era, before it got completely fucked with the apocalypse of the Honkai, she was basically like the most world famous pop star, except for when we say pop star, it's basically like fucking classical music. And so like, yeah, this is I mean, she's proportionally incredibly different, but if the musician character was going to be an XP of any character, it's probably Eden. But again, she mostly looks like Selena from a completely different developer.
Some will forfeit their life.
Oh yeah, I guess since we're fucking doing this anyway, also, fucking doing this anyway, might as well. Because I pulled an axe not only for Thurta, but because he is a clear XP. Like, yeah, he's a very clear XP of Sue. Sue's hair is a lot more green tones, actually, in-game. He's also a doctor and philosopher, but he's much more focused on, like... Asian... how would you put it? Meditative philosophy. And also, Sue has no eyes, and Anaxa got to have one, but, like, he's a very clear Sue XP. The Suverse! And then Podophilus is by far the most egregiously obvious one. Like, come on. Come on. By the way, she also has the hood, and they almost have exactly the same... Like, they have the same coloring and very stylistically similar, in... What would you even call this? Not embroidery, but like metal parts to their design. Like, yeah, it's Cipher's by far the most egregious like XP next to Bronya, because Bronya's literally just wearing one of Bronya from Impact's outfits. Do the XP's Titans resemble the personality of Honkai Impact 3rd countertypes? I haven't really thought about that. I don't think Cersei's fits Sue that much, honestly. No, not really. I don't think Cersei's fits Sue, and I can't really think of... The only other hot XP right now is Podophilus, and... Well, Podophilus is kind of a sneaky trickster, but, like, so is Cipher, from what I understand, so it's not... I don't know, that one's kind of... I mean, I also haven't seen much of it in story yet, so I don't have that much context.
Some will become...
Also, might as fucking well. Hey, look, guys! It's Kevin! It's Kevin! Yeah, I lied. Sorry, this is the most egregiously, obviously the same character. Like, the moment that Finon showed up on screen for the first time, literally every Honkai Impact player was like, oh, hey, it's Kevin! Hi, Kevin! Or as it's pronounced in-game, Kevin! Hi, Kevin. How you doing? He also carries the signet of deliverance, and guess what this guy's called? The Deliverer. Ha 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 ha.
Utterly alone. Some will lose everything.
Mighty is probably a very disappointing XP of Calpus. I really want my boy to have like a proper XP, but chances are Mighty's supposed to be influenced by him, because they're both Berserker types. I did really want to have like a proper Calpus XP though, because I love him. But Mighty is very, Mighty's just a weird character. He has a lot of design dissonance to me because his combat and berserker stuff is like so counter to his entire personality and philosophy. Like that's his whole deal, is being not a berserker.
Until your calls break through the darkest gloom.
Does that make 13 though? Like with... No, we're still short a few of them, aren't we? Because like with Fuhua XP and Hyacinths, like we're still... And assuming like Alicia is the 13th, still like 2 or 3 shorts of hitting 13? Because that's 13 flame chasers. 2 short. Yeah, we're 2 short. So we still have 2 others that are completely unrevealed. Again, assuming that Alicia is the 13th. And I wonder... I mean, it would be cool if we had a Calpus. I do like Calpus. But, like, he's very different from Mighty. Honestly, like, he is a true berserker type, but he's also... But that's also because of how, like, actually broken he is. And it's really hard to, like, argue he's a different seed sort of thing, because we don't really know shit about what Calpus was like before he became horribly and irreversibly and repeatedly broken. Who else am I not thinking of? There's, like, 2 that, like, it's just not, they're just not gonna be XPs of, realistically, because, like, Griseo has such a small parts. I can't even remember this guy's fucking name because he barely shows. He is like the least. What the fuck is this? Flame Chasers went to. Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. This is just impact stuff. Like, I can't even remember this guy's fucking name. Cosma, I think. Just because he's like the most insignificant one. For the 2 that's left, I do think the most likely, assuming that one was a Fuhua XP, most likely is going to be Mobius and Sakura and Apponia. These 3, I think, are the most likely. I really hope we get a Mobius. I would fucking love to have a Mobius XP. She's great. I love crazy, crazy what the fuck are ethics mad scientist characters. Yeah, I mean, Yayi Sakura is Yayi Sakura, right? A lot of the people who have, like, in the chat have, like, Genshin and know, like, Yayi Miko. And that one seems pretty likely because she's also a very popular character. And then Apponia would be an interesting choice. She's very important to the Flame Chaser story. And it would be interesting if they had, like, a kind of, like, nun sort of character as an XP. I do think Griseo and, like, Cosmo are just, like, off the table entirely. I would like a proper Calpus XP, but realistically, Mighty's probably influenced by him. I would love a Vilvi XP, but Vilvi is definitely the influence for Tribi. They're very different, but, like, Tribi makes mechanical shit and also has multiple versions of herself and personalities, and that's Vilvi's entire thing, is steampunk cannons and shit, and as well as having 7 different versions of herself, splitting her mind 7 ways. Yeah. And, you know, Hyacinths will very likely at least be influenced by Eden, if they're not a proper XP. Because there is a difference between being influenced by a character and being an XP, right? Like, Sue, Kevin, Podophelis, and Alicia even has the same fucking voice actor. They're all, like, very clearly XPs. They are the same character, just put into a different universe with different circumstances. And Kevin is funny because Finon is literally just, like, young Kevin before he hit, like, the most intense, understandable depression a man can go through. He hasn't been broken yet, and literally every single, especially because he's like the main antagonist for like half the story, every single Honkai Impact player is waiting, who plays Star Rail, is waiting to see the moment where Finon breaks, because there's going to be a moment when he breaks, and it's going to be so good. He will no longer be young Kevin. Yet, exactly. Yeah, just straight up palette swap for Podophilis, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm very heavily leaning towards that being a Fuhua XP now. My personal hope is for the last two to be Mobius and Apollonia. Like we've had a Sakura. Sakura's neat and everything, but my top preference would be a Vilvi or a Calpus, but they both have like pretty clearly influenced characters at this point, so.
Some will forfeit their life. Some will become utterly alone.
Some will become utterly alone. I could not think of a better word to describe Kevin.
Some will lose everything. Trebios.
I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything
the
else in
first
here.
demigod.
Set out toward tomorrow. Until your calls break through the darkest gloom.
Woof. But yeah, when you see like Alicia, you can understand why she has a lot of similarity to Castorus. But like I was thinking perhaps they were a slightly like a more intense divergence from like Alicia as like a space seed of a character. Like Alicia, if she never could have had like actual people around her and companions and literally couldn't even touch or hug a human being, because Alicia's very, very bubbly and like bubbly, happy, teasing, but that's because she loves humans and people so much. So like you take all of that away from her and maybe she ends up like Castorus. But yeah, now we know that Mem is Alicia, so you know. I mean they could both be influenced by her, but alright. Story! The Nameless Faces, I think, shows Alicia, the PV for it. God fucking damn it. What is this called now? I did miss a lot of, like, the PVs for, like, more recent stuff. Nameless Faces, HSR. Yeah, I think I've seen this one. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I think I have. Oh, hi, Kevin. Let's go, Kevin. No, wait, I haven't seen this one. Yeah, this is one of the ones I missed. I mean, we have already seen Alicia, too, in, like, Finon's flashback in 3.0. Wait a second. Yeah, nothing particular in here. Nope. Hell yeah. Destroy the world with the pin. Yeah, that's Alicia. Yep, hi. Hey girl, how you doing? How you doing, girl? It's good to see you. It's good and exciting to see you, girl. How do you enjoy being a Pokemon? Mem's humanoid? I mean, I guess we'll see in the story. Hi, March. Eventually she'll be in the story, right? And eventually Thurtle will come back. Yeah, I missed this one. This is for 3.0? Yeah, I missed this one entirely, huh? Huh. Huh. Surely someone has uploaded this, right? Well, it's called being an idol. Like, this is actually, like, the thing is, like, this is actually, like, in-game. Here we go, Siren cutscene. Hi, Alicia. But yeah, that's also Alicia. Yep. Like, we already also saw Alicia in this one, right? Because this is like the final flashback that happens in 3.0. And then, we get to see this fun part coming up next. Yep. Hi, Alicia. How you doing, girl? Is that... You good? There's a big are you okay? Okay. Story. Wait, why did I skip some of Alicia? Yeah, she's got a bit more breathiness. And a slightly higher pitch.
你说的对，但我相信还有其他原因。
这是当然了，谁会忍心冷落一个像花朵般可爱的美丽少女呢？你不也是一样吗，牙医？你一定也是一样的吧。
牙医。
所以才会迫不及待的来见我，每次分别都是那么依依不舍。
This is also a bit more of a more serious line from Mem. So the intonation is gonna be a lot different because Alicia's basically always like peppy and bubbly and teasing.
不必再独自承受这些了，欧洛尼斯。从今以后，会有人替你支撑起岁月。我们正是为此而来。
解脱，解脱，想要解脱，
解脱。
可怜的孩子，没事的，请让我们帮助你。请好好。
I remember when HSR launched, people were saying March was an Alicia XP. So like, March personality-wise has like some aspects of both Alicia and also Kiana in her. Even though Stella is by far the most Kiana character in this game. And in fact, Acheron even makes a reference to Stella reminding her of like a Kiana character in the story if you're playing as Stella. It's actually interesting because if you're playing as Kalis, who doesn't actually exist, but you know, theoretically if you played as Kalis, then that voice line changes to a different voice line where she refers to Kevin instead. You just call Onyx a poor child, huh? What's troubling you, big fella? Is it like Elf Alicia? Yeah, it definitely does in terms of like the pitch and breathiness. It sounds like Elf Alicia. There's also like saw like on Twitter someone made like a Honkai verse like family chart where they were like pairing up like Honkai Impact and GDZ characters together for like the Star Rail characters. And March was like Kiana and Alicia, and then Robin was like was Kiana and Shigure Kira, who is an idol. I'm like, no, I refuse. I refuse to accept that Robin has anything to do with Kiana. Huh? Huh? That's right, I live in the moment. God damn it, I love Stell.
未来，
天界旅者，你本该消散。天赋的凝视，稳固
Huh?
你的形体，
Huh?
因你于穿过天界的一刻，
Huh?
便已将生命。
This is like definitely related to the Stellaron in some way.
你如今仅是一簇
huh?
同你行走的记忆。
什么？这怎么可能？
I'm already dead? Then give it to me! Or Alicia, either's fine. Revive me, quickly! Let's go! Orynyx knows about remembrance though, which is interesting. Considering the Aeons aren't really a recognized concept in this world, and in fact is shrouded. Although, you know, with all the remembrance shit in here, it's very likely Fusilier has something to do with Amphoris being hidden. Hell yeah, we'll cheat death. Death can't beat Stell. Damn, I was so immersed. That's some good. That's good storytelling. More of that, Hoyo, please. Like that wasn't even like nearly as like crazy and cinematic as some of the other sequences, but it still was. It still was well done.
长话短说，你成功了。欧洛尼斯托付了他的神权，现在的你，试炼中发生的事，秘密都告诉我了。他还要和其他人解释。
Oh dear, now everyone knows I'm dead. So, what's my superpower?
现在还说这个，真不愧是你。有件事，我一直没和你提起。
哦。
降落到翁法罗斯时，我们的车厢被尼卡多利的长矛贯穿了。还记得当时的情景吗？
Oh shit! Did I fucking die in the car?
我是这么说的：车厢被击中后，你失去了意识。 我把你抬出来后也昏过去。
Oh shit!
幸好有车厢保其实，我的转述有些轻描淡写。
哦。
真实状况
Oh dear.
复杂得多。
Oh dear.
当时你遍体鳞伤，几道伤口还在不断往外渗血。我勉强把你扛了出来，用仅剩的一丝力气止住了血，但我也被坍塌的落石砸中。
Motherfucker, really?
最后一次检查时。 你依旧没有恢复呼吸，可当我醒来后，却看见你已经生龙活虎了，我也就没再提起这事。
Haha, so you were not unconscious by a rock?
这不是重点。我不清楚弗离的瞥视是否和这件事有关。按照泰坦的说法，你现在是以记忆的形式存活着，就像欧洛尼斯神迹中那些过去的事物一样。
I love Stell so much, dude. She's the best. I literally have 2 pieces of Stell fan art I got at anime conventions posted on my wall behind my computer that I can look up at and see at any time. I also have cute little, like, little chibi Stell acrylic stands I also got from conventions that are, like, tacked onto my desk that I can look at. Stell is my spirit animal, and I one day aspire to be like her.
也许迷迷就是将你维系在现实的毛绳。我一直以为是他没法离你太远。
Cry for me.
还不是悲伤的时候，一定有办法救你。欧洛尼斯也提到了找回被夺走的未来，还有欺骗死亡。想想万迪的不死之身，关键在于那位去向不明的灰暗之手。
Yeah, you did meet me as Stell. I was cosplaying the first time we met in person. Yeah.
你没事吧？我听见你们在谈论塞纳托斯，那句告诫，小蝶也很在意。他离开窝心回花园了，我们去找他吧。塞纳托斯是小蝶一直在找寻的泰坦，无论有没有线索，没人比他更了解死亡。
就听迷迷的吧。
对了，
It's crazy hearing words come out of Dongheng's tongue hang.
你的遭遇，黄金翼全都知情了，因为人家太担心，就全部坦白了。不要讨厌我，好不好？
That's still nice to hear Alicia's voice, even if it is noticeably different pitch. And, what's the term? Weight? Yeah, vocal weight. It's got different pitch and vocal weight, but it's still definitely her. Like being voiced, cause yeah. Let's see. Fast travel. Let's go. Rip Ian. Yup.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
I'm pretty sure that Acheron's voice actress isn't the same as Yayi though. Let me double check though, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Like, even like adult like Yayi from like post Honkai Odyssey. Acheron, VA. Wait, her official name is Raiden Bosun Mori Mei? Really? Huh. Interesting. Rip Ian, so happy and love that your voice changes. Yeah, it was really nice. It was really nice to hear Stell, and I really liked the voice actor's choice in the performance for Stell and Ian. But we don't get that no more. Oh, she's used to be an Oni? Huh, interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense given what we saw, but I didn't realize that she was like officially an Oni. What the f... Did I not have the voice actors on here? Am I crazy? Oh, I'm dumb. Alright, there we go. Okay, I will actually be right back, though. I really need to pee. So, time for brain rot background. Let's go! So back chat, I have a banana and I am eating it. Ook, ook. And I'm putting in my IEM so I can hear shit. Okay, cool. Brain rot over. Okay, let's check this again real quick. This is incredibly helpful to me. Yeah, I know she does Raiden. I don't think she does. Pretty sure she doesn't do Yayi though. Oh no, she is. Okay, I'm wrong. Yeah, no, she actually does Yayi as well. Interesting. Oh wait, shit, yeah, no, that's her. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Acheron actually has quite a few voice lines that do refer to like Yayi related things, like peaches, for example. And also she has like her idol animation where she eats a peach. Yayi, well, Mei says at one point, when like reminiscing with Kiana, that she used to like sneak out and like grab snacks and stuff like that. She says that like and she basically says that her favorite snack was always the peach pudding, and Kiana's like, what? Not this snack or this other snack or this snack? He's like, they're all good, but that one's special to me because it was the first time that I had ever shared snacks with friends, and so like, yeah, Yayi does like peaches things as well. There's a few others like that too, and there's also quite a bit in like Acheron's actual story, which I wish I could replay through 2.0 story. Like literally the only reason I would make a new account would be to play through like, oh, not 2.0, but to play through Acheron's story again, because there's a lot of stuff I know I didn't register or get because I hadn't played Honkai Impact at that point. I played Star Rail before Impact and I started on Acheron's patch. Does the JPVA also do Mei Raiden and Acheron? I'm pretty sure. I want to say yes as well. I mean, it would make sense. It is a bit impressive though, because like older Mei and like the more like mature Meis have this voice, but the younger one is a noticeably higher pitch. Clash of Fashion, the class reflection supposedly to be actually hard, and I'm just being gear capped, or is a skill issue? Damn, Iron Maiden is kicking me ass. No, it's part of it is also just team cap. It's part of why I was like talking about. I talked about before how like Nana Knight is like the best character for like single character for account power, because Nana Knight can by herself with like a healer. Can just carry you through class reflection with like good play and uptime in her signature weapon. And SS, but SS is like every character in PGR needs SS, but you get enough pulls to pull a character. If you have a data pass, you can pull it twice, and then also you get SS for free through Pain Cage Skulls anyway. They let you farm up a second copy through Pain Cage. It's interesting to use Raiden's ENVA for Acheron. Yeah, that was interesting choice. Wait, did they? Yeah, they didn't. I think I remember. I've looked this up before. Yeah, it's Allegra Clark. Okay, it's probably just easy to look up Raiden Mei. And oh no, not on this one. Eh, whatever. Don't matter. Shrug, shrug, shrug. Zhu Hua Hua. Wait, Zhu Hua Hua. Okay. What was it? Jue Hua Hua.
当他出鞘时，那些封藏其中，我曾挥舞。 在真实历史中，你也和每一位英杰存在着很深的联系。好，好，你说的对。但我
Yeah,
相信还有
again,
其他原
slightly
因
different pitch, different vocal weights, but still definitely the same voice actress. It is tragic that Acheron doesn't have a Kiana. They legitimately, like, it's a joke and everything, but they deserve to be together in every universe. And it's heartbreaking that they're only together in Impact and GGZ. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. Acheron VA is Beidou VA, which honestly, based, but yeah. You've been trying to use Ishmael for this? Oh, so like Ishmael is strong and universally good because they're adaptable void, but they're not a carry. Like they are part of like primary rotations, but like Nana Knights and Crimson Weave are two characters that are well built to be hard solo carries and don't need a full team. But Crimson Weave's been power crept by Nana Knight. Yeah, like Ishmael Ishmael's very good in the full team, especially because she can be both amplifier and tank, so it's really good for players who don't have like actual full meta teams. But if you want like just like a character to just hard carry your ass, just run Ishmael with like Nana Knight, and then just make Nana Knight do Nana Knight things that she can just straight up solo. In fact, like in the meta Lightning team, she does straight up solo unless your Crimson Weave is triple S. She doesn't leave the field. Oh no! A chill seeps through your skin, spreading into your veins. Thump, thump. Your heartbeat begins to slow. Spin around immediately and give casters a scare. In the blink of an eye, time seems to have frozen beneath that cold sensation. You just happen to close your eyes. Oh no! Yeah, Castrus's voice actress also shares one with Impact. I don't remember who it was, but it was like someone like it was someone like completely fucking random. I was like, wait, what? You realize you are still alive. No, to be more precise, your death was not thorough. The coldness of the initial touch disperses as quickly as it came, and replacing it is the touch of fingertips and the tremble born of trepidation that originated from a certain lanky arm. Her quivering finger gently brushed against your cheek, causing a faint tickle. Castus, you're shaking. I'm okay with Castus invading my personal space.
疑惑阁下为何不会受到我的诅咒影响？我还以为是天外旅客的异能，可没想到。
Sorry, I clicked off for a second.
对不起，我应该早点察觉到的。刚才的行为唐突无礼，若有冒犯，恳请阁下能原谅。我只是在想。 假使你的灵魂真的离开了身躯
Hell yeah. It's also gonna bother me now. I forgot who we found out Castrus's VA was. Oh my god, that is not... I was like one key over on that. Voice... Yeah, I remember being around Chongjing, but I don't remember who else they voice. VA Honkai Impact. That's right, she's Vil V of all fucking characters. That was it. It's like, what the fuck? She's Vil V. It's crazy. And this one's actually really hard. It was really hard for me to like recognize the same VA because their like pitch, intonation, and speech patterns are so different. Yeah, I completely forgot that. who that was. It's fucking funny.
小蝶有什么发现吗？
抱歉，暂时还没有。也许是我高估了自己的能力，但阁下，能允许我再尝试一次吗？这次我会稍微增加接触面积，结果可能会有所不同。
Hold my hand.
我从未这样触碰过生者，有失礼节之处，还望阁下体
Wait,
谅。
Castress is able to touch us. And she's only ever had one hug before. And now she can actually have physical contact for once. Sisby and Lex? Castress once again places her palm on your face. Her shivers calm somewhat this time. Did you discover something?
似乎捕捉到了什么。阁下被剥离的灵魂正在某处徘徊，找寻不到出路。但那也许并非坏事。彷徨意味着时间。在塞纳托斯的五指掠走一切前，我们还有机会将它寻回。线索，请再多一点吧。请再多给我一些指引。联系断了，凭我的力量，还无法追溯。
Time to go to hell.
是我有些心急了，请别担心，阁下。尽管目前还缺乏线索，但我会努力寻找塞纳托斯的下落，带回他的火种，将那过早失去的生命交还到你手上。
Right, Cassius, but before we get our life back, you now have the ability to enjoy the touch of a new human being, or another human being, and you should take advantage of that, with Stell, intimately, for a while. Yuri!
但这个承诺，希望阁下能记在心上。在我将其兑现前，请一定要坚持住。努法罗斯，需要你。
So, what's now? Repeatedly, preferably. I mean, if that's what she wants.
他们也很担心。如果可以，请去报个平
I'm really saying this is the case if Castress wants to do that, but she has a rare opportunity, an incredibly rare opportunity, and she's lived for a while and not had this opportunity before. And I'm just saying that she should heavily consider taking strong advantage of this situation and getting to experience many things she has never been able to experience before. I mean, for at least the 14 or the 15 dawn hours we have left.
以及这本斯提克西亚预言，请收下吧。人在阅读时可以集中精神，放松身心。
Wow, Fable. You tricked me, that's so far away.
过往的刀光。
Oh, I see the little chimera guy. Gnomes. We love Acheron zoomies.
搭档，风景说过你会醒来的，你感觉还好吗？
It feels quite cool being in the potted spirits.
起码你看起来跟活人没什么两样，应该说。
Hell yeah, they don't. Stell is stunning, and don't you forget it.
你们完成了岁月的试炼，我必须承认，过程远比预想中顺利。只但我没能料到，奥赫玛居然同时出现。
我们刚才就在聊这事。该死，万迪在奥赫玛待了那么久，怎么就没人研究过他的不死之身？
你的想法早就有人尝试过，如果有效， 塞纳托斯就不会全无音讯，但还未到放弃的时候。至少，此刻我塞菲尔。假如这世上还有人可能掌握了死亡的
El
去向
gato。
我会设法让他返回奥赫玛，但也请做好希望落空的准备。请你理解，在翁法洛斯的历史上，没有人能。
别放在心上。
Smile
搭档，你这一路上已经创造了无数奇迹，对吧？
在那之前，就请好好。
怎么了，阿格莱亚？
阿格莱亚。
恶兆总是成双。一股股微小的气流，阿纳克萨格拉斯。
Wait, that's how they pronounce it? Anasakarats. Hold up. That's how they pronounce it?
阿纳克萨格拉斯。阿纳克萨格拉斯。
Oh my god, that's so good.
果然还是变成了这样。
我衷心希望你对他的判断是正确的，白鹅。否则，我与巫师1000年来的努力，也许将因那位大表演。
Time to go play as Anaxagaras.
又回到这里了。我记得这场梦，此间弥漫着丝绸般的冷雾，大地蛮荒而严酷。游人，喂，请问这是什么地方？位于翁法罗斯何处？旅人口中喃喃着我无法通晓的语言，又或许告诉我，是哪位泰坦在？
It's also definitely Sue's voice actor.
我该如灰暗之手，塞纳托斯。哼，莫非这里是冥界？并非那这是哪里？冥界的外围，冥河。你们正顺流而下。冥界，泰坦，巨听啊！什么？
I guess it's not like actually a Chinese word for a titan, huh?
旅人提起枯槁的手指，随后便缄口。我循着指尖望去，侧耳倾听，巨大的阴影自那方捎来阵阵潮水声。我听到了，在潮汐深处，乌有一道声音将要。
人子啊，如今这样急于加入死者的行列吗？哦，醒了。欢迎回到凡间。汝之意识消散的比无预想中快。
Her voice performance is quite different from how it is in English.
我的意识还能在人间停留多久？
依吾所见，至多能见过惊奇第15个门。
I see. That's what you meant by the 14, 15 dawn hours. なるほど。
15个日夜。
怎么，事到如今，终于……
恰恰相反，就解明一道题而言，15个日夜未……别傻笑了，走吧，元老院的使者，
走吧，
差不多该到了。
吾再多嘴问一句。汝当真要背叛阿格莱雅的旨意不成？
我从未对他忠诚过，谈何背叛？
汝那位白发的门生呢？如此妄为，就不怕。
Ornix said it as we were leaving as well. Yeah, that's right. Right.
盲信总是要付出代价。
I was too distracted by hearing Alicia.
汝真是位严师呢。
当然，我向来如此。
Burp. It is nice hearing it in CN and hearing the voices that I recognize. It's also nice because I feel less bad about skipping the dialogue if it's taking a long time for them to perform it when I've already read it 3 times. Anaxagaras. Anaxagaras. Wait, Anaxagaras. How's that pronounced? Anaxagaras. Okay. Anaxagaras. Okay.
本人仅代表奥赫玛全体公民向你致意，也为神巫树庭的遭遇表示深切遗憾。
Seeing this just makes me think of Record of Ragnarok.
是你，我没想到你会亲自出面接见。
科法勒与塔兰顿在上，我为彰显元老院之公义而来。
此地竟有安提基瑟拉人，黄金战争后，可称得上是难得一见了。
也向您献上诚挚的问候，尊贵的泰坦。
Okay, it's distracting me so much too. For those of you who haven't watched Record of Ragnarok, you might have seen memes around this, but Aphrodite in Record of Ragnarok. Yeah, she has 2 very large muscular men that are holding up each of her tits for her. And there's a pretty famous gif too, when a particularly big wind impact happens. But yeah, she literally just has her two muscular. They don't really. I don't think they ever specify if they're like actually like stone living statues or not. But she has 2 very muscular, bald-headed men just like holding, each of them holding up one of her tits each. It's quite entertaining. And I just keep thinking of that every time I look at this guy's chest. I butcher English enough. I don't need to try and butcher another language. Fair. And Chinese is especially easy to butcher if you're not familiar with the sounds, because it has a lot of tones and consonant sounds that just literally don't exist in like English and most Western languages.
你也能看见的。
您了解我，安提基瑟拉人是以灵魂的振幅和频率感知这个世界。正如我明白，此刻阿格莱雅女士正在远方探听这场私人会谈。如果您需要，阁下，我可以掐断金线，捍卫您的基本权利。
I was hoping to hear him say Anakasakarasu again, but I guess it's. I guess they use like a honorifical pronoun there.
让他好好听听我的声音。
看来您已有对策了。
我不需要任何对策，除了监视，他什么都做不了。公民大会即将召开，而我，阿纳克萨格拉斯，身为数名的奥特曼公民大会的特派公使，也早已了解你的能耐，不必再下马作威了。来古市阁下。
甚好。
Gosha.
相信凯尼斯阁下一定会对如此。
That's the word they use for Lord. Interesting. Not very familiar with Mandarin honorifics.
怎么了，阿纳克萨？
怎么了？
没什么，只是每次登上黎明云崖前，我都会思考，
深刻的思考。时间还多。 介意与我分享您的见解。
生者必灭。
Yay, more scientists yapping.
而是在这条漫长的道路上。
您是想说，克法勒并未真正死？
正是，死是一个动作，一个过程；死亡则是一种状。相较凡人，泰坦在空间和时间的尺度上更为宏大，因而死的过程也更。
That is an interesting take.
可惜难以证明或证伪，毕竟。 自幻灭时以来，克法勒便
或许只是众神太过傲慢， 认为他们没有沟通的资格。
此话怎讲？
瑟西斯，神话中天赋的同袍，如今正寄居在我的脑子里。若由我来提问，
不无道理。可如果复世的尊神仍不应答，
那就说明翁法罗斯人编撰的神话，连笑话都不如。
那不妨试试看吧。我也十分乐见您的理论开花结果。
I like Ligus.
因为你有一点说的十分在理。倘若太太
Yo, let's go. Sup, dude? Okay. That answers that question.
阁下，请。
诸位人子的创造，
欢迎来到黎明云雅。相较云石天宫的喧嚣繁俗，这里的一切都更为庄重。我曾在此接待过祭司、学者、斗士，往来于此的皆是崇高之人。现如今，
从独神者摇身一变，成为崇高神性的替身。
我将召集凯尼斯一派前来会晤，且请阁下期间，阁下可在附近随意游览，但还请不要离开卫兵视线。
我清楚凯尼斯的做派，不用刻意强调。
谨遵吩咐，感谢您的配合。
哎呀，本以为你有何奇谋，不成想是从一座牢笼进到另一座来了呢。
我自有把握，犯不着操多余的心。
那无便去周围转上一遭好了。四下望去，此地可有描绘吴的壁画？吴倒是好奇，树体。
快去吧。
Lamau.
受苦奉陪。这泰坦倒是悠哉。
That is an understandable curiosity, but also funny that that's the first thing she wants to do.
吴可听得一清二楚。
Smile.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
Exploring is... Oh, wait. I was about to say exploring is for later, and I realized I was going the wrong direction. Smile.
纳克夏老师，这边。
Thanks for the ambrosia. Ah, this isn't one I can break. Sad. I wanted it to fall on me.
去找寻，便会有馈赠。
Ah, it's nice hearing Yayi's voice. Suppose exploring's for later, but I might as well do a puzzle. Yay! Puzzle! Wow! Purple relics? No way! Oh, it's one of these guys. Merchant claims to have a lot of balance coins in the city, and Crisis Air is mighty and strong. So who among these four is most likely to have the final say? Crisis Air. Crimes for Crisis, we should trust the strongest person, right? Sounds reasonable. It's just a physical trait. What if this person's all brawn and no brains? Could they really leave everyone to safety? What a complicated question. I'll stop bothering you now. Let my mind burn a while longer. Okay.
纳克夏老师，听说舒婷的学者为了抵御黑潮。
Wait, that's interesting. Did they abbreviate it?
纳克夏老师，听说舒婷的学者为了抵。纳克夏老师。
Huh, Nakasha. Instead of Anna. What was it? Naka Sura.
真是命运垂青。
Naka Saragas. So they actually shortened it down.
医生，想不到您还安然无恙，真是命运垂青。
倒不如说是命运弄人。
只有旋风人和埃蒂里亚人才会通过死亡追求荣耀。您能幸免？这么说，您此行是来向元老院禀报事件始末的吗？我听说，
告诉我，元老院对
凯尼斯一派此前得知瑟西斯与欧洛尼斯先后陨落，便在元老院中大肆鼓吹火派已无力抵抗灾厄。
Let me adjust this again real quick. I might need to get a new mic stand. It keeps slouching really badly. Okay, that should be better.
但等到那位王子登神，他又马上调转枪头，声称奥赫玛以外大势已定，唯一的威胁只剩阿格莱亚及其党羽。大概下一次，他们就该发难了吧
Of course.
出所料，剑锋使舵的家伙。
剑锋使舵也不失为一种辩论的智。
你不是要去找自己的壁画吗？别在我耳旁。
Smile.
巫师在好奇
We love yapping hags.
如何在双方的矛头下委曲求全。不过乍看来，这位凯尼斯比起阿格莱亚要狠毒得多呢。如怎会？
那你恐怕要失望了。
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
Let's go. Ooh, a nymph. Ooh, a puzzle. Ooh, technique points.
也能来到这里。
看来我在这里不受欢迎啊。
Treasure. And let's take a look-see looks. Hello, little nymph. Yoink. Oh, I guess this is the fly, the nymphs are the other ones. Human, pour your sorrows and troubles out to me. I cannot resolve that. I'll keep blessing you quietly. Okay, that one's pretty good. Okay, that's pretty funny. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, another piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh. Piece of candy. 4 pieces of candy to make up 1 piece of candy. Wow. Wait, shit, I got that backwards. I was like, why isn't it doing the thing? Wow, bountiful treasure. Yo, it's a purple one. Crazy. The way his name is pronounced in Mandarin is so funny to me. 阿那克萨格拉斯。
身为克法勒的祭司，竟不知道尊重死者的道路。
笑话！你们这群毒神的异端，好心提醒你，此行在黎明云崖，收起那些瞻望之语吧。我已不是当年那位只能
造化之神竟能创造出你这种信徒，真不知是依我看，已死的泰坦给不了你如此底气啊！
看在凯尼斯元老青睐有加的份上，姑且放。
能从旁人口中听到这件事，看来凯尼斯确实带着些诚意。事情或许比我想象的要顺利。
哎呀，好一场精彩的交锋！
这是褒义还是贬义？
是褒义哦。身为救世之神的信徒，自当是嫉恶如仇。
我说了，走远点儿，别像个疯人自言自语，妨碍我冥想。
Smile. I'm not schizo, you're schizo.
第15个门飞石能不能快点？
To get the 15th don't arrive any faster. Can you just kill me now, Jesus Christ?
那壁画，
每一株植物，每一条枝蔓，每一片林叶，都可能是瑟西斯的化身。
正因此，凡人无从得知他真实的模样，便将泰坦绘作巨树，智慧描摹成果实，以此象征他将知识平等。
Cute, look at that, you're a tree.
着实有些抽象了。
真分不清你是在夸赞还是贬低自己。我很好奇，理性之泰坦学过修辞吗？
Oh, motherfucker. Oh, one sec. Let me... gonna mute real quick so I don't have all of the movement sounds, but I need to readjust my mic again. This mic, I think this mic arm is kind of, looks like it's, done its job, and it's like... words are hard. Well, it's pretty worn out at this point. It's having a hard time maintaining certain angles, unfortunately, so I'm probably gonna have to get a new one soon. Okay, that should be better. She said Hua! Hua! Different Hua. It's not Fu Hua, who I am now pretty sold that character in that trailer is a Fu Hua XP, and I'm very excited, but my wallet isn't. Like I said, I'm pulling every XP. Characters that aren't clear XPs, but much more like influenced by other characters, shrug. So like, I'm gonna have to pull Finon, I'm pulling Cipher, I'll be pulling Fu Hua XP. We'll see how close Hycelian's is to Eden, because that could be different, but she's also similar to like Selena's new frame, so I might still just get her. I don't know.
我可不想承认自己是这种丑陋的模样。
That I could look this ugly.
难道说，汝是出于这种缘由，才在树庭遇袭？
既然你这么清楚，当时又何必出手将我救？
She's a Selena XP, so I have to. The thing, so here's the thing, Hylian. I like new Selena a lot, and her design is great, and honestly feels like how I would design like I like her weapon and fighting style because it feels like if like there was a like I guess an anime fighter character that was like based off of myself, it would probably be along those lines because I was a foil weapon captain for my fencing team when I was younger. But I will always resent Selena to some extent because 2 years ago I think it was, there was a popularity contest on Global of like, you know, voting for which character and then like moving up the bracket, right? Vera was stomping everyone. And then at the very finals, it was Vera versus Selena, and somehow Selena won. The Vera simps, I mean woof woofers, I mean step on me, I mean enjoyers. The Vera enjoyers and appreciators could not beat out all the normies that voted for fucking Selena, and I will always resent her for that.
在吾看来，如仅持这一点，便足以与凡夫划清界限呢。
Okay. True. How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
所以，
Woof woof.
行前来黎明云崖，莫不是仅为了寻求庇护吧？
Speaking of woof woof to Vera, are we excited, Acid, for Lupa to come out in Wuwa and get a Vera XP in the game? Smile.
汝究竟意欲何为？
全盘计划就在我的脑子里，你不妨自己找找看。
哼，那就却之不恭了。
Get in my brains.
1岁，2岁。
Yeah, I think I prefer the performance choice for EN Xerxes better than the Chinese one.
哎呀，大名鼎鼎的七贤人，竟非得抱着大地兽玩偶入睡呢。有趣。
Like, the performance in Mandarin sounds a bit too divine, and I kind of liked how there was a bit more like... There was a bit more, like, hag going on with the EN performance.
够了。
汝的灵
够了。
魂在颤抖呢，少见。
I need arrow DPS comps, don't you dare remind me of what I'm probably going to be missing. Smile. Wish Lupa wasn't releasing the same patch as Cartier. Yeah, I'm so excited to pull both.
反正你我都时日无多了。
How on Souls actually? Oh, okay. No, okay.
那是姐姐给我的礼物。
I read half of that, and then my brain
按照家里
flubbed.
宠物的模样做的玩偶。
Your sister? Anaxagarasu has a sister? Important questions. What happened to her, and is she hot?
汝还有家人呢，他们也在这奥赫马城中。
你不是爱看我的脑子吗？继续往后翻。
Find it out yourself.
用不了多久。到5岁那年。
Oh, never mind.
遍地黑潮，不忍直视呢。
年幼的我同样不能接受这个结果。
I retract my "are they hot" statement. Oh, question.
克法勒，当然。
这，莫非就是汝研究炼金的开端？
正是，一切始于你那座绿意盎然的庭院。我在那里求学的时候，自然也接触到了
不，无忌的他，就是他首先提出了灵魂的概念。
Dragona, Cartethia, Lupa, and then skip for Lover is what I want, but probably not possible. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Because the thing is, like, I'm probably going to skip Chalcona's weapon, because I was planning on getting it for simp reasons, but with Cartethia, I definitely want Cartethia's weapon, and then with Lupa, it will depend on how they present her and how she is actually like, but if she is really much of a Vera XP, then yeah, I will probably get her Sig weapon too, because I only get Sig weapons in Wuwa for like simping reasons. It's like purely a I like this character, so I want to get their weapon sort of thing. So basically every fucking character in the game is gonna be at least pretty good with the standard banner 5-star weapons, and I have one copy of each of them, so shrug. Except for the gauntlets, but shrug. The only characters that's relevant for is Zani and Zhang Liao, and Zhang Liao is just as good with the R5 Stunard, which I have, I didn't have anything else to spend my battle pass weapons on. And my Zani has 2 signatures because I somehow got 2 in the same temple. My next goal of credits is 195 million. God damn it! I wish I had even 1 million credits. I am so destitute after having to fully build Anaxagarasa, as well as having to build Castris, and also having to build Jiaoqiu. I have no fucking credits. At least I get a break before a Cipher. Huh. Interesting. Are we about to have some Full Metal Alchemist shit going on? Equivalent exchange reference again? Let's go! Aw. Human transmutation? Oh! Noxagar had a beloved. Interesting. Oh, never mind. Your beloved. Wait, your beloved is your sister? Oh, okay. Oh, that's why he's missing an eye. I have Jiaoqiu and Adventuring. I will reach 200 mil in the last week. Let's go. Good luck with that, Thea. Sweet home, Alabama. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. God, what was the show recently that actually fucking went there? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was watching I'm in Love with the Villainous, and like they actually have an arc in characters that actually go there. Like real actual incest attempt, and wanting to start a new life together in a different country so people wouldn't know that they were siblings. Oh shit. Right now I have 192,428,351. Oh, okay. Yeah, you've only got a little bit more to go. I have no idea how much you even get from like farming from farming credits with stamina, because I don't think I've ever done it. And part of why I'm not bothering to do that is because I know I have so much content to go through, it's gonna fill me up with a decent amount of credits. Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her one final time, nothing more. Full Metal Alchemist mentioned. And Full Metal Alchemist reference through trying to revive the dead. He only lost an eye though, it's much better than what happened to the Eric brothers. Here this amount is Calyx Ball of Treasures. It's at Great Mine, Artisanship, and the Reverie Drain School and Grove of Epiphany. Oh yeah, like I mean that's what I mean with like, that's what I'm. Unless you're talking about something else, I'm not understanding. That's what I mean with like using your stamina and burning your Trailblaze power to farm up credits. I just don't know how much they give you per like one. 144,000 credits, but there's a discrepancy for me. Instead of 144k, I get 147k. Oh, interesting. Is 144k for like a full 240, like 24 hours worth? When you hit Trailblaze level max, the EXP is converted into credits. Oh, okay, that actually explains why like so much, like questing is giving me so much credits. Let's go. Go on, Nakasagas.
如那厚重的眼罩下，竟掩藏着如此秘密。
Nakasagas. It's such a weird name to say.
不过，这个故事与如所盘算的，不能说光。
答案就在其中。如果你连这都想不明白，不妨。
Perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. Hell yeah.
浪费。我的故事就到这里。 该说说你的秘密了。
果不其然，可惜，即便我有意说，
哦，大名鼎鼎的承认自己不够智慧。
Damn, Anaxa just constantly firing shots.
人子啊，记住了，知晓自身的无知，便是最。
That's actually fair.
难怪你要拜托我来解答你那没头没脑的问题。
不仅如此，是唯有汝能解答无知所惑。正所谓旁观者清嘛。
What did Anaxa say about mispronouncing his full name? Smile. Yeah, it's just very entertaining to me how they pronounce his full name in Mandarin. Yeah, it's like the shortened version like Nagasa. Nagasa? Nagasa. Nagasa. Nakashagasa. 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 Gosha. Oh, it's Gosha. Naga. Nagasa. Oh, yeah. Blah. Brain too tired. Anaxagoras. Yeah, no, Anaxagoras in English, but I'm trying to pronounce it in Chinese. Which technically is his official and original name since the Chinese game, Smile. Technically, every time you say Anaxagoras, you're actually mispronouncing his name, Smile.
在下奉来古师大人之命前来通报，凯尼斯大人已莅临元老院，静候阁下光临，还请即刻移驾。
可算是来了。
克法勒，创世亦是复世之神。倘若如果真未曾迎来终，
没想到您还是应了凯尼斯大人的邀请。 真是太好了。说实话，对那位金枝大人心怀怨言的人可不少。
I think it's hard to tell some of the tones with my ear. Like, I've been trying to improve my Mandarin, and part of that is improving my ear for hearing tones, which is part of why I play all of my non-English dubs in Chinese.
人家心高气傲，瞧不上咱们。
连外号也是大地兽。
Your nickname is Dromus as well. For now, I will miss Marathon. Marathon? Question mark? Here the ward-bearing Skyfather spilled their golden blood into the mortal lake. The golden blood flows down with spring waters as dawn rises with the mists. No words ever break the solemn silence, and the volcano's heart beats no more. Fade to black. Ooh, chest. Wait, no, go back, 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 go back. There's a butterfly. Follow me, sailor. How many waves have we braved, and how many reefs have we crossed? Surely you remember those nights we kept watch on the mast, the pure moonlight spilling over the sails, the ship rocking gently as it glided across the dark sea. In those moments, I even dreamed of becoming a hero. Did you feel the same? Yes, yes. And now we are finally setting sail again. Are you ready, sailors? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you. Aye, aye, Captain. Buzz. There he goes. Hell yeah. I will defeat all monsters in 23 areas with monsters. Kind of funny how for normal people, Anax just seems to be talking to himself, but he's talking to an actual god. Yeah, no, actual schizo. Like, he's actually a divine schizo. It's great. What part of the event is this? This is, like, still probably pretty early in the 2.2 story. Half an hour reminder for gacha days? Oh, weird. My alarm? Why did my alarm not go off?
学者是这样的，有不同才会有碰撞，有碰撞才会有进步。流淌吧。
但在我看来，只有正确的观点和错误的观点，二者。
There are only right and wrong perspectives. What is nuance? Oh, there's my alarm, except for 135.
争来争去的原因。
没意思。
Zoomies.
凯尼斯阁下就在前面，我先行告退了。
Okay. Time for break to do gacha dailies. I still haven't done them. Oh my god, how over Captain Stamina am I? Oh, I'm actually not. Fog. And in the meantime, open. Open. We already did PGR. Oh, wait, actually. 210, so best to do this in increments of 5. Support my friend so he can get 2,000 credits. Oh wait, I can't do that on this team. Sure, Firefly, why the fuck not? I guess I gotta replace Black Swan without quite swapping characters around. See, I already have Impact open, so we can actually just knock that out super fast. Also, this IEM will not stay in my ear now. I might have to grab my backup pair in a bit. Like, no matter what I do, it keeps snapping out. Maybe I need to extend the cable a bit? Maybe it's the tug that's causing it to happen. Nope! I turned my head a little bit and then popped out again. Motherfucker. Kind of had an eye-opening moment. I used Firefly, the Brute Force 3.0 MOC for first half. Wow, yeah, no, I kept this IEM will not stay in my ear. After dailies, I'm gonna have to grab my backup. Oh shit, this is the last one I can unlock. I don't own any others. Okay. Any of these I can close? Not really. Alright, back. Impact won't take very long, fortunately. Wait, did I cancel that? Okay, no, I didn't. Let's see, commissions. Pop. 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 Rewards. Pop. Pop. Need to check. Did I do all of these yet? No, I did not. That would have been bad. Sure, that works. Load up. One more time. Load this up. Back to impact. Story stages. Sim battle. Let's do that real quick. Go to dorm. Oh, whoops. Expeditions. Quick expedition. Bam. Cool. That knocks out that one. Quick flame. Close this. The only thing is not wasting stamina, so I guess I'll just do this a few more times. Okay, cool. Honkai's done. Did I already knock out the basic errands? Yeah, I did yesterday after, that's just a matter of burning stamina, which I need fucking credits, so let's do that. Or Denny's, I suppose. Just farm this again. Shit. Oh my gosh, it didn't save the last time I changed this. No. My Eve's ass is getting beat right now. Okay. Oh, never mind. Ah, I can't shoot them properly now after missing that. Oh, oh. Oops, that's not right. Oh fuck, I hit the wrong button. Supposed to do it again. Although I guess at this point I might as well just drop it down to 3s so I can do it in 2 goes for 160. Farming pistol. I missed the fucking cube races again, didn't I? Ah, fuck, I cancelled it just a bit too early, that sucks. Oh, weird. What? I completely forgot I was doing DDZ. Popped. Marathon take 3 to 4 hours. My latest win in ZZ is Soldier Zero. Let's go! Wait, Soldier Zero? You mean Sammy? Wait, what do you mean? I guess what do you mean by win? Because she's not on ban right now. I thought you were talking about banner stuff. Oh right, I don't have all up. Sammy cheeks. Well, that was a massive waste of assault. Okay, let's like actually edit this scene properly. Ah, shit. Gold is messed up. Oh, nope, it's not T. I can't remember what the buttons are. Okay, let's just do this. This is not saving me any time. That's right, it's L in this game. Bop, bop. Oh, cool. Zhang Liao is just a more fun team to farm with. Claim, 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 claim. Oh, shit, we're actually a little short. Do I have a synthesize? I do. Make one of these, I guess. Let's see real quick. Pioneer podcasts. Play more, pop back out. It's too late for fucking QB Derby, isn't it? I will never fucking vote. I keep missing the window to vote on this fucking thing. See, I can't get any of these. I haven't supported any fucking cubes because I keep missing the window to support the cubes. And I need the balls. I got plenty of time left on. I'm just making sure I didn't fucking... Yeah, that's right. It's no other daily things I'm forgetting. Since we already finished this one. Alright. Yeah, I mean, Battle Pass and everything is actually still fine, and I already knocked that out earlier, so do that. Dailies are done. Oh, that's right, it swaps you to the team afterwards, doesn't it? Yeah, T is for Star Rail, that's right. You know what? Let's run around with Anaxagaras. Why don't we? Alright. Back we go. What the hell? First time I've seen the stamina mission done without the whole thing being complete. I mean, you don't have to do it. For me personally, if I can't do it like perfect, if I can't get it like at max repeated to clear everything else, I'll just cut it down to what actually is able to be repeated so I don't have to change it again. Alright, give me 1 sec. I need to grab my backup IEM real quick. So, un momento. Okay, chat, we are so back. Damn, this time around the brain rot background killed a lot of people. Let's go. Yeah, I don't like the sound in the sound profile from these IMs as much, but it's better than it popping out of my ear every 20 seconds. Oh wait, I wanted to run around as... Oh wow, okay, that's a pain in the ass. I'm just not gonna... We'll just stay with Yayi, it's fine. I'm not fully picking the team again. Root out the weak. Exactly! Look, if they can't handle the brain rot background, they can't handle the stream, Smile. I also have another banana. Ah, yes, it's G-MILF cunt. Hello again. We've got to hear it again. Anaka Sagarasu. Anaka. Anaka sa. Sa upward, g downward. Is that... One more time. G, the g sounds like it's down. So, ana k sa g ra z. Ana k sagara z. Sa g ra z. Okay. I think I've got the tones right, but it's kind of... I'm still not great at... getting them phonetically. Anaxagrass, let's go! Of course, after I got the clear, I realized using grapple would have been easier. Hey, I mean, you get the clear, you get the clear. A notorious blasphemer, let's go. Gusha means in JP means full. Let's go. Anaku sagarasu saga sagarasu 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 sagarasu. Okay. Anaku sagarasu z shit. Which one is that actually? Oh, it's a s. Okay. Okay. She's the first one to actually enunciate it more slowly, so made it a bit easier.
不过，或许是风俗不同，在我的家乡，可我此番前来，不见主人殷勤。
I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts.
这位主人还磨好了屠刀，教士从在。阁下是要抛开我的心腹，取出火种，在我沿袭不成？
各位，退下吧。
Everyone stand down. I will fucking cap every single one of you.
感谢理解。我不过一介孱弱书生。
Who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood. Shots fucking fired. Anax is actually based. I love this man.
阁下，在我看来，您的胆识和魄力不愧于七贤人之名，足以胜任我等党。
你想要一场战争？
黄金翼们呼唤战争。 我们就回应以战争，冲突必将发生。
Suppress the virtuous commoners of blood of gold.
用精血的力量压制善良的。你问我和平的希望是否还有一丝尚存？我只能说，一切取决。而身为黄金翼的您应邀前来，实为我。
哼，大言不惭。方才退下的，你忠心耿耿的清洗者们听到的说辞。
Your cleaners.
相瞒，正是。毕竟他们的工作是清理害物。当然，现在您是这边的一员了。
我曾有幸和你
These walls, what walls? We're out in the open.
探讨敬拜学派的文章。
过往的刀光，
但纳克夏阁下属于这种学派，我听闻那是反对者众多的一派。
I mean,
有支持和反对很正常，就像世界。
I mean, he is a famous blasphemer. It would make sense that his school of thought is not liked by many.
欢迎回到半神医院中心，阿纳克萨格拉斯阁下。
阿纳克萨格拉斯。
相信您一定记得，这里站立过无数口若悬河的雄辩家，以煽惑人心的语言奏凯而归；也站立过无数毒神的哲。这片小小的舞台，正是奥赫玛千百年来最深刻的缩影。但愿你我皆能步入使命，带领世人重返那没有死亡、纷争和……
哎呀，15个日夜，那正是汝的
以死正道，正合我意。
多么掷地有声！不愧是甘于那……
他果然
Smile
行了，凯尼斯阁下，免去客套话吧。我是为与元老院诸君共济事业才应邀前来。
话是这么说，阁下也须得我出手助力，才能在金县追。
你多虑了，他还需要在公民大会上争取人民支持，定然。
连我都看得出他的人性所剩无几，难道阁下就能断言他必定会按常理出牌？
诚如你所见，阿格莱亚寄予我怀中的火种，这是我，也是各位同他周旋的资本。但相应的，我也需要元老院瑟西斯的火种。
Interesting
他在
drama
追求的黄金饰中有多少分量？你多说无用，好自为之。
当然，我明白，所谓博弈不过各取所需，只要诉求合理，元老院向来不会亏待他的盟友。让我们像真正的哲学家那样，通过话语和智慧决定你我。
Let's fucking go.
就延续方才的话题，让我们聊聊那位共同的敌人阿格莱亚吧。
阿格莱亚。
他是奥赫玛众黄金翼中资历次长者，在岁月搓磨与火种烧蚀中逐渐丧失人性，是一位可敬可畏的对手。诚然，他有充分的理由对你痛下杀手，可阁下所说也不无道理。身为老练的政治动物，他是否真会跨越那道底线还有？在场众人里，又有谁能向克法勒誓约封正？您此次赴约前没有和那女人沆瀣。
若阿格莱亚需要一位足够智慧的黄金翼，那非我莫属。但显而易见，他不需要一位随时都有。我不信泰坦，不信神谕，更不会心甘情愿走在他宣扬的道路上。他的眼中向来揉不得沙子。
阁下的意见，我们至少。你我都同意，这位穷奢极欲的暴君正是奥赫玛和平。
This tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed.
为您生存的权利，正如我们捍卫每一位遭到压迫。然而，遗憾的是，支持黄金翼、支持阿格莱亚的思潮依旧水涨船高。我们希冀的
The city will be burned to ashes and the citizens' blood will be shed because we support the Chrysos heirs who are attempting to stop the impending apocalypse. I love politics.
你能为我们高贵的公民奉献多少力量？
虽然令人感到遗憾，但客观来说，树庭遭袭之后，学院的实际要想扳倒阿格莱亚，元老院需要支持，而整个学院的退一步说，我早就是树庭在奥赫玛的特派公使，在公民大会上，自然也保有关键的一。
以克法勒的名义，奥赫玛感谢您的诚意。话已至此，你我想必已对能在这场辩论中攫取何种利益心中有数了。元老院宣誓对奥赫玛全体公民永远忠诚。至于你，阁下，你要如何保证自己配得上这份承诺？
My loyalty is unquestionable.
我的忠诚无需证明， 但元老院要求证明忠诚本身。
能够看到两位以文明的方式握手言和，是我莫大的。以审理观众之名，我见到金枝阿格莱雅阁下。
哦，我们今天的客人似乎
不甘心吧，凯尼斯阁下？元老院高居云崖。
哼，没想到阁下还是留了一手。是我骑，告诉我吧，阿纳克萨格拉斯。
你可以把我交出去，告诉他元老院只想找我聊聊天，并无任何冒犯之意。不过，如此一来，元老院的威严成了一张浸血的缩
This papyrus that has been soaked in blood.
还痛失了一枚宝贵的火种，不，应该是2枚。
Oh,
毕竟
2
在
core
下一次
flames.
公民大会上，那位与死亡如影随形的少女也会站在。
Interesting. Going the Yoinka Casterus.
这很重要吗？我有的是办法。依我看，阿格莱雅，今天他能在众目睽睽之下把我带走，明天他就能大手一挥，彻底废黜元老。这是你希望看到的吗，凯尼斯阁下？
哼，明白了，我会妥善处理此事。不过，阁下，记住，愚弄人民者必得报应。 除非你爱好酷刑，善于在痛苦中思索灵魂的真谛。
你知道吗？
I love suffering while pondering, says Anax.
那就让我们拭目以待吧。
哎呀，汝着实再次令吾刮目相看。
你就那么好奇我想干什么？
毕竟吾乃理性之泰坦。
别急。 马上你就知。我刚才没在他面前提，只因为他给不了我真正想要的。毕竟，黎明云崖真正的主人，始终是那位纵览全局的神。
Oh, reset. Yoink. Whoop. Play more. Dispatch again. 8,000 credits. Yay. Let's, since we don't have mem right now, let's switch back to English for a bit. Since I am curious what some of these voices sound like in English. Wow, more jades.
Unexpected visitor. Welcome once again.
Oh, he sounds so posh.
You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Very true.
He sounds so fucking sinister.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan.
Ah, yes. The first hag voice that we got to enjoy.
Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit
Oh shit, he can hear you.
transcendent vessel. This comes with being the world bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated titan.
I guess that does make sense, though. They're essentially the gatekeeper to Kefali.
Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey. Oh, a bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the holy mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this titan cliff is one way of being with a god.
Acheron makes a good fidget toy.
It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Titan hymns are beyond.
It doesn't bite it, it finds another way to knock you off your feet. Let's go.
Stream 4.
Time is what hurts the most. Wait, how did it knock me down again? I didn't put it back up, did I? Oh, interesting. This one actually resets if you knock it on yourself. Huh.
Make a wish.
Very necessary buffing.
Stream 4.
Lygus is so slow. If I walk too far ahead of him, he stops walking.
Stream 4.
No, I wanted to pick up the chest.
Take this Yanis shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Oh, he's just here to watch a world burn, that's fine.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated.
Is that actually a saying? I don't think I've ever heard that before.
I believe Kefali will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefali than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?
I hope things go as you say, then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down.
He really just does sound so sinister.
It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world, which is on the brink of destruction.
He also kind of always sounds like he's edging just slightly.
Seek, and you will find.
And then we spin.
Honestly, this is my first time going up to Dawn Cloud's peak.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you recognize the
God damn it, I love her. I love canonical Yuri Hag.
Well, I don't see how this place is different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades. And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from you.
Honestly, girl, you should have learned this by now.
Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things. Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefali. No time to waste here.
Oh! Having an episode. Take your meds. Take your meds.
If Amphorius gets a new lease on
Shit, did I take my meds? I think I did.
on strengthening your body and stop shirking social interaction.
Yes, I did. I took it with dinner earlier.
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight. Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now? I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely.
God damn it, I fucking love her. Can we just get her in the Nexus body at this point? Like, can we just have Circes?
Is that Circes? Hey, look at that.
Huh? What should I be looking at?
Am I hallucinating?
Oh no. The schizo is getting even deeper.
Do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
Right, but why would you see her soul and also have her in your brain at the same time?
Stream 4.
Oh? Why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this trip, Nias?
Nias!
Nias. I know I've heard this name.
It's unfortunate. The Black Tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the
Oh, I forgot how good,
destruction?
like, his voiceover is.
Sarces, do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a strange name?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory.
Oh no.
Could you be hallucinating?
Is he having even worse schizo episode, or is he being gaslighted? Why not both? Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
This is a departed spirit?
I mean, kind of? You never kneel to false gods.
Stream 4. The gleam of old blades.
Wah. 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 Knock myself down. Let's go. Doesn't seem like there's any new voice and any new lines for knocking yourself down.
Stream 4.
Seen all those ones before.
Oh. Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Well, regrettably.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
Kaos. Demigod. I've never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
Look on the bright side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
Hey! Are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Kaos. I'm guessing he's one of your companions?
Kaos? This name sounds just as strange to me.
I know she's probably not, but it just really amuses me the idea that Divine Hag is just gaslighting the shit out of Anaxa at this point.
I think I know what this is about. If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but the souls of people.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments.
Oh no, now is he gaslighting her?
Let's just keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits. Wander too far among the dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
I'm fine. If this is indeed as I thought, then this will be very amusing.
This is a pilgrimage platform dedicated to devout believers, but you, Anaxagarasa, never kneel to false gods. Words. Hi.
Stream 4. The gleam of old blades.
Ooh, a puzzle. One, 2, 3, 4. Nope, doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thanks, buddy. Puzzle! Give me my shit. I love shit.
Seek, and you will find.
20 stellar jades, let's go. I'm slightly less poor on pulls now. Oh, shit. Missed the voice line. Total credits is now 192,579. 192,579,260. Let's go.
Can you keep going?
So are you just like running around killing every mob right now? Is that what we're doing? Or are you stamina burning? Or are you doing both? May 27th, I will hit the milestone. Let's go. Okay, so it is stamina burning?
Of course.
Yes, is what you're currently... Okay, so you're stamina burning and you're running around killing everything? I hope you're using Acheron, because it's so much faster.
If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
That's right, you did mention the massive marathon. Yep, okay. Yeah, I have done those in the past as well. At this point, though, I'll just simply suffer in no credits.
The world-bearing burden. If Amphorius does have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
You didn't wish for Acheron when you started your second account. Ooh, so you're actually just manually killing everything? Yeah, that explains why it's such a marathon. That's so much slower. My condolences.
I'm not getting anything of value from them.
I would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little. I am Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages after all.
Oh, there we go.
Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Calypso. She's one of the Seven Sages. A member of the Grove?
My first account is stuck at Trailblazer level 20, has Blade, Argenti, and Hua Hua. Oof. Well, Blade's getting buffed, smile.
No, she can't be. I would know her name if she really were one of the Seven Sages.
Huh. I wonder if this is gonna be a many worlds. I wonder if this is a different leaf on... If it's currently seeing a different leaf on the imaginary tree. That'll be interesting.
Hey, Xerxes. Does the name Calypso ring a bell?
Because that would be an interesting way to tie in more Honkai-verse mechanics into it. Oh no!
Xerxes?
Now he's gaslighting himself! Turn out has a lot of 5-star? Yeah, makes sense.
Doesn't matter. I can do this myself.
I was originally actually planning on re-rolling my account, and then my very first account, I rolled my first standard 10 pull, I got a welt, so I was like, well, I guess I'm keeping this account. Now I don't use them at all, but still.
Oh, beautiful old world. Where are you now? Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk. Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Oh, her voice is so nice in Ian. Heavily lean. Devoted emissaries, heretical scholars, the lost wanderer, and the desperate outlaw. At the edge of divinity, we look up in awe. In a fleeting moment of terror, the long road behind fades from memory. Okay. So just a completely random fucking poem then. Cool. Okay. Ooh, piece of candy. No way! Oh wait, so that's HP, and it doesn't have any good subs. Well, that sucks.
Stream forth the gleam of old blades.
Zoomies! There are so many zoomies on this platform, holy. Should probably be saving some for later, but whatever. That's a big lad.
We're here, finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question, but all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless.
Himiko, Bronya, Japard, Clara, Luocha, Bailu, Jiaocho, Adventuring, Dr. Ratio, Firefly, Sunday, Jade, Boot Hill, Rapper, My Day, and you have Jiaocho, but you don't have Acheron? Oof. But yeah, you have solid teams working with that. Rapper makes Rapper and Boot Hill both very good break carries, as well as Firefly. Even better with with Fugue, especially Rapper and Boot Hill. That Fugue is was such a good buff to them. Mighty, of course, very good as well. Anaxa works great as a hyper carry character as well as a sub DPS for Thurta. And having Adventurine is very nice, since he's a very strong SP positive sustain units, and you have Luocha as well as, I mean, I'm assuming you have Gallagher. Fucking everyone has Gallagher. So it keeps you nice and stocked. You got a good variety of teams to work with.
Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself.
Oh wait, do you not have Ronmei? You don't have Ronmei? Because if you haven't burnt your selector thing yet, getting Ronmei would be good for actually basically every carry you have, with the exception of Anaxa maybe. Oh, I guess My Day as well. The most recent memorable meme is, Doctor, you're huge. Yeah, I guess Mighty and Anaxa being like hard solo carry types probably will still prefer Sunday, but all of your break supports would definitely like to have a Ronmei. And then Ronmei can also work for any future dual DPS setups you might use. Or if you want to run like Rappa and Naxa, well, no, if you run Rappa and Naxa, you still need to have Super Break in the team, so that doesn't really work, but... Are you sure about that? Everyone having them? Everyone having what?
Did I still fail to make it in time?
Damn, he dead. Damn, he not dead.
So, I'm back here again.
What a handsome man. Gallagher. Sure about that? Everyone having them? I mean, not really, but he's been on a lot of really strong banners, and they've given him out for free like twice. If you have a newer account, you're a bit more scuffed on having Gallagher, definitely. But he's been on multiple really solid banners that people pulled for anyway, and he's also been free like twice since like 2.0. Well, I guess he came out like he came out 2.1 with Acheron, right?
I can hear it.
I've got a very old account. Smile, hell yeah.
I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the void world. A voice ready to tell me something.
I've also not played in literally years. Smile. Oh, so have you not? Oh, okay. Hence smile. Gotcha. Yeah, so that means if you weren't playing during version 2, then you did not get one of the free Gallaghers.
This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
Oh, I like this.
Since we've come this far, let's just wait.
Yoink. Taking that for future inspo. Also, it's interesting that Nias is solidly formed, but Calypso is not. Calypso is noticeably translucent. Naruhodo, but only the legs, actually. Only transparent here in the legs, because their torso is does not have any translucency for the backdrop there. Interesting.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Alicia?
Yes, and we we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Alicia, okay, again. Now I have to grab a new inspo image.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos's soul in the area. And besides, we both know Chaos's nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear.
Wait, shit.
Isn't that so?
Is this Alicia, or is this supposed to be like alt? This supposed to be like alt Casterus? Huh. Actually, real quick, let's reset and check it in CN real quick. Now that I think about it. You stopped just before Kafka. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, at least you could enjoy some of the newer story through watching my Menhera spiral into the abyss of Gacha Hell. Yay!
We're here. Finally. So, I don't get...
Fuck, I forgot to change the language. Oh. Now forming a corridor of fading echoes. It is like physically painful for me thinking about you running through and killing everything without Acheron. Oh, I could not. I just could not. You can change the start screen. Yeah. No, I mean, you can change it here at the intro screen. I just forgot to change it before going in because I kind of just autopiloted. The story continues once again. Anax. He's still such a handsome man.
我听到了，在潮汐深处，乌有之界的门关之后，那里有一道。这一次，那声音前所。
既已至此，还是稍安勿躁吧。
格奈乌斯阁下以及巫师，你们也是来这里问候卡勒斯的吗？
正是。吾等已在此地等待有些时间了。
可惜他还是没有回应。最坏的情况，腐蚀的重量。
格奈乌斯阁下，你多虑了。我能感觉到他的魂息仍在此地盘桓。
The pitch and voice vocal weight's different again, but I'm pretty sure that's Alicia.
况且，你我都明白卡勒斯的为人。身为救世主
Because I don't remember what CN Caster sounds like.
更不会抛下他纪念的一切，不是吗？
我相信他。
Enemies respawn daily, so it's my job to defeat them in marathon. I mean, fair, it's just the idea of doing that without Acheron is, like, physically painful to me. But hell yeah, you do you. Let's see here. Casterus. And...
我曾踽踽独行，就像落单的蝴蝶，不知该往哪儿飞去。
Yeah, no, that's Casterus' voice
或许是
actress.
烛火之旅和奥赫玛的伙伴，或许是一路上遇到的人们， 让我寻到了下一次振翅的方向。
格奈乌斯阁下，你多虑了。
Yes, castresses. I mean, I figured this actually was supposed to be like a alternate castress because of the butterfly there.
话说回来，小波吕西亚，此行怎只有汝独自前来？
哦，姐姐说她还需要些时间照看花朵。
可怜见，汝二人生来便未接过塞纳托斯的权柄，却比任何人都心怀恻隐呢。
这一次，我所听到的一切，这场看似平常，实则空前绝后的交谈，已经足以为我揭晓瑟西斯之问的终极答案。猜想已经形成，急需落成定律。接下来只要向克法勒求证。
Fun.
但我不会这么做。
That isn't important.
因为我梦寐以求的另一道猜想，也在此时此刻证明完毕。由凡人融合泰坦的灵魂，取而代之。
Ooh, fusing immortal soul with that of a titan to replace that titan is not a ludicrous idea after all. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anaxa has some pretty lofty goals going on. Characters I want in release say, you mean 150-50, Anaxa, Boot Hill, and Firefly. Let's go.
在想什么？
只是在感叹。
Wow, it's a voice down hang.
就是瑟西斯的神躯。
这样吗？我反倒觉得你一点也不惊讶。
只是些旧事，不展开了。
就是啊。第一次仰望瑟西斯时，我也是个孩子。
Interesting. With all the tree talk going on too, I actually do really wonder if they're gonna be relating things to the imaginary tree theory in the Honkai verse.
当年我就站在这里，幻想自己有朝一日能到树顶上去，那里是离天空。
你身为天空祭司，却在理性泰坦的栖息地求学，似乎有些违背直觉。
原因没那么复杂，凡人哪够得到艾格勒的国度呢？他和瑟西斯不同，是严厉而不近人情的神明。李三宝也能理解吧？毕竟
Daddy
瑰宝囚禁在翁法罗斯
Daddy boy
就是艾格勒。
我也没想到，竟会在无意中成为一位本地神的眼中钉。
Anaxa says, and oh boy, I was about to be super frustrated by killing 250 monsters.
但总有地上的人怀抱着飞向天空的梦想。树廷不乏对艾格勒的研究，只是临行前，瑰宝却遇上了那种麻烦。
祸不单行也无可奈何，你还要为阿格莱亚查清树廷之灾的始末，总得走这一套。路上多替他留意下死亡泰坦的文献吧，也算不虚此行。
落在肩头的重担又多了一桩呢。偌大的树亭，不知要找的东西都分散在哪儿。我们分头行动吧。相信以丹宝的身手，黑潮造物也……
倒是你，没问题吗？
Oh, don't worry, she has fat fuck. She'll be fine.
我可是昏光庭院的首席，你说这话会不会太小瞧人家了
Fat fuck the real one.
真安静啊！这学府存放的知识堪比一座森林。 最聪明的学者也会在其中迷路。出发前要再整理下思路吗？艾格勒，统治天空的泰坦。神话中，他被描述风景的先祖是信仰艾格勒的祭司，他对天空的禁忌了解最深。在翁法罗斯，泰坦是绕不开的话题。人们创造了神话。 神话有办法换个视角，跳出来思考。在神谕的指引下，英雄们走在猎取火种的道路上。一再果然，最难以解释的还是这道神谕。但眼下线索太少。黄金也是具备英雄资质的人，大多身手不凡，拥有超人的力量。
Damn, Dawn has a lot of things to think about.
更会容身半神，奇怪，总有一种违和。泰坦与星神，二者截然不同。前者能与人对话，能被人战胜。这么一看，和遥远的星神相比，还是换个问题吧。
I like how Dawn can just stand here contemplating all of these subjects right now.
法罗斯时，他就已经遭遇了，没能保护好他，是我的失职。但还有一线希望，以书亭藏书之广博，会有类似记载吗？
I can't believe they didn't bring an abundance character with them on the way down from the ship. Actually, there isn't even an abundance character on the ship, is there? Damn. Who's the medic on board? Pom Pom?
还是尽快动起来吧。且行且适应了奥赫玛的日光，都不习惯夜色了。
Oh my god. Fine, we'll just stick with this. We'll use Anaxa on the wrong side. Spooky. Ooh, a pig. Pop. 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 I'm just surprised I haven't seen any enemies yet. Aventuring's things in his arms are so expensive, 139k total. Pop. Black monsters are twisted in form and their life has turned to ash together with their souls. It is impossible to figure out their form when they were still alive.
黑潮造物的遗骸，近距离看，他的身下压着什么东西？卷轴吗？
Which language of laugh do you like the most? CN, Korean, EN, or JP? I haven't actually heard what any of the characters sound like in JP or Korean, but I also don't want to download the voice packs. Because they're like 8 to 9 gigs each. A record of debates between venerationists and new sporist scholars. Most of it is illegible, leaving only a few fragments of dialogue. We all recall that state that dared touch the sky, but what were they really? Just blind masses manipulated by ambitious politicians who dared challenge the Titan's authority. A complete meaningless attempt, an absolute mistake. Humph, you venerationists have bowed to the Titans for so long, you've forgotten the scholar's true purpose? Making a mistake does not mean the act was meaningless. Even though students new to the Grove understand this from basic logic lessons. As an entire city-state reduced to ashes proved the skyship's construction was a mistake, to me, that's precisely the meaning they achieved through sacrifice. Am I hearing this right? Such a statement. Are you converting to venerationism? No, I'm simply examining the matter from another perspective. ... Legible content ends here.
果然，谈论天空在树亭算不上禁忌。
Done with Carlo, let's go.
学者在争论天舟。
Now for all the spooky ice creatures in Everwinter Hill.
先收着这份记录吧，希望此行不会空手而归。
Pop. Wee woo. This falls too slow to actually injure. Oh no! Tuskpear, no! I'm trapped! Scare the Tuskpear away. Oh my god, that worked. Why is my left IAM now popping out? What is going on? Ah, there we go. Very necessary amounts of buffs. 魔术技巧。
周而复始，值得研究。
身心清静，一起上吧，赶紧的，思路打开。
我一切彻底疯狂。我的自由。
Ugh, okay, fine. Use the third to ult.
谜底却是乌有之物。
Ah, you're kidding me.
芝麻开门，就此塌落。
Really hoping that would wipe them.
看，依此神器，重塑万物。
优美的姿势。
思路打开。
有事吗？
Funny bounce.
彻底疯狂。确凿无疑的胜利。
Ooh. Nom nom nom. I love trick
不
snacks.
觉，炉香袅姑，看见没？这
魔术技巧，魔术技巧。
Pop.
本质如一，生命不止乎。腥膻恶臭，快些散去，去污除秽。没见过芝麻开门。
直击灵魂。
优美的姿势。
TP break.
哼，一起上吧，思路打开。
I'm saving my ults for worlds. Don't worry about it.
确凿无疑的胜利。
Nom nom nom. I love trick snacks.
音不绝，炉香袅姑，看见没？
风琴，怎会有那么多敌人？虽然没有小看他的意思，但还是去打。
All campaigns done? Hell yeah. Wait for updates on the farm weapon upgrade mats. This in what's it fucking called? Your Gundam. Oh, your Gundam gotcha? Oh. Yawn turned into a burp. Wow. Okay, that was weird.
哎呀，这可真是麻烦，远比想象的多呢。
Go fat fuck, go.
或者就这么看。
一时分不清你是开玩笑还是认真。
当然是开玩笑的，拜托了，丹宝，我们上吧。
G Eternal, yeah, that was it.
周而复始。
看，依此神器，重塑万物。
没点长进呢，芝麻开门。
无中生有。
Funny bounce.
直击。
Funny bounce.
发生什么了？这里已是一片废墟。
可能是因为我吧，黑潮对翁法罗斯的光明格外敏锐。也许是天空。先不说这个，给，我在附近发现的。
A debate's record between two scholars. Most are illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. You thipfro. Do you even thipfro? Well then, enlighten me. What exactly do you mean by examining from another perspective? Simple, you see. Dash. When we stand normally, the sky is above. When we stand on our heads, it's below our feet. I don't even want to know what kind of situation inspired you to make such exalted theories. By the way, I have a student who loves to write satirical comedies and once wrote about a fool who could not figure out a question no matter what. As I said, there's no reasoning with you venerationists. You're like dromas, huge yet always gazing downward at the earth, while I want to be the wasp that stings the dromas. What if that state tyrant's defeat simply proved that among all paths to a killer, the skyship was the wrong one? Naxagaras, you impious blasphemer, mark my words, you will eventually answer for your sacrilege. I doubt your students or that young teaching assistant girl have any idea what secret research you're truly conducting. Legible content ends here.
阿纳克，萨格拉斯。
阿纳克，萨格拉斯。
是那个与理性火种合为一体的学者。
连我也不知道，原来纳克夏老师进行过天空的研究。
听白垩说，他可能会站在烛火之旅的对立面。
说可能有些委婉了。老师一向不敬神明。
Should you enable eye cover when about to face a lot of flashy things? Possibly.
被视作异端，但偏偏是这样一位毒神者，却成了瑟西斯的神选。
我在路上也找到一份卷轴，似乎和你手中的有些。
是吗？让我看看。
I mean, makes sense that Cersei would be interested in a blasphemer who actually chooses to question things.
我对树婷还不够了解，方便问？
请随意。神武术庭有7大学派，虽然都是围绕最初的学者塞勒苏斯的理念建立的，但比尤绪弗罗老师是敬拜学派的贤人，总是和纳克夏老师针锋相对。如果把7贤人都放到塔兰顿的天平上，一端是纳克夏，
很形象的描述。不，
如今几乎每一个翁法罗斯人都知道天舟的故事。艾格勒的身躯比，所以建造大型航天器是行不通的。不知道威力乘以
A supercharged mini tribute cannon.
能不能骗过他的眼？
这只是开玩笑，对吧？
这种学派核心课题是借由炼金术，虽然被视作独神者，但纳克夏本人从不避讳宣扬理念。要说有什么秘密，也只有他眼罩下的样子。所有错误的尝试都是更接近正确的一步。老师常把这句话挂在嘴边，也许在他看来，天舟的坠毁具有另一重意义。天幕并非不可突破，正因他迈出了关键的一步，才会招致神罚。
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
可惜，树婷对艾格勒的研究
Oh shoot! Oh. Okay, I guess we have to read it in here. It's a shame that the majority of the grove's research on the killer was headed by the Venerationists, with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Okay. This goes about more esoteric subjects matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the Skyship instance, so much so that even the scroll is completely new to me.
没关系，眼下先回收针对泰坦的研究就好。我更好奇另一件事，这里提到纳克夏在进行某种秘密实验。
我也很在意。有什么研究是连我这个讲师助理都不知情的？总有种不妙的预感。难道树婷之灾背后还有别的秘密
？Nom nom trick snacks。
看见没？这里是树婷的藏书处，有爱之馆。7大学派的著
Oh, we're back here again.
还囊括了外邦的哲学、诗歌、信仰术。
The place where Divine Tree Hag had sad moments saying goodbye to the Yuri lover.
历史上还发生过不少令人哭笑不得的事。据说赤桃学派曾向某位作家借取原稿，最后归还的却是副本。 而真迹则被悄悄藏在这里，
这似乎有些无理。
不用这么委婉的。
Their behavior was no different from bandits.
树婷打劫过旋风城吗？
这我就不知道了。有人说旋风城连字典都没有，也许有幸逃过一劫。
Some said you could even find a dictionary in Castrum Criminals.
有爱之馆的书目过于庞杂，一卷卷翻阅不现实。我们用藏书石板检索出需要的资料，统一带回安赫玛研究吧。
此地危险，也不适宜久留。地上还有些散落的卷轴，在你操作时，我私下检查一遍，这样应该不会。
Ooh, glowy thing on the ground. A book covered in annotations from many scholars. It is titled The Art of Sophistry. 40 ways to improve your debating skills. You skim through it, and the highlight methods include the virtual causation, false premises, contradiction conversion, conflating prevarication and reality, misinterpreted punctuation, misattribution, and generalized specificity, among other things. That is definitely sophistry. Amidst it are scholars' exclamations. A true eye-opener, the art of language knows no bounds. If I can't master sophistry, I can at least learn to defend myself against them as an honest man. Yes, great. When all else fails, employ brute force. Yes, when I can't actually win a debate by using proper rationality and logic, I will simply use stupid word tricks instead. Haha. 1 hour 49 minutes left. So just about halfway through. Brute force and ignorance. Let's go.
似乎是纳克夏的资料，值得注意。
好多灰尘。
Are all these complaints about him?
不用打开也知道，里头一定是。
他的影响力这么大，
不然怎么会被称作大表演家呢？据说老师创立学派后的第一件事，就是在里面宣读自己的著作。至于泰坦。 他们真的符合凡人对神的认知，神造的世界必定是完美的。
然后呢？
他没能讲完就被压成了。
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. I love that man.
其实是辩论，他需要一一回应学者们的控诉，否则就要被逐出树庭。第一项控诉是。
Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountain, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
是要我站在纳克夏的立场做出回答吗？
Yes, do it.
话所说，海洋、天空、大地。
如果老师也能这样回答，恐怕就不用说那了。
Instead, he quoted past instances of the flame chase journey and posited that humans have the potential to take over the divinity of the Titans. Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to this answer. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
相当严肃的指控。他还做过这个。
老师永远戴着眼罩，连独处时都不摘下。有人说他是把一直世间的人都由克法勒庇护，尤其是沐浴神血的黄金翼。倘若真有此事，无疑是亵渎神明。幸好，因为没有证据，这下老师就这么舌战群儒，与挑战者一一辩论。 直到最后，一位学者问他
：“Have you any respect for the gods？”
他沉默了几秒，回答道：“我从不否认泰坦。”
I have never denied that Titans are meant to be noble constructs. Motherfucker fires shots. God damn.
泰坦并不伟大。
我不知道那场骚动是如何平息的，但老师最终还是留在了树庭，即便被对了。 这沓投诉信提醒了我，树亭里还有个地方，跟石之间，纳克夏老师的炼金实验室。
以树亭的藏书风格，竟会有这种眼皮底下的遗漏。
这是个秘密，七贤人除去首席虚设，其余列位各自享有一处禁，就连有爱之馆的管理员也不能越过禁令收录贤人的课题。不过现树亭都成这样了，小小打破一下禁令也没事吧？对不住了。 纳克夏老师，
真是一片曲折的受害啊！
Ooh, another scroll. A record of the many research topics a Caprice scholar has applied for, and the replies from their school's sage about these topics. Topic 1. A discovery that many mythical beasts renowned for their longevity actually reside in areas of poorly managed birth and death records for such creatures. Permission to research. Reply. Lacks research significance. Not approved. Topic 2. An observation of real plants within the grove imitating the growth patterns of nearby white dryads. Permission to research. Reply. Falls under the domain of the Lotophagus skill. Not approved. Investigating the feasibility of placing flying birds into rocket tubes to guide the direction of the rocket's flights. Let's go! Permission to research. Reply. Too fanciful. Not approved. The subsequent topics grew increasingly eclectic, yet the outcome of the replies remained unchanged. Ah. Alright. I will be right back, chat, because I need to grab a snack. Because my body needs blood sugar real quick, so I'll be right back. Okay, we are so back, chats. Have some leftover pasta and 2 whole vine tomatoes. A lot of people seem to think it's weird that I do this, but like, I will just take whole tomatoes and eat them like an apple. I request monkey music next BRB. That requires me to find an MP3 for that and then also put it on there. It's so much more effort. I'm just gonna keep doing the kururin. It's already on there. Oh god damn it, fine. If you DM it to me, I'll put it on there. Nom nom nom. Oh, there's the 3 o'clock alarm. You think the Herta can work with Bronya? Yeah, Thirta works fine with Bronya. Like, you still have to make sure you have a second erudition, of course, but Thirta works well with Bronya, especially if you're running, like, I would imagine that they probably, since Bronya is, like, primarily a hypercarry buffer and not a dual DPS buffer. I mean, if you have a Naxa, also just use a Naxa, but if you don't have a Naxa, also, like, a more supportive, energy bat, sub-DPS, that's more of on the supportive side, could definitely work well with the Bronya comp, since you're just trying to focus as much power into Thirta as possible. Thirta, Chibi Herta, Bronya, and Fu Xuan could work. Yeah, that team could definitely work. I would personally say that I would recommend taking a look at Guoba, Guoba. Look at his video about the Thirta and look at some of the potential. He has one about Thirta as well as one about builds and stuff for teammates, because mini Herta works, but you could also run Serval as a passkey battery. And basically what she's doing is she's just spamming out ults and skills, and it will just, like, supercharge Thirta's ults, so she ults all the goddamn time, on top of Bronya doing so. You might run into some SP issues with that, though I'm not sure how well that will necessarily work with Bronya, because Bronya definitely creates SP issues. So, maybe not necessarily that, but there are quite a few supportive options you can work with. Because the issue with Bronya is because she's so SP thirsty, that pretty much means that, generally speaking, in order to maintain SP positivity, especially since Thirta will take, like, action advance turns for herself, your sustain and your sub DPS often have to, like, avoid skilling, because you just struggle on the SP front when you have Bronya on your team, just by her design. You have an E5 Bronya? That's fucking awesome. I'm actually a little jealous. I want E4 Bronya because she has a hilarious extra synergy with Fei Xiao if she's E4, because she adds an extra follow-up attack for Fei Xiao to work off of. It's really funny. But yeah, that team could definitely work. Like, the nice thing about Chibi Herta is that they are going to be relatively SP positive. I would just also recommend taking a look at Guaba's vid and looking at the other supportive options too, because double Herta works, but you also might want to consider if you can run, like, an SP bat, or not an SP bat, sorry, you can run, like, a ultimate battery, and just, like, Bronya will hyper buff your Thirta, and then Thirta can just shit out ultimates all the time with a nice battery character. I mean, it depends. If you're, like, Chibi Herta, like, your small Herta is built really well, then they can probably put out some decent numbers. It's just that Chibi Thirta is really kind of more there as, like, she needs to be doing damage because she's not really providing that much energy for Thirta. Serval is superior than Chibi Herta outside of pure function? Not necessarily. It's hard to say, right? They have completely different functions. And like I said, I'm a bit worried if Pasky Serval can even work with a Bronya, because Bronya eats so much SP. It might not work. But like, the idea is that there's like little Herta, small Herta. The entire idea is that she's just doing extra damage, right? She doesn't really build up that much energy for Thirta, because Thirta gets energy built up by using ultimates and skills and stuff like that on your teammates. And part of the reason why Serval with Passkey is so good is that Serval can just, like, have a guaranteed 2-turn ult, if I remember correctly. So she's like literally just spamming out energy and batterying Thursa like crazy. It's a similar thing that Argenti can do as well. Argenti can act as a really good battery for Thursa because he can spam out so many mini ults. And the idea is that they're not really doing damage, you're just making Thursa ult a lot more often. But Chibi Herta doesn't really do that. Chibi Herta is there to do damage. So if your Chibi Herta is pretty well built and does a good amount of damage, she still definitely works. It's just that they have different functions in a team comp, right? And I know a lot of people have run Chibi Herta perfectly fine to do clearing, and it's fine. It's just a thing to consider that if your Chibi Herta isn't actually very well built, you might want to look into the idea of running a battery support instead. E1 Bronya is a scam. Once I use her, the E1 never activates even once on MSU. Oof, that actually really sucks. I do get a decent amount of E1 procs, but it's definitely, yeah, it definitely can have some bad luck sometimes with that. It's definitely forced me to reset some runs sometimes. Since I use Bronya in my Fei Zhao team because Bronya makes her do really big, funny 300+K damage ult numbers. Why couldn't they make it 100%? Because gotcha, Smile. Gotta have some gotcha in your combat too, right, Smile? Okay. Ate like half of my pasta and stuff, so we got some decent brain resources funded up. Ooh. Gun. QQ with Bronya is pure gambling team. I love fucking Mao. Throw Adventurine in there as a sustain while you're at it. See how high you can roll on this ult every time you ult. In DMs, appreciate it, Port. Yeah, monkey type of beat. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Am I dumb? I'm dumb. I'm not even, like, paying attention here. Stop. Come, water wheel. Sadly, an Aventurine is a male. Sag, true, but he's an incredibly feminine twink. So he is at least closer. He is at least one of the much more femme men out there. And he has a beautiful relationship with Dr. Ratio, who is definitely the top. Pop. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, you're not a nymph. I thought that was one of the collectible nymphs. Never mind. What they look like in this area. I love shipping Aventurine to Dr. Ratio. Hell yeah. Be the one on top because of how aggressive it is. I feel like he would gamble for who gets to be on top every time, to be completely honest. Makes it more thrilling that way, right? Like, Adventurine's very aggressive, but Ratio is like a very, like, control freak of a character, honestly. So I guess it really would depend. Because also sometimes the people who are, like, more serious or control freaks or whatnot like to bottom and like to sub because it lets them, like, relax and like, not have to assume control and whatnot. Lets them just kind of, like, let go of all of that for a while. So who knows? They're probably both switches. And then Adventurine probably just flips a coin or rolls dice every goddamn time. Nom nom nom. Oh, can you hear me eating? Wait, is it actually catching the sounds of me chewing this tomato? That's funny. I'm like looking at my voice level, at like my mic levels. Well, here's your ASMR, I guess.
炼金材料、法阵图样，甚至禁令的封印也不在了。 难道都被黑潮摧毁了？
难怪，这一路连点像样的防备都没有。你之前进入过这里吗？
没有，甚至从未接近过。炼金是高危活动，纳克夏老师又钟情古怪的材料，学生们经常见他好好的进去，却灰头土脸甚至满脸炸毛的出来，自然不敢靠近这里。
Hell yeah.
唯独那边的书柜
We love mad
很
scientists.
完整呢。
Oh, it's the bookshelf that one guy. It's the bookshelf that one guy was reading through when we were doing the escape thing and seeing like the memories of like Anaxa and stuff like that. The motherfucker who read a porno for his first time while on this bookshelf. Oh fuck, one sec, I need some water. Oh, oh. That was a weird sensation. I don't think it was heartburn. I just haven't had heartburn in years. But that was a weird sensation at the top of my stomach. Naruhodo. These are the materials requested by Anaxagoras. What? Anaxagoras. Anaxagoras. For anyone who's new in the chat, that's how you pronounce his name in Chinese. Documents from various fields have been compiled in one place, including Titan creations, the universality of the soul, alchemy doctrine, and so on. Most of the materials look to be within the research domain of the Nosporus school of thought. However, a document titled A Study on the Chrysos Heir's Background is mixed within. These appear to be quick notes examining the background of Chrysos heirs. The Holy Maiden of Yanasopolis, Tribi, Trian, and Trinon, descendants of the Holy Maiden from the Temple of the Three Fates, Gold Weaver Aglaia of Okema from the Nestia priestly family, the Prince of Castrum Kremnos, Hyacine of the Twilight Courtyard, all of their ancestry have varying degrees of connections to the Divine Titans or the Divine Authorities. Does the Golden Blood, ... come from the heritage of priest families, ... or royal bloodlines, ... Anaxagoras. I myself show no such connection. Carefully the creator, ... What criteria did they use to create the Golden Blood, ... To shape the Chrysos heirs? Yet Castoris, the servant of death from Idonia, ... Her lineage is neither Titan priest nor demigod, ... He really likes ellipses. But she has walked the earth for at least a millennium with the power to grant death to humans, ... Where did this power come from? Another text speaks of the dragon legends of Styxia. The alchemical extraction of souls ripped from the dragon corpses is intriguing, ... Dragons appear to be the Titan's creations, ... Perhaps there's a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan creations, increasing the purity and divinity of Golden Blood towards the absolutes? This theory must be tested. Experiments to be arranged. Hell yeah. Shit. Anaxa has actually a bit of... I was mentioning earlier in the stream how I really hope there's a Mobius, how I really hope that there's a Mobius XP, but, Anaxa has a pretty good amount of Mobius in him right now.
这份手记有不少值得细究的地方。从命运重渊到旋风城，我已见过许多
Alright, there's like one bite of pasta and tomato left.
不少瑟西斯创造的生灵。可是通过炼金术将它们与人的灵魂融合，我很难想象。
Okay, food's eaten. Do you think Acheron needs Jiaoqiu? Kinda. It depends on what you mean by need. If you want her to be competitive top tier and like have like competitive fairly fast like clear times, then yeah, kind of honestly. she's been power crept, but Jiao Cho is bound for the power creep. That being said, Cipher's coming out, and Cipher will likely also do a similar thing for Acheron. So if you don't have Jiao Cho, Cipher's still an option. Ideally you run both, but Jiao Cho PTSD, it won't. Dude, the Acheron mains memes have been so fucking peak and they're still going. I fucking love it. And now fat fucks become a thing too. I don't know what's going on with like the memes in the Star Rail community the past few weeks, but I am so on board. They're so good. You are a competitive grinder. Yeah, you are, Theo.
纳克夏格外关注黄金翼流淌的神线，还对英雄们的背景做了细致考察。
如果只有蝶宝还不奇怪，他也对自己的出身感到好奇。
Wait, the spores have crafted omnipotent medicines?
也有疗愈疾病的万能药，研究长生的黄金翼合情合理。可现在看来，老师的目标却不是制药，是在究明金血的由来与原理。
The Jiao Cho Chuda meme really similar to the Acheron main Reddit. Oh yeah, dude. It's fucking great. There's just been a very entertaining, like subreddit-wide schizo mind break episode. And I can't wait when we like also officially get like Silver Wolf buff information. I can't wait for that to happen all over again, or something similar to happen.
纳克夏想通过炼金，让黄金翼体内的精血更加纯粹，以致抵达神线。这就是趋近于至纯的含义吧。可是，将泰坦造物和人体都视为炼金的材料，未免有些太过疯狂了。
担保，我有一种不太好的预感。
I can't believe an access you, Tucker. These documents appear incomplete. Judging from what's left behind, the important alchemical formulae have been taken away. Only the author's reasoning remains. The previous approach, ... has flaws. Fusing human souls with Titan creations does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminants to the Chrysos heir's golden blood. Oh, that was a tiny burp. Soul fusion between humans and creations merely repairs impurities of the soul or maintains a connection to dying souls. While creation myths tell us that Chrysos heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their nature differs fundamentally. The Titans' creations... What the fuck was that sound? The fuck is that sound outside? That was loud. There wasn't like a brief gunshot sound or anything either. It was like... Is that like a... Did like a fucking semi fall over or something? That was really loud. The Titans' creations are no intermediate products of an alchemical process, and the Chrysos heirs are closer to the Titans than the creations. In other words, I think it's just a ridiculously loud truck. What the fuck? Like, my window is not that close to the street. There's like an entire courtyard between like my window and the street outside. Take shelter from shoots, Lamau. It's okay. I grew up in Atlanta. I'm used to the sound of gunshots. Smile. It transcends subreddits. Oh yeah, it has transcended the subreddit and infected just general Star Rail community, and it's funny as shit because everyone's so confused by it who doesn't actually know what's going on. And then some of the memes are like new memes layering previous memes on previous memes in the Acheron main subreddit, so it's even more surreal and people don't understand what the fuck is happening when they see the memes. It's fucking great. Taking a short break before and continuing onto Cloudfoot. Good luck. It's not picking up on the mic? Yeah, because I have a directional mic and it's pointing away from the window. Like, my mic is very strong and sensitive in the direction it's pacing, but it is a directional mic, so things coming from behind us don't really register as loud. The Titans' creations are no intermediate, but wait, we read that part. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointed towards the Titans themselves. Such rare opportunities to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Living Titans prove impossible to restrict. And dead Titans offer no insights worth pursuing, but the dying Titans, they are the perfect research subjects. Let's go. Only by understanding the fundamentals of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands, I will melt a Titan and reach the true essence of the soul. Hell yeah, I love this man.
最担心的事情，果然还是发生了。一路看下来，我的猜想也在慢慢成型。
Sorry, IAM is being weird again. I think it's the cable. Probably need to grab a new cable.
再进行灵魂炼成的研究。
如果我没理解错，是通过炼金术将人的灵魂重新炼成。
这就是老师的秘密研究，不能为其他人所知的亵渎实验。
Compared to his public speeches, this is real blasphemy.
难道说？
怎么了？
你还记得吗？黑潮抵近时，树廷本打算转移瑟西斯的火种。 可中途遭遇但
瑟西斯征用了他的身躯，令纳克夏。
没错。可如果纳克夏老师与理性，
哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈哈！
如果你是他，在黑潮逼近，
亲手实践这些猜想，不计代价。
What would you have done in this place? I would have turned into a dragon god and just pushed it back with gigantic water dragons.
在黑潮入侵时，老师前往启蒙王座的真正目的。 是打算实行炼成，将
所以
不，从事后的反应来看，现状应该在老师预料之外。技术师的手稿被带走了，说明他
会是另有所用吗？
可是，用来做什么呢
？Yes。
这不会吧
？Time to fuse yourself with the dying fucking
应掌握造物的原理
big boy Titan。
令万物诞生时极为完美的状态。如今纳克夏身在奥赫玛，是科法勒。
That's right, 科法勒。Let's go。
老师，我们看到的这片天空是假的，对吧？
当然是假的，这只是教学装置，不起眼的魔术。如今昼夜时序，为了方便你们理解星空。 天文学者借助泰坦神迹变换光线，将过去的夜晚投影在这里。
The sky is fake. Well, this sky is fake at least.
正如圣城的天空，也是由克法勒的。
Also, I'm pretty sure actually Enforcer's entire sky is technically fake because it's like it is fully covered and hidden from the rest of the universe.
所以，奥赫玛的天空也是虚假的。
不能这么定性，纳克夏。你要知道
，Smile。
只有孩子，很多时候，人们并非真正无知。
这是自欺欺人。民众信奉克法勒的创世神话，祭司们说什么，他们就信什么。可是，我们已经意识到，自己身处在一个由泰坦编织规则的世界，满眼尽是他们投下的星空。 与其守望这片虚假的永夜，我为何不能成为操作投影仪器的那个人？
孩子，自你为我播下怀疑的种子，又已过去了许久。
Smile。
我在无数个日夜记录下字。
为什么？仅仅是因为他会将你我送上火星的尸床
I mean, it's a fairly good reason to, you know, not do that.
敬拜学派的贤人。 根系早已与巨树相连，一举一动必将牵扯它的每一根。然而，最重要的是，我身为将死之人，对精血和灵魂的思考，只能通过直觉怀疑，而无法付诸实践。
Fair。
但是我可以，老师，时机已经成熟，给我需要的一切。
Smile。
我将带。
当然。 我正有此意。下一次贤人会议去吧，准备好船。
Let's go。
去探明我们究竟为何物。 成为征服世间治理的人。
We love searching for the ultimate truths.
所以，人子啊。
Man, imagine if Himiko or Welt had made it down here. They actually are well educated on like imaginary tree theory and things like that in this setting. Actually, I just want to see Welt come down to Amphoris, period. He's gonna see so many familiar faces, and I want to see him just point a black hole at Kevin and not ask questions.
不错。倘若我是一头愚昧无知的大地兽，面对此等伟力，也许会将四肢匍匐在大地上。
Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride. Let's go! Show them the power of humanity. It's time for some mad science.
你应当听说过斯提克西亚人的故事。
The trio idol is complete now on HSR. You're right! Welt, Final, and Luocha. Let's go!
瑟西斯，人们都说我是独神者，但这不代表我否认神性的存在。泰坦不过是人类尚未征服。
Let's go! Wait a second.
哦，既然汝意图拥有匹敌泰坦的力量，那么依神谕所示，挑战试炼便是。
Because I need to confirm my own theories.
I
play Honkai Impact 3? Yeah! That's part of why, that's a big part of why I've been wanting to play this on stream instead of just by myself, because I'm guessing you weren't here earlier for all of the Honkai-verse yapping, but yeah, I've been spending a lot of time during this stream and previous Star Rail streams yapping about like Honkai-verse stuff and relations of things to Honkai Impact 3rd and what little I do know about GGZ, Honkai Gakuen or GGZ, since it's end of service in global, so there's only so much information I can get about it. But yeah, I am a big Honkai-verse simp, and that's part of why I've been so excited for Amphoris, because it is, you know, very heavily tied to the rest of the Honkai-verse, especially with the Flame Chasers, the 13 Flame Chasers, with the XPs we're getting. That's why, like, I specifically pulled Anaxa, not just because he's like so good with Thurta, but I pulled him because he's a Sue XP. Similarly, I'm pulling Cipher and trying to get her Light Cone because she's a part of Felis XP. I'm already committed to getting all of the XPs. You're a Kiana simp? I mean, I'm also a massive Kiana simp. I'm a Kia Mei simp, especially. A lot of their struggles and storylines and whatnot, I feel some weird relation to with personal life experiences. And yeah, I'm a huge Kia Mei simp, definitely, and I love Kiana. I mean, if you didn't notice, Kiana's in the top right of my BRB, the brain rot background, like this one I have, my BRB screen. We have Anniversary Kiana hanging out in the top rights, beating her drum. Just show me a Kiana pick. I lost gallons. I have a lot of them on like some of my Milanote boards if you really want to see a bunch of Kiame stuff. But yeah, which is why I'm kind of, it is like heartbreaking to me that outside of Honkai Gakuen and outside of Honkai Impact 3rd, Kiana and Yayi, which is the Chinese, it's the Chinese pronunciation for Mei. It's a weird thing. The character they use for Mei, for Mei's name, is pronounced Yayi in China, or in Chinese, and is pronounced Mei in Japanese, so they also decided to go with Mei for English. But Dr. Mei, a different character, her name is a different character that is also pronounced as Mei in Chinese. So like Mei, and like Raiden Mei and Dr. Mei are confusing in Japanese and in English. But in Chinese, they're very distinctly different names because it's Yayi and Mei Laosher. Fun fact. At least Kiana on Genshin, even though it does feel like... I mean, yeah, that's like 100% like Siren. Like, that's 100% Siren. She looks way too close to her Shiro Void model. Like, that's 100% Siren. The more exciting one for me, actually, is the Kiana XP and ZZZ. A lot of people didn't notice this one because it was in pre-release trailer stuff. I can just pull it up real quick. Lady Sunbringer in the ZZZ trailer. Yeah, Sunbringer. Sunbringer is like very clearly a Kiana XP, and if they don't make her playable, I'm going to throw a fucking fit.
Impressive. I wonder how her successors are doing.
You cannot convince me this isn't the Kiana XP. You cannot convince me this is not a Kiana. This is not like an adult Kiana XP. I am dying on this hill and I will not be taking further questions, Smile. But yeah, I'm very big about Kiame, personally. I find their story, like, very moving and heartbreaking and tragic and beautiful in so many different ways. And it's part of why I love Acheron so much, because I'm also a massive Yayi simp. I would be a massive Kiana simp, we just literally don't have her in any other games. Yeah, Sunbringer, yeah, she's the reason to play ZZZ. Oh yeah, totally understand. And they better make her playable. And we better get her at some points, because I'm gonna be so mad if she's a if the first Kiana XP we like actually really gets in a modern Mihoyo game is a fucking NPC. Because I still personally don't consider the unknown god in Genshin to be a Kiana XP, because she's a Siren XP. Like, she's not really Kiana, she's just main timeline, or like impact main timeline Siren. Yeah, with the specific colors of like the heterochromia and everything, like this is definitely much more actually Kiana, even if it is Kiana with Void's power, Void's core as well as Walt's core under belt. But yeah, the Sunbringer eyes literally half Kiana, half Herrscher of the Void Eye. Yeah, exactly. Which we actually see when Kiana has some more control over the Herrscher of the Void's core. She actually has this heterochromic eyes in her... God, what's the name of that battle suit called? And it's the battle suit... It's one of her battle suits. She has this specific heterochromic eyes. And then, yeah, it's also after the Himiko sacrifice. Exactly, yeah. So, like, this is... You cannot convince me this is not a Kiana XP, and I will fight anyone who says it isn't. And I will fight Mihoyo if they say it isn't. And I just want a fucking Kiana XP, because it's tragic that we don't get her, and it's even more tragic that they don't get to be together. It's bullshit. Bronya and Seela get to be happy. Why can't Kiame? Oh, actually, let me pull that video up again, because this one's more cope. For sure. Like, this one is more cope, but... let's see here. History... Like, this one is definitely more cope, but right after Lady Sunbringer, because Lady Sunbringer is, like, inarguably a Kiana XP.
The former CEO of Marcel Group, who eradicated the Hive Lord Hollow in the sky.
Even if she is much smarter than Kiana is. But yeah, right here, this one's definitely more cope, but, like, possible Yayi XP, like, she does have the same seriousness that Yayi has in a lot of different exosuits and times in the story, and possible Alicia XP? Question mark? These ones are a bit more cope, for sure, but you know, one can hold out hope. Especially because it definitely looks like Alicia XP has, like, she has wings and she also has something akin to elf ears. The purple one? Yeah, exactly. When I say Yayi, I mean Mei. Just Yayi is the Chinese name, so it's the one I'm used to, because I play Impact in Chinese. But yeah, it kind of looks like Mei, kind of looks like Yayi, and has a bit of the same serious vibe, as well as part of the people who, like, pushed back the Dark Wall back 36 kilometers? 37 kilometers. And it's kind of hard to tell, but it looks like she might be using a katana, since that is, like, Yayi's signature. She's always using a katana. So, you know, it's definitely possible. We could potentially have a game where we actually have a Kiana XP and a Mei XP and they get to fucking be together. The reason I play HSR is because Stell really reminds me of Kiana, her using Kazlana's special bat, and the fact that she's an airhead. Oh yeah, no, for sure. She's an airhead. Stell's a lot smarter than Kiana is, actually. She just chooses to be a bit like a himbo and an airhead. But yeah, Stell is very reminiscent of Kiana, for sure. I definitely wouldn't say she's necessarily a Kiana XP, but it's actually interesting because Acheron has a line that refers to not necessarily strictly Kiana, but someone of like a Kiana-like person when talking about Stell. What is this Kiana IQ slander? Smile. Ha 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 ha.
我要掌握的是生命根源之法，灵魂的本质，我们究竟视为何物？拜你所赐，死亡是灵魂的终结这一事实，我已通过种种迹象亲自验气。可有死必有生，有终结必有开端。灵魂如何诞生？在我的算式中，只剩下这一个未知数。
Wait a second, I like half read that. Thanks to you, I've had a chance to personally verify in more ways than one that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life, and where there is an end, there also must be a beginning.
听汝这口气，想必
不是已有。
Oh, he's already drawn a conclusion.
就在刚才的死亡之旅中，
拉克夏老师，我来了。他的性命危在旦夕，还请您不要做多余的事。
Don't get in the way of my science.
当然，我会一锤。
Do you sing Kevin when? Yeah, no. When Final first showed, I was like, oh look, it's Kevin. I didn't scream Kevin. I was like, oh, it's fucking Kevin. It's fucking Kevin. My response is much more, oh, it's fucking Kevin. Great.
但以等价交换的原则，我也必须向你索取我需要之物。
But that was a big part of what was exciting about 3.0 was all the trailers showing like, wait a second, this is a bunch of XPs. Wait a second, 13 flame chasers? Pog? Pause champ? Pause champ?
我同意交换。
连代价是什么？
Where is it? Whoa.
什么都不过问吗？
事关死亡泰坦的真相，还有他的性命。
And for us, it's just Elysian Realm, lol. I mean, it has a lot of influences, definitely, and it has a lot of parallels. And there are the XPs, but the XPs are all definitely taken in interesting takes. Like, they still fulfilled, like, the XP thing of having, like, the same seed as Mihoyo has put it, and playing them in, like, a different situation and world. Since, like, I could definitely see a world where Su never got into his Zen Buddha meditation bullshit, and was in Naxa's position instead, and his logic and reason were basically seen, and questioning of things were basically seen as blasphemy.
这或许是我此生唯一一次能挽救一条生命的机会。我没有犹豫的。
好啊，那。
I shall well when Alicia XP becomes playable. She's my second favorite Honkai Impact 3rd character. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like, if they want to make money, if they don't release Alicia as a playable character, I will be amazed, because that you're not the only one who she's one of your top favorites. I would definitely say, at least from my exposure to an interaction with the Honkaiverse community, that along with like the main trio, right, and I guess also Seela, the two characters that definitely seem like the most beloved and fan favorites are gonna be Alicia and Fuhua. And I'm also excited because there's a potential Fuhua XP in the Flame Chasers, since we looked at it earlier in the trailer, but there's someone who has a similar stance to like Fuhua when they're like in the standard standing stance, not the fighting stance, and also has like her signature like flaying out bowl cuts with long hair.
且慢，
I'm gonna act surprised if March is Alicia with her memory gone. I don't think that's the direction they're going to necessarily go with it.
第一，我必须承认，我一直以来都落入了认知。
Because part of why I'm playing in Chinese right now was to confirm and also experience it myself that my friends who have played previously in JP, March might be a part of Ellie. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely likely some. She has quite a bit of personality-wise. She has a bit of Kiana and a bit of Ellie in her, definitely. But like we already did this to confirm it, and because I also had already heard it, and other peeps in chat know. But yeah, Mem is obviously a fragment of Ellie. Like Mem, I mean, we checked it to listen to it. Mem is the same voice actress. They haven't officially announced who Mem's voice actresses are because, you know, don't want to spoil shit, I guess. But like, it's the same voice actress. It's very noticeably the same voice actress. Basically, March is a kid made from Kiana and Ellie. So like, there is like so there have been like a few memes going around sometimes, especially in like the Kia Mei like chunk of community that is like has like a family tree of like Honkai verse, and like yeah, generally March is considered like the child of Kiana and Alicia. And then like Robin is considered like the child of like Shigure Kira and Kiana, and I fucking refuse to accept that Kiana is anyway related to Robin. March is made from Primo Gems. True.
表面上看，这两个命题毫不相干，然而它们恰恰逻辑等价。不过是第二。为什么我会这么说？刚才已经解释过，答案就藏在。
Robin too smart to be Kiana's child? Yeah, basically. Also, I just don't really. I find Robin really boring, and I don't really like her that much as a character. So I just don't. I just as a personal grudge thing, I just don't want her to be associated with Kiana at all. I'm fine with her being like Shigure Kira's daughter, though.
不错。 因为我现在是个活死人，但这不重要。
And I really think people just like joke about her being like related to Kiana because they both have fucking like white hair. But her song really stuck in my mind. That's part of what I hate about her is the song. I would have pulled Robin because she's very powerful if it weren't for the fact that she plays her fucking space Taylor Swift music the entire time you're in combat. Because it's active during her ult and overwrites all of the good music in this game. And then if you're playing her correctly, she's never basically not out of ult. Or not in ult. So like, I don't want to listen to that fucking song. But, you know, different taste. I'm not a fan of it, but I know a lot of people like the song.
而且不仅如此，记得吗，瑟西斯？ 我还见到你也。
可吾也说了，吾从未有过如此记忆。
You're hallucinating, bro. Robin without using ult, disgusting.
因为那根本不是你，而是卡吕普索，来自树田的七贤人之一。
Cersei did call herself Calypso initially too when they were introduced in the first Act of the Grove.
那不是吾在这姑娘面前随口杜撰的假名吗？
Yeah.
如怎会？七贤人就更是笑谈了。若真是在吾之树荫下蒙受庇护的贤人
，Let's go imaginary tree theory. Let's go.
也对树庭的过去如指珠掌吗？
看来你连烙印在灵魂中的记忆都忘却了呀。动动脑子吧，想一想，既然这一切全部发生在死者的领域。 那么，他们一定都是过去生者，绝无可能步入这片天地。那他们究竟是谁？尤其是方才提到的卡吕普索，我想，答案已经显而易见了。那诸位已陨的英雄，正是泰坦们成神者。众神并非凭空诞生的造物巨匠，而是与人类无异。
Okay, that is not the direction I was thinking that they were gonna go with it, but that does make sense too.
这个答案让你失望了吗？
当然，汝这不是说了等于没说吗？如果说无果
Couldn't they've just been here to start with?
而且，就算事实果真如此，那也与塞纳托斯的所在相距甚远。我们要如何找到他？
Bubble universe will be integrated. I don't think this would be considered a bubble world anyway. And it's actually funny because bubble universe is actually a misnomer. It's actually more accurately translated as bubble world. There's like this whole big issue with like EN understanding how like the cosmology of the Honkai verse actually works properly because of localization issues, where things like world, universe, and galaxy are used pretty heavily interchangeably. In EN. However, they have very specific terms that they use in Chinese that represent each of these different things, and they are used consistently. Like a bubble universe is actually a bubble universe, it's a bubble world because it's like because it is a single world, like a leaf in the imaginary tree. Something along the lines of like a separate world. It's based on like the traditional many worlds theorem. While the universe, on the other hand, is referring to like the totality of the tree, to like essentially like the full, more than just the full galaxy, but encapsulating everything. And there's a lot of massive inconsistency in how those terms are used in EN, which makes it very difficult for like a Honkai lore person in HSR and in Impact, in HSR especially, to like actually fully understand how the cosmology works in the Honkai verse. That on top of them really enjoying using unreliable narrator techniques for explaining how imaginary tree theory works. But yeah, I mean, obviously in EN it's just called a bubble universe. It's just funny to me because that is actually like a mistranslation. It's actually a bubble world. But yeah. There are good videos on this if you ever feel like really diving deep into it, because like I mentioned before on stream, like I fell really deep into a Honkai verse rabbit hole for a few days.
我自有把握，不妨就请眼前这位至高之神为我们一一道来吧。
But it's like a specific distinction you can only need if you actually go through like the Chinese text, because the term they use that basically means like world, or like world, or like branch or whatever, is different from the word they use for universe, which is more like full galaxy, more encapsulating. But they're used incredibly interchangeably, which especially if you start getting into like reading like the Honkai Star Rail lore and stuff, like in Sim Universe and a bunch of other things, like that's why Simulated Universe is a simulated full universe. It's not just a single planet or a single world or a single like branching timeline. It's the entirety of the universe. Like Sim Universe is used accurately, but a bubble universe is not actually accurate. Anyway, it's just fucking Honkai verse lore stuff. Hey, the mistranslation isn't as bad as Blue Archive translator localization management done. I have heard pretty bad things about Blue Archive's localization.
如有把握复活一位泰坦。
人本不能死而复生。
And there are definitely moments where it's like problematic moments with the translation, localization in general, with Star Rail, but it's just also kind of the nature that it is hard to convey some concepts that in Chinese into English, and you have to kind of take some creative liberties with it.
但只要把思路逆转过来，一切便能迎刃而解。答案很简单。
Wait a second. I like read all of that and it just immediately left my brain because I was yapping about Honkai verse imaginary tree theory. Smile. Go, blasphemer, go.
井和丹恒传来消息，纳克夏可能会对克法勒的神躯有所动作。
克法勒，这是要做什么？元老院会放任如此大不敬之举吗？
绝无可能。真是名副其实的大表演家。
我很抱歉。
不必感到愧疚，这反而是个好消息。元老院的盟，至于现在。
Yay,
设
politics.
下何种圈套？见招拆。半神医院是奥赫玛的政治腹地，重要性不亚于创世窝心。在我的使命结束后，总有一天，这里会取代猎神的疆场，成为你们的下一。趁时间还多，尽早适应这片。
It's been so long for someone to remember Honkai Impact 3rd is also part of Hoyoverse and the same from Hoyo, and that's why I specifically say Honkaiverse instead of Hoyoverse when I'm talking about this stuff, because I'm specifically talking about like all of the Honkai games and their interconnectivity, and not necessarily including Genshin or ZZZ with that. I do, even though I do love ZZZ, and it's pretty clear that they really love ZZZ as well. In just how much like passion and artistry is put into it. I also don't know if I would say Impact 3rd was the savior of MiHoYo, because GGZ was still already like profitable and like fairly popular, just mostly only in China. I mean it definitely was like a strong next step for them, definitely. But as I understand, at the very least, like GGZ was still going perfectly fine, but they wanted to make a new game. And Honkai Impact 3rd was actually popular in EN though, which is a big thing because like in 2021 they EOS'd Gone Girl Z specifically in EN. Like it's still in Japan and China and still fairly successful over there as well. But Honkai Impact 3rd actually had popularity in like the Western market, unlike GGZ.
这些人的目光跟刀子一样啊！
久违了，两位。
Oleg of Enforce.
在说什么胡话
？Smile.
猛士就这副德行。
好久不见，克拉特鲁斯阁下。
克拉特鲁斯。
匆忙。
嘘，安静点儿。招子放亮些。看到那群假笑的猎狗了吗？凯尼斯手下干脏活的。
Shall take my leave. I have places to be. Okay, thanks for hanging out, Garam. It was fun talking Honkai stuff with you as well. You too. And I am more than happy to yap constantly about more Honkaiverse stuff. If you ever pop into a different stream or something, I'll do it. I've yapped about it in like completely unrelated streams, not just Star Rail streams. But yeah, have a good one, Garam. Thank you for joining.
我吩咐族人绊住他们了，但还是别太张扬，除非你们想动动筋骨。
抱歉。
I mean, I could fight.
所以，发生了什么？
昨晚，你们听见雷声了吗？
Let's go! Hooray! It's Acheron! Someone's coming to save us! I need to cap that. That's awesome. Send this real quick. Still is such a troll. I know, I love her, but also it would be so great to see Welt and Acheron down here. It would be so great for like to see like because Welt is canonically the Welt from Honkai Impact 3rd's like Honkai Impact 3rd's world. Like he is canonically the same Welt, which is why his whole interaction with like Lorcha was like a whole thing. I just want to see him come down here and be like, wait a second, I know so many of these motherfuckers. And it'd also be interesting to see Acheron come down here and see if they have, and see if she has anything with, like, Finon especially. But, like, Acheron will be particularly interesting because like the XPs and the influences for the Flame Chasers are coming from the moths, the 13 Flame Chasers in Honkai Impact 3rd, and the person who had the closest relationship in the current era to those characters is Mei. It is Yayi. So like she'll get lost for the first 3 acts. True. But like the Elise, like, because they do have story chapters later on with the Flame Chasers, but the vast majority of it is in the Elysian Realm, which is like is basically like the roguelike mode that you do weekly, similar to Simulated Universe. But the entire storyline of that, and there's a lot of storyline in that, is Yayi, is Raiden Mei, going through the simulated world that has like simulacrums of each of the different Flame Chasers because they've been dead for like 10,000 years. Other than Kevin and Sue and Hua.
他最近太劳累了，体谅一下，展开说说雷声吧。
So it would just be interesting to see Acheron down here and see what they decide to like add in based on those interactions. Because Acheron and Stell and also Acheron in general has like a good number of references to Yayi from Honkai Impact 3rd, and even references towards Kiana and Kevin when depending on whether you play Stell or Kalis. Even though Kalis does not exist.
果然，先前在旋风竞技场，我们没有真正是。杀死他！
你们应当知晓这一信息，旋风人绝不退缩。
感激不尽。我会立刻转告阿格莱亚。
还有，叫那女人小心。那如毒蛇般的凯尼斯，他手底下见不得光的走狗，在城中出没的愈发频繁了，甚至还有侧粉。
下台！下台
Let's go。
这是。
看来不用我多说了。
我们回去看看。克拉特鲁斯阁下，多谢你的情报。
And now we have a Naxa team. Smile.
克法勒与塔兰顿在上，以审理观众之名，我见到奥赫玛正直的公民埃利密谢的白鳄与异乡人正在向我们走来。
Yeah, why does walking left and right make me move backwards naturally? Like, I'm moving backwards. It's weird.
阿格莱亚。
这条王蛇的毒牙，透过金丝，我已心中有数。
什么意思？
问题不在变数。我已成为半神太久，人性将尽，不知不觉间，
Damn.
竟也和这些伪军，这比我预想中来的更早。或许是时候了。
我责无旁贷。
对于元老院，愚弄多数人，远比愚弄一个人容易得多。 所谓的更多支持，也只是代替这场辩论本就没有荣誉可言。但也正因此，对人的尊重才显得更为珍贵。
A crisis error without flaw. Smile.
阿格莱亚，愿我们能不辱使命。
辛苦了，卡勒克提斯阁下。
卡勒克提斯。
让我亲自给今日的辩论收尾吧。尊敬的各位议员，我无比怀念那些诗歌里的美好时代。彼时，翁法罗斯存在过近千座不同信仰的城邦，神明行于世间，与凡人相亲。但时至如今， 天南地北的避难者离开故乡，奔赴圣城，希望能在克法勒的庇护下寻得栖息之地。我们所有人早已同舟渡水，退无可退。曾经，我们别无选择，但现在，元老院带来了另一种可能。我只剩下最后一个问题，诸位。 选择吧， 是选择谁也不知道的再创世，还是选择回到繁荣的黄金世？究竟哪一条路才能为凡人带来理想的明天？
Let's go, Arenova.
再创世是众神约定的救赎之道，应当坚定选择烛火之旅。
凯尼斯阁下，所有人都知道黄金世早已结束。试问，元老院又如何让时光倒流？
灾厄三泰坦诞生，则黄金世不复；灾厄三泰坦消陨，则黄金世再临。元老院不会给出空口承诺。诸位请看，站在我身边的人。
Drama。
阿纳克萨格拉斯，以及埃蒂里亚的死亡女神，有这2位英雄在，我便可向诸位许诺黄金世的存在。
I can't wait for an Acheron to fucking betray the bitch.
那不是黄金
Oh, 4 o'clock.
他们也支持元老院。
早就知道这群人内部不和，阿格莱亚更没法代表所有黄金翼。我支持黄金世。
黄金世，黄金世，黄金世，黄金世，黄金世。
霞蝶，为什么你会站在那里？
Because Anaxa promised her some useful information. Offer she literally could not
别
refuse.
心急，阿格莱亚，我知道你有很多疑问，但继续用公民的方式交流，可以吗？诸位，告诉我，如果我们成功取回并归还塞纳托斯的火种，而无人通过那死亡之泰坦的试炼，会发生什么？
很简单，我们将有机会消除世间死亡，令温法罗斯回到万物永生的时代，一个与烛火之旅完全不同的崭新未来。
永生之期间人。
Let's all be immortal. Smile.
只要黑潮还存在一天，我们怎么可能回到过去？不，还记得我说过什么吗？ 克法勒的火种有元老院秘法管控，法吉娜的水幕也足以隔断。诸位，告诉我，此人口中的威胁，你们可曾在庄严的圣城？
Okay, next. This is sophistry.
若我们消除了死亡，便不必畏惧那盗火者，不是吗？人民啊，高唱赞歌吧！ 美丽的旧世界，如今在何处？传说的
灾厄三泰坦消陨后，烛火之旅必须到此结束。
太好了！结束！结束！结束！
不好，人群彻底被煽动了。
纳克夏，告诉我，你所说的一切前提，是我们能够找到塞纳托斯的存在，没错吧？
感谢阿格莱亚阁下还有余力为这座城市担忧，但是，公民们啊，请听万幸中的万幸。
Kevin, you only have one job. Lol.
埃蒂里亚的死亡女神霞蝶，必将在我的指引下找到塞纳托斯。
塞纳托斯。
什么？
由此，我承诺，霞蝶阁下带回的火种将由元老院亲自管理。而后，若能在公民大会上得到诸位的支持，我们会不竭余力，确保黄金世回到人间。
太好了！黄金世，黄金世，黄金世！
平衡已被打破。 结果已经明朗，克法勒与塔兰顿
Damn, Kevin.
以神力观众之名，奥赫玛选择了他的命运。本次公民大会议题将变更为暂停烛火之旅。
Come on, Kevin.
并将张贴于记名英雄墙前。全好啊！
好啊！
阿格莱雅呀，阿格莱雅，是什么让你心肠变软，口舌不似当年风快了？
尽情摇唇鼓舌吧。烛火之旅已是神谕写定的事实。
那就在公民大会上见分晓吧。
That was not a debate. That was a fucking massacre.
这是怎么回事
？Anox, hello, Anox.
看来我派你去找那个。
Probably should make food. It's been like 12 hours since I ate. Oh yeah, Crayfields, go eat. Go eat food. Food is important. Even I took a break to heat up some pasta. Take care of yourself. Appreciate you hanging out and everything, but go food. Food is important.
抱歉，各位，我知道你们有很多话想问，我绝不隐瞒。
请你为我们一一道来吧。
其实，他为我展示了一段漫长而沉重的过去。
哦。
第二，为什么我会这么说？刚才已经解释过，答案就藏在那场死亡之旅中。
老师，你去到了冥界。
Oh, interesting. They say Anaxa here, but she refers to him as professor in Chinese. 老师。
不错，因为我现在是个活死人，但这不重要，重要的是，我听到了一众英雄人物的谈话。
你听说过吗？有关海洋之神的掌上明珠，我们故乡的故事。那是一座海滨小城，在一位智慧的女王之下，享受着海风和明媚的和平时光。有一天，一条恶龙降临了，它的翅膀能够遮蔽太阳，它的利爪足以劈开海浪。它闯入高塔，吞噬了女王最心爱的女儿，还盘踞在寝宫中。
Yo, dragon in the queen's bedroom. Yo, what?
女王集结了300勇士，用锁链制服了恶龙。可她剖开恶龙肚子，却发现公主早已化为腹中枯骨。
I mean, yeah, but were you expecting her to be alive in the belly of a dragon?
就在此时
，Chicken wings in the air fryer. Ayo is right. Let's go.
他提议用龙骨和龙血复活公主。故事里，骗子称之为炼金的秘法。
That liar called this process the secret art of alchemy.
公主重生了，女王大喜过望。殊不知，她体内混有恶龙的灵魂。恶龙为了复仇，一口吞下可怜的女王、巧言的骗子、勇猛的战士，还有全城无辜的百姓。更可怕的是，死者的灵魂死而有憾，被冥界拒之门外。徘徊在人间的怨灵汇成冥河。
Oh, interesting.
不能退去。可怕的死亡吞噬了一切，我们的故乡也随之覆灭。直到什么呢
God damn it.
哎呀，小波吕西亚，汝还是一如既往的爱吊人胃口呢。
依你所言，这就是吾曾经的样貌吗？不过，这究竟是
我用炼金创造的奇迹。至于具体是什么
，A miracle that I created with alchemy.
哎呀，汝迈 卖过的关子还差这一个吗？
安静些，泰坦。继续欣赏这场美妙的
巨龙，吾倒是听过这一闻。
那你怎么看待这个故事？
依吾看，这所谓炼金，乃是后人牵强附会。毕竟，想来你们从未听过古。
的确，出门求学以前，我甚至都没听过有人研究这门学问。
所以，只当它是做给小孩子听的寓言便是。
寓言呀？那你觉得这故事
Shut up, Titan Anaxa. Yep, basically. I mean, that's kind of his whole deal. Bro casually telling a god to shut up. That is like, but that is like literally his whole deal. Is a reverence to the gods.
我想，大抵是等价交换吧。
哦，我还以为是死者为大者。怎么，把你说倒了？
不，吾只是发觉，吾之所想与汝是同个道理。
还真是，不愧是大地上最聪。
承蒙谬赞了。
当然，什么问题？
如果吾将炼金之法传习于汝，汝会为真正之人加以运用。令之
这是什么怪问题？啊，我知道了。
Smile.
讲套话，问我有没有喜欢的人。
就当是这样吧。是无糖。
有。
有。
凡人终有一死，日后一定会有我无比珍视的人离我而去。
Not if you become the Titan of Death. Let's go.
如此伟大的力量，我应该会毫不犹豫地使用它吧。毕竟，你、我，还有大家，属于我的时刻已经到来。但，或许正是因为坚信生命无价，我才无法完成试炼吧。
汝将凋零，令逝者自残余中发芽，一同死去的火新生。可怜见，命运当真是如此残忍啊！
没有另一种解读的方式吗？
恐怕他的意思十分明确。我和姐姐必须有一人付出牺牲，
Damn.
以生命为代价，才能完成我们的试炼。恐怕也正因此
Yo, that's so fucked.
才会选择一对双子吧。
But would not be the first time the gods were fucked.
造化弄人呐。
姐姐已经做好了牺牲的准备，可是我做不到，真是可笑。明明我本就时日无多了，却也惧怕迎接死亡。
Well, because you're dying, you have a greater appreciation for being alive.
我们该怎么办？如果我到最后都无法下定决心，
既然卡厄斯为吾等留以指引，要将这场试炼留待最后，那么
不错，别让未来的迷雾蒙蔽你的心灵。
试炼、预言，可此三人从未在史诗中留下自己的名字，否则，
欧法罗斯的历史在泰坦诞生前是一片混乱，这还不奇怪吗？对此，我早有3种猜想。不过现在，先接着往下看吧。
Speaking of alchemy, the Large Hadron Collider has turned lead to gold at the atomic scale. Yeah, that still counts though. Huh, that's interesting.
卡吕普索、波吕西亚，还有这位战士，我曾在哪里见过？
言至于此，格内乌斯，汝之试炼可有把握？
当然，令我忧心的，反在战胜他之后。
You're gonna turn into a weird Titan crystal bodied spear throwing motherfucker.
主已下定决心了呢。
这么做是最稳妥的。
将勇气、荣耀、坚韧、汝还真会出难题。
拜托你了，小姑娘，为我的陨落做见证。
我不明白，为什么你敢于为自己无法见证的未来牺牲？
I just realized Nias has something that looks very much like a dog tag on his chest.
因为那是我们的宿命，属于我的力量如此暴烈，总有一天我也会被它席卷。
Does he know?
命战死，无荣归。我早已走在这条路上了。我相信，换作是你的姐姐，或是卡俄斯，也一定会选择。
我没这么勇敢，我不知道该如何面对这么沉重的事情。
身为死亡的神选，却依旧不知该来聊聊吧，小姑娘。或许我的旅途不该结束的这么草率，还有时间，我不但让命运多等候片刻。
果然，这位战士是格奈乌斯阁下，身为尼卡多利神性化身，他将性命托付给我们，所以，眼前这幅景象是……
看来，我的部分猜想已经证毕。这些英雄正是泰坦们成神前的。既然如此，这位他口中的死亡神选，
波吕西亚，就是塞纳托斯曾经的样子。和他的样子。
若果真如此，知晓他的去向，自然就能得知死亡泰坦的所在。
但在那之前，我们得先见证格奈乌斯阁下的结果。
なるほど。It's rice time.
以尼卡多利之勇气为证。
听说现世的玄风城也刻着同样的话，居然是炼金的术人。这里封印着牺牲，不会错。
他将以自身为城墙，阻挡无尽蔓延的疯狂。他深谙，若末世降临，世间将无物可供征伐。
荣耀、勇气、坚韧、牺牲，
最后只剩下理性了吗？
打起精神，小姑娘，不必为光荣的死亡落泪。
这世上的离别皆是哀伤，阁下。
不，小姑娘，身为战士，我见过太多猛烈的死亡。可现如今，我只能感受到宁静。
明明灵魂已所剩无几，阁下却还是如此达观，还是……
坦率地说，我不知道，但我可以确认，这不是对命运的接纳，这只是尽兴而已。
尽兴。
So this is literally back reading.
正是，和你们踏上旅途，一路走来，我改变了世界，也改变了自己。现在，我已抵达终点。回头望，
可是，一旦离开人世，这一切不就化为乌有了吗？
It was because in the verge of dead as a living dead person, and didn't catch that when they first did the quest. Yeah.
离别和死亡本就并蒂双生，凡人怎能轻易和？
最后，让我讲个自己的故事。
Okay, no, I didn't miss anything.
小姑娘，第一次从战场上归来时，我感到无比空虚。在战场上，灾厄吞噬了所有人，只有我回到城堡。人们为我举行了不甚愉快的酒会，结束已至深夜。我头晕目眩，独自回到营房。 也是在回去的路上，那是个疯癫的学者，在路边对着夜空喃喃自语。我被他绊倒，却没发火。也许是觉得自己和他太像。你觉得我们就这样死在路边，像两条野狗？令我意外的是，他只耸了耸肩，叹道：“
对一个正在经历死的人来说，死亡和活着同样幸福。现在，请你让开，遮住了我的星光。”
你是想说，死和生无异，都是迈向死亡的旅途？
没错，那就是人生，而死亡是衡量旅途价值的刻度。征途之所以伟大，史诗之所以壮阔，皆因万。所以，小姑娘，别憎恨命运，满怀敬意的拥抱它吧。
身为纷争的化身，却在向我讲述世界的壮美吗？
正是，我相信，当命定的时刻来临时，你一定能明白这番话。
It's still interesting that Calypso's legs specifically are translucent, but the rest of her body isn't.
该叩响冥府的门关了，我会在那路的尽头摆上长桌，恭候各位前来。到那时，再让我们把酒言欢吧。
终于，这一天还是来了。
This background lore is actually very interesting.
二位都做好准备了？
波吕西亚，我来了。什么？这
？Yeah.
可真是
Interesting.
耐人寻味呀。
这是波吕西亚的姐姐。
Ho ho ho. I mean, we did catch a glimpse of Castris and I guess Policia in that in the version 3 trailer we looked at earlier when they were lying down next to each other surrounded by dead dragon.
我吗？现在该轮到我们履行诺言了。
Even her outfit is the same.
在害怕吗？害怕什么？我做不到。汝将凋零，令逝者自残余中发芽，一同死去的火兴盛。诚如预言所述，我们也已许诺，待到一切结束，将要面对。
See, when I was talking earlier about like good storytelling in terms of the presentation of like the story, like this scene right now is a very good example of like simply doing it simply but doing it well, like with the dynamic cuts happening at certain key moments in the dialogue and like the nice atmospheric music that is like really selling the emotion of the scene right now.
即便是预言，
Like
就一定要听之任之吗？太不公平了！为什么只有我们必须自相残杀？
Like, just small things like this make it a much better scene than just, like, staring at someone talking for, like, 5 paragraphs and then cutting to the next person talking.
换我来吧，姐姐，让我来做死亡的牺牲品。我本就命不久矣，但你不一样。是我浪费了你。
Damn, girl. Damn, girl.
不会呀，波吕西亚，
Yeah, the key point is to sell the emotion. Yeah, exactly. Bro, you're still going. I already slept and woke up. Hi, JT. Well, you might need to sleep a bit more because it's only been 8.5 hours straight. The key point is to sell the emotion. Yeah, exactly. And like doing a good job with it with like very simple like storytelling techniques. But they're simple but effective.
我并没觉得自己虚度了人生，恰恰相反。当我终于来到终点，回首望去时，发现来时路上早已鲜花遍野。正是你为我播下了这片花海，它比天地尽头的应许之地更绚丽。况且，我的人生已经圆满，哪怕预言注定了牺牲，我经历的一切也不会消散，而将在你的回忆中永存，不是吗？
Like that's a really well-timed dynamic cutting to her sister and her reaction or lack thereof as soon as she turns her head to face her.
回忆中的你，怎么能是真正的你？那你说？
Felixia ain't taking this as lightly as Cass. Yeah.
我们究竟为何物呢？我不知道，我也无法断言。但无论答案是什么，无论我们如何被他人、被世界塑造。
And like even this is an otherwise static shot, but the slow zoom in and like slow pans make it just slightly more dynamic and eye-catching. Wait, shit, what did that say? I was so busy yapping about the cinematography, I didn't fucking read it. Emphasis we upon the fact that we exist was predestined and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always be by your side.
我们是天生的双子吗？
Rice Prime, no.
好了，我亲爱的波吕西亚，取出我的心脏，点燃死亡的火苗。
Yo, does she actually have to rip your heart out of you?
然后，用它在预言许诺的新世界里，播下第一枚花蕾吧。
Oof.
如果吾将炼金之法传习于汝，
Like if only the original Naya scene was like done this well, it would have been a really special moment. Oh yeah, by the way, I decided to just do it since I only need one copy for S634 with my goals on it. I really want the whole cut. Yeah, hot damn, alright. Well, hell yeah. Your Zani is now a fucking monster.
汝会为真正之人加以运用，令者。
凡人终有一死，日后一定会有我无比珍视的人离我而去。如果真有如此伟大的力量，我应该会毫不犹豫地使用它吧。时至今日。 我的回答也未曾改变，所以，姐姐，我答应你，在预言许诺的新世界里，我将为你播下第一枚花蕾。回去吧，回到海洋之神的掌上明珠，我们的故乡。我将为你洞开冥界的大门，赐你以第二次生命。 地上的生灵必将响应我的呼声，将你接入神圣的白昼。记住，不要向死者的疆域回首，不要停下你的脚步。在预言允诺的新世界里，
行孝属于你的人生。至于等价交换的代价，就由我来偿还吧。
Oh shit！
诸君，到此为止了。可惜，我与至高之神事情不佳，没能彻底把这家伙的灵魂融于己身。
The Deep Titan lore is very interesting。
能从中窥探到这些，不会错。在世人熟知的泰坦诞生前，也有一群英雄行走大地。他们听凭预言，逐一接过神权，正如今日的烛火之旅。翁法罗斯的历史是
真是十足令人震撼呐！所以背负火种的半神，
我相信，这就是神域中再创世的真相。
实在是令人难以置信。而且，过去那对双子，即便他们真是塞纳托斯本尊，如今也依旧不知去向。
当真不知去向吗？那位波吕西亚说过了吧？诞生了炼金与巨龙童话的海滨小城斯提科西亚，在我们的世界里，也有一座城邦完美。
Fun。
可那里信仰法吉娜，和塞纳托斯并无关联。我也从未去过那里。在埃蒂里亚，这是
贤者之石，智种
Yo, what?
以贤人的血肉为根基。
With their flesh and blood as the foundations, excuse me? You did what with all the sages? Homie, what? Huh? Anaxa, what the fuck? Holy shit, he is Mobius.
我说过，炼金是转化、淬炼和扬升的艺术，这也同样适用于追求真理。
Anaxa just casually dropping. Yeah, Kaiser is dropping. Oh yeah, no, I manufactured this from the flesh of every single sage.
想想巨龙童话，这枚石子定将指引你回到真正的故乡，重铸冥界大门。
How the fuck did he manage to get like a chunk out of each of them?
汝还是一副胜券在握的样子呢。可要是汝猜错了呢？
那也很简单，向全世界承认实验失败了就是。但我的思想绝不会失败，因为我已将怀疑的种子用行动证明吧，夏典。决议马上要开始了，别忘了。
我已走过漫长的寻索，不介意再做一次尝试，但临行前，我还有一个问题。
那是烙印在克法勒灵魂中的世界。
哦。
若想证明它，也必须由你写下最后。
Do not disappoint me.
去吧，别让我失望。
不明。
喂，人子啊！
别心急，我一直都记得你的问题。我是个学者，不想也不能给出模棱两可的结论。等他找到证据。
吾只是想说，
Lamau
那石子乃是汝用心脏炼成而来的。
Elden Ring antagonist sounding motherfucker, hell yeah.
汝已绝无法回升了呢。
有何不可？我年幼时失去了至亲，年少时放弃信仰，不久前虽被你捡回条命，却还是
I don't know about this line of reasoning, dog.
现在不过是又抛弃了肉身而已。
Now I'm merely forsaking my body. What's the big deal?
为何偏要急着赴死？
Why are you always finding ways to die?
不过是向至纯粹者转化时必要的牺牲罢了。
死者能称作至纯粹者吗？而且，倘若汝那猜想得以证明，岂不反坐实了神话的真实性，令汝的理论前功尽弃
？Can you let me KMS peacefully, Anaxa? I simply wish to die in as many ways as possible on my own terms. For science.
不，恰恰相反。 如果我的猜想真能应验，那也就代表我完全可以登上神座，重塑你们创造的荒谬世界了。
God damn. This motherfucker's got some Mobius and Dr. May in him.
阿格莱雅大人，请听我一言。
说吧。
你也知道，死亡的火种始终是再创世最大的未知数。纳克夏老师，他与凯尼斯达成一致，回收塞纳托斯的火种后搁置试炼，以求让死亡从世界上消失，这样不必继续烛火之旅，奥赫玛也能永享安宁。
I don't know if that's going to be how it works. Like, they don't really have much of anything in terms of substantiating evidence that suspending the trial will eradicate death. Seems kind of like a big leap.
理想相悖，若不完成再创世，黑潮就无法根绝。 即便有万敌阁下，黑潮还离我们很。实话说，我难以权衡其中利弊。可无论如何，泰坦可能近在咫尺，我无法忽视这个机会。为了挽回阁下的灵魂，也必须有人行。
说得不错，本来你就有足够的理由去觐见塞纳托斯。只是那大表演家利用了你的没有死亡的世界，那也是你的所求。
如果命运注定要我与您走向对立，我会试着抗争，尽一切可能。
Smile。
希冀之物。万迪阁下向我证明了这一点。如果不踏出最开始的一步，往后。
Unsure of what to say, but offer a smile.
爹，我一直希望你能直抒胸襟。很高兴你这么说。斯提科西亚，我也曾到访过那里。即便已被冥河围作孤岛，也不难看出他在过去的岁月里是何去吧。我不会阻止你。还有阁下，身为亲身欺瞒死亡之人，我也很期待，夏蝶。 当你的故事臻于完整，又将……
谢谢你，阿格莱雅大人。
各位，我无意打破美好的气氛，但既然斯提科西亚已被冥河围作孤岛
，Smile and wave, boys, just smile and wave。
提保大人恐怕已经……
答案显而易见。
Which part was relatable? There were a few moments in there that I thought was relatable, but I also am not sure about exactly which moments you're talking about, since there's always going to be like a slight desync with like what's happening on my screen and chats, just because there's not much of a delay, but there is a delay. And I also didn't catch it exactly as you said it.
神话中，扎格列斯曾将王者的领域作为自己的藏宝地，若他能够做到。 那接替了他神权的半神
Let's go, Cipher！
该有这点。明日践行时，云石天宫见。届时，塞菲尔将成为诸位的。
Cipher。
丹恒还没回来。
Back to Yayi team. It's over here. I forgot. Let's go.
呀，伙伴，辩论会终于结束了，你们赢了吗
Alicia! We managed to win ourselves a glorious defeat. Let's go.
打败？你 术，想试试能不能解决你的问题。现在还差32本没读了。
Christ.
真的？那太好了，真是恭喜。
Hard work pulls off. I've read books while you guys figured it out yourself.
人家心里的一块大石头，突然
Oh no.
困。你说的。
Secret little hideaway.
咪咪，晚安，奥赫玛。现在应该是晚上吧。
Fair points.
阿爹，原来你也在呀！
提宝大人，
有心事吗？
我想在出发前和提安大人再说说话。无论斯提克西亚过去多么美丽，现在也已是死者的领域，很难说。我不想留下遗憾。
有人说过，今天你的眼睛明亮了许多吗？
这是比喻吗？
以前的你，虽然偶尔也会露出微笑，但大家……
提宝大人，你分明知道那句明天见，我不希望你的坚强。只是
除了阿雅，大家都不知道你过去经历过什么，你也很少提起。但我们清楚，那一定是段沉重的往事，就像每一位黄金翼很高兴属于你的那颗火种，终于从密布的阴云中现身了。
我还什么都没有做呢。
但你已经知道明天在哪里了，对吗？不需要依赖任何人，记得全力以赴，别留下遗憾。我一直相信，毕竟拥抱的意义就是传递温暖。而阿迪，
谢谢你，提宝大人。
提宝大人，
这种感觉不可思议。出发前，我忽然多了许多。
那就去做吧，阿迪。提安他偷偷为你准备了一份小礼物，可惜没能完成。我和提宁，所以等你从斯提克西亚回来，我们再回来
Oh, cute. Promise to meet up again after the adventure.
啊，睡不着啊。啊，谁？
It is saddening that the EN does not have a does not have stealth dub this patch.
希望没有打扰到你休息。
Sleep is a luxury when you're at my age. God damn it, I feel that so hard.
阁下依旧这么有活力。其实我冒昧登门拜访，敢请阁下 听听我的请求，我想拜托阁下陪我去取一样东西。
I feel so sleepy now. Oh no, she's actually worried. Oh no, sorry, just joking. My will has become one with the universe. Goodbye. Oh no, Castress doesn't understand sarcasm and jokes. She's so socially awkward. I'm not here to be caught out that hard. Welcome to the Gundala, where we're populated by fucking sleep-deprived insomniac hags. Let's go.
原来是玩笑，抱歉。从这里出发，应该用不了多久，我们走吧。
Oh, look at her! Look at her! Look, skip away.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
看来对暂停烛火之旅的全民表决已经开始了，好多人。
Okay, no extra voice line.
我要投票，我要投票，怎么投票？
I want the vote.
拿着你那枚带有科法勒符文的陶片，在心中选择元老院，并默默导言，直到陶片记录下你的选择，再将陶片丢进陶罐里。
元老院，元你个头！我的家乡早就被黑潮吞没了，才回到黄金市。我看是回到奥赫马。
Hell yeah.
差不多吧。
泰坦们总是公平的，只要我们不再侵犯他们，就不会遭受惩罚。
真是个老腐朽！陷入疯狂的泰坦早该让位于半神。
Hell yeah. Let's go, brother.
我倒想叫塔兰顿用秤砣砸醒你。走着瞧就走着瞧。
Well, let's see if they answer your prayers, because they aren't doing shit right now.
真是热闹啊！
It's 2 weeks ago, you're late to vote now, smile. Watching people squabble is kind of fun.
阁下竟然有这种兴趣吗？那你应该很喜欢奥赫马的氛围。时至今日，我仍会觉得不可思议。在摇摇欲坠的翁法罗斯，唯独这里依旧是一片光明。奥赫马赤腹和平的光景，简直不像是末日。
See, Castris, that's my problem. So much of this story has not sold the fact that this is the end times because everything is too peaceful and happy.
在来到这里前，我曾在一座名为埃蒂里亚的雪国居住过很久。那是信仰塞纳托斯的城堡，而我曾是那传统中重要的一环。没错，现在我是奥赫马的入殓师，但在过去，我是埃蒂里亚的督战圣女。
Oh. Huh? Maiden of War?
在边缘中找到了踽踽独行的我，将我的诅咒视作塞纳托斯的祝福。
Oh, I see.
他们相信我的双手能终结黄金世的错误，带人们觐见伟大的死亡之神。
Wait a second, what? Oh, there's no... Oh, no way. What? Oh, shit. 1 sec. Damn, I am actually dumb. My new IAMs still kept popping out. I was like, what's going on? These ones actually, like, are, like, a proper latch style. And I realized, oh, wait, I didn't push these down deep enough to actually latch them in. That's why they keep fucking popping out. My other IEMs don't have, like, a depression latch like that, though, so they're still just kind of scuffed.
他们为我提供了归宿。作为交换。
Hello, genius. Yes, I am very smart trash panda who does logical things all the time. Trust me.
对死囚、战俘和英雄们一视同仁，赐予他们仁慈的死亡。阁下也是这么想的吗？
No, you're just executioner.
无论暴烈还是体面，死亡就是死亡。剥夺他人的生命，从来不是一件值得信仰的事。
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, also tell to the Cromnoans, but you know.
做不到，他们的声音，哀求也好，感谢也罢，全都那样刺耳。
孩子，我明白，我也曾有过如你这般的
Child. She has literally over like hundreds of years on you, lady. Also, quote unquote elder is very accurate.
同样的，身为与人以光荣和解脱的圣女，你应当尊敬。
你要我做的事，根本和处刑人无异。我要如何尊敬自己？无论拥有怎样的名誉，这都是在夺走他人。
狂热如埃蒂里亚的明军战士，接纳死亡也不再一朝一夕。 第一次踏上战场时，因为死亡是天地间至高至难的力量，而你能将
这太扭曲了。
听我讲个故事吧。为了纪念德拉孔，一位老行刑人，埃蒂里亚行刑官常用的重剑，他的剑身上有3道气孔。如果这柄剑能不偏不倚，迅速落下，
Interesting.
3处气孔便不会发出任何声。但如果有所犹豫，他们便会发出刺耳的噪声。
Interesting.
行刑官也自德拉孔起，行刑者必须日夜磨砺处决的剑技。他们每一次既是为了赴死者，也是为了自己。
恕我无法对这种刑情。
不，孩子，我不想你对此习以为常。我只要你思考死者为何而痛苦，然后让你的每一次触碰都与死者同行，敬爱他们，如同你敬爱生命。
Girl.
求求你，我不想死。
Nope, can't do
这
it.
是你的义务。记住，思考死者为何而痛苦，让……
谢谢你，别听他的，求求你。
若你无法学会接纳死亡，便不能为爱。
Then fuck this place. I'll go somewhere else.
这是最后一次机会。
我不想死，求求你了，求求你。
Damn. Okay, we can't do a funny bad end that sends us back to title screen.
不。
Damn. Quickly, everything falls into a dead silence, turning into pitch black dew that scatters with the wind. You hear your own heartbeat drown out the sound of heavy breathing.
希望私人牺牲能令你有所感悟。
这样就可以了吗？
不，跟我来。作为督战圣女，你的人生才刚刚开始。
刽子手！
Oh, jeez, Rick. Can I use my own casteress? Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess we like make an actual proper team. Fuck is Lord? Oh, there he is. They're actually forcing her to be in my team. That means that there's actually going to be combat. I forgot to just blow shit up.
去吧，为他带去光荣的死亡。
Wait, what? What? Why? What? Why does she want glorious death? What? Huh? Why did she want to die?
动手吧，刽子手！
你听到他说的话了。
破茧而生。
Durgan.
有明妃之使者在临。领受天赐，偿还吧。
Oh. They expected to kill it. Well, we have less HP now. The flowers are so pretty.
恒的痛苦中。
破茧而生。
Also, has the Elder, quote unquote, considered that maybe the sounds, like the voices that she's hearing, might not be just her conscience and might actually be her hearing the souls of the dead?
百花盛放。
那 ，Pink。
求你赐我解脱。你知道该怎么做。
Why? Haha, Caster's touched a boob.
还要持续到什么时候？
来吧，完成你的使命。
您这是要我做什么？
我老了，
Oh.
必须响应塞纳托斯的召唤，去往他这，也是每一个埃蒂里亚人的归。
你还远没有衰老到那种地步，还有许多岁月可活。
Yeah, you still look like a good healthy Gmail.
我已经死了，我对架住此身的衰老。 还有临近的死亡，开始感到恐惧了。所以，夏蝶，你能给我最后一次机会，让我向那恐惧发起冲锋，证明自己并非懦夫。
Do you not have like any loved ones that you'd like to spend your remaining years with or anything? No. Okay, cool.
再也受不了了。
Casters, leave. There are other cities.
孩子，是我从冰原中带回了你，令你荒唐的命运开始转动。身为埃蒂里亚的行刑官之首
I mean, that is very close to a Egyptian god. I don't remember which. Oh.
这道众人不由分说，强压在你肩头。
Oh my god, I don't even care that you're still streaming. I already went to the market and cooked food and shit, it's still Caster is yapping. I mean, so far at least the yapping has been a bit more interesting. Since the background on lore and what's happening is at least interesting to me. What if Caster's is just stinky in the nether veil? Yeah, still waifu.
我深知，你始终都对我们信仰的一切感到困惑，甚至愤怒。
They really didn't try this NPC design. They kind of don't for most of the side characters in Star Rail. Like ZZZ is the one where it's just like this random fucking person that can't even interact with walking by me is more designed than like any of the NPCs in fucking Star Rail Genshin.
别无选择。
是啊，我们的所作所为
Yes, yes, you did.
无益。所以，只要你轻轻一触，一条罪恶的
That's what I'm
将
saying.
就此凋零。逃！
不可能这么做。就算埃蒂里亚人再怎么不加思考，视死亡如儿戏，但我做不到。
所以，我果然没看错你。
什么？
我一直把你当成女儿细心培养，因为你生来受赐如此祝福。这世上 没有人比你更明白生命和死亡的重量。若用埃蒂里亚人的眼光看待死亡，它是一切生命的终点，是我们每个人的必由之路。只有在彻悟这个道理后，你才能好好活下去。哪怕你终将离开埃蒂里亚的庇护，哪怕永远肩负着诅咒，你也可以像普通人一样，昂首挺胸地活下去。
It's an interesting take.
我怎么能？
来，动手吧。我已交给你我此生所能领悟的一切，证明自己是个合格的圣女，或是具备如此决心吧。来，动手吧。我已交给你我此生所能领悟的一切，证明自己是个合格的圣女，或是具备如此决心吧。
There again.
生命里的都有被风吹落的那一天。相信我吧，我们无所不能。
百花盛放，用棉飞逝者在临。
请珍惜这份暗恋同行。
God, this fucking dragon's animations are so extra. Oh. Yoinking that.
我最后一次服从他的指示，轻轻触碰了眼前的老人。这位见惯了死亡的处刑人，他的消逝与常人并无不同。后头的呜咽，眼中的遗憾，还有为阿蒙内特试图向我传授死亡的人，也最终如朝露消失在晨雾中。他一生都在贯彻埃蒂里亚人的信仰。
Are you saying the statue you need to clean out your screenshot folder? I mean, so like, the thing is, I have separate folders for different games and things that I have put screenshots in, but whenever you use the Shift Windows S screenshot, it pops it up so you can save it into a folder, but it also automatically saves a copy of it in your screenshots folder directly, and that's what I need to clean out is all of that, because it essentially ends up being like a backup of the ones I'm actually putting in folders, but I need to clear that up because there's too fucking many of them in there now.
除去禁语，在我在埃丁里亚城外的沼泽间，为他树立了一座衣冠冢，将他留在我亲手送葬的一众死者间。然后，为了觐见塞纳托斯，我再次踏上了流浪。那是一段很长很长的路。我听过太多对死亡的议论，生命从死亡中寻获意义，仿佛世间最可怕的幽暗。所有人都在讲述它的沉重，或是抵抗，或是崇拜，或是敬畏。一尊去向不明的泰坦，何以成为人们心中最深的恐惧？为何会在我的梦中萦绕不去？为了这个问题的答案，我继续旅途。起初是逃离，而后变成了寻索。 我想知道，是否我的触碰，我的拥抱，并非只能剥夺。
They can, Casters. You can touch Stell. Touch Stell. I repeat, you can touch Stell.
还是也可以留下些什么。
You can touch me, Jinjing's also true. CN giving me high school flashbacks had Chinese classes. Ah, I wish Chinese was offered as one of the language options in my high school. It was not. I took French. Je parle un peu français. That is a sort of like Aphrodite, technically a titan, but class slash called a god in ancient Greece. Oh, interesting. Oh, yo, what? Actual cinematic? This is the same cinematic. I was just thinking, this is the cinematic from the really heartbreaking one that they posted before the patch came out. Interesting that they integrated directly into the game.
动手吧，结束他的痛苦。
I haven't watched this in CN though. So there's stuff like these more animations, I'm down for it.
你的双手是死神的祝福，只有你能为他们带去平静。
No, she can't even touch flowers. Poor Rice.
接纳死亡，与他同行。
Aww. Oh. This scene is so fucking heartbreaking. Someone doesn't remember the teaser? No, I just said this. I just said it, Port. This is the same animation. I said that like a minute ago. It is an interesting choice for them to have also released this beforehand, though, considering it was meant to be an in-game cinematic.
是霞蝶姐姐吗？
Aww.
大家都已经走了，响应死神召唤，去往他的国度了。我也是时候了。我不害怕，只是有些遗憾。 一直在看护人们的死亡，你一定很寂寞吧
Aww. I know what's coming, but it's still gonna hurt.
在离别的时候，尽情拥抱别人吧。
不行，这双手很冰冷。
霞蝶姐姐的手明明很温暖呐，就像普通人一样。
It's the first time anyone's held her hand.
霞蝶姐姐，
It's the first time she's ever hugged someone. And then random deer at the very end.
欧洛尼斯试炼完成的那一天，阁下一定也很困惑吧？
Thanatos just disappears so people can't have a proper death, so they see Castra's blessing because you don't want to live infinitely. Is that what they were saying, though? Like, is that what was actually happening? Because it doesn't... It's... They were still, like... I don't think that's actually what happens. Because Thanatos disappeared, so people couldn't... So, like, but people could still die. Like, the executioner was still executing people. Castris just was able to do so in, like, a kind and soft way. That souls kind of wander around in hell? Okay, I mean, I haven't seen any, like, evidence of that yet, but we're still playing the story. Peak kinda anti-free run. Peak depression, true. I know, it is, like, tragic and heartbreaking. But the very end especially, when, like, the moment she's able to have her first hug, she just envisions what life would be like if she didn't have this curse, and it's, like, fucking tragic and heartbreaking. Especially when, in the context of the Honkai verse, because of how imaginary tree theory works, there are separate worlds where at the inflection point of Castris having that curse or not, there are Castrises who did not have that and were able to live those kinds of lives. But this is our Castris, and this is the only one that we know. Heartbreaking. It's even more heartbreaking given the actual context of the story now. Which again, I'm like, it makes sense that they did it because it built even more hype for casters and everything, but at the same time, it's interesting because it's so much more impactful actually in context of the story versus just being like a random doing like a random like PV they put out beforehand.
因为我也是，我不明白，为什么阁下身为天外之人，会以这种残忍的方式，早早卷入翁法罗斯的命运。我想做些什么，可即便尽力表现得更自然些。 也无法像普通人那样理所当然的与生者相碰，哪怕早在树体，我们就有过无心的接触。那时明明什么都没有发生，当我心中终于涌起近乎失误的心。
You should touch Stell casters. Also, I'm yoinking this. Just touch Stell, it'll be fine. Continually touch her however you want, in all the ways you've wanted to.
当我以为自己或许不会再带来悲伤，可命运却要告诉我，不是死亡的诅咒终于可以治愈，而是阁下的灵魂不再属于人间。我的双手早已夺无可夺，仅此而已吗？ 是啊，难道这一次就会有所改变吗？我不是不明白，只是不愿意接受现实罢了。明明都走过了如此漫长的旅途，我仍找寻不到生与死的答案，永远无可奈何。想要留下些什么，也只能任由死亡将他们从指缝间带走。
It's an interesting take on... I mean, she's also extremely long-living, as is shown in that and also mentioned before. So, I guess it's interesting to see the whole concept of... Because there's always the classic concept of, like, the immortal or the long-living or the long-lived, seeing the people around them that they might care about dying and everything. But it's interesting that when you layer on, you know, this whole Death Midas touch curse that she has, and I don't know, this is also why like I was kind of excited about the idea of her being an Alicia XP, because like Alicia is bubbly and happy and friendly and loves human beings, and in like the purely theoretical alternate worlds where she like envisions when she's having her first hug, like, that is very much the kind of, like, bubbly, happy, kind person that, like, Alicia is. And that's why I find, like, the idea of Castris potentially being an Alicia XP so interesting, because it really is interesting to see when someone who is like that, who loves people so much, and who is happy, bubbly, sociable, and, like, especially with, like, the sacrifice and things that happen in, like, the actual Impact story with Alicia. Like, how much she loves people and humanity. When someone is like that at their core, but they are physically unable to, like, interact with or touch people their entire life, and all they can do is take away life with their hands. I don't know. I think it's just an interesting exploration of that. She still has a very similar, like, kind soul and, like, love for life and people that Alicia does, but she is, you know, completely different circumstances. And it's kind of the idea of an XP, is to take that same, like, core soul, or as they call it, seed of a character, and place them in completely different environments, growing up differently, different factors, and see, like, explore what they become in that case. That's what confused me, because they do release in-game cutscenes on YouTube, but usually it's after the patches drop for a week or two. This one they dropped too early. Yeah, and the only reason I can think of them doing it that way, because like they have done it in the past, like the way you said. The only reason I can think of them doing it this way is because it's anniversary and Castris, and they wanted to build up even more hype for it, right? And like give people even more reasons to adore and be attached to and want to pull Castris and everything, and clearly it worked. I'm pretty sure this was the most profitable month they've ever had. They made over 100 million on the past month that, you know, Castris was on and Anaxa was on. Yeah, at least they succeeded money-wise. So, like, touch starvation is in fact a real thing that can happen to people. Yeah, and imagine not just touch starvation, but touch starvation and knowing that you never can experience that, or can do that, or can be close to, be actually truly close to someone, because you will literally fucking kill them if you touch them. I don't know. That's what I found. That is why, like, I was, I don't know, early on, before we had more information and before more story stuff had happened, that was kind of the interest of mine with Castris being a potential Elysia XP, because I can definitely see it. I mean, similarly, Acheron is not the same as Mei, but that's because Mei, like, Yayi had Kiana in her life, and she was a huge inflection point in her life. That's like said by her and like explored a lot in the Honkai Impact story. And I don't know, Yayi without a Kiana and the last survivor of their entire civilization could very much just turn out to be like a still, like, she still has the same like kind hearts and caring about others and being willing to fight for like the wishes and last wishes of the people that they find important and everything. But she's a very different, Acheron's a very different person, and I mean, me and my friends will joke about it, but it really is like an exploration on like what Acheron, like Acheron's an exploration on what like what Mei Yayi would be like if they had never had a Kiana in their life, and if they had ultimately lost everything that they held dear and care about, including their own memories, because Acheron was the last survivor of Izumo, and was first-hand witness to seeing like the shadow of IX just absorb and eat the entire fucking planet and everyone she ever knew and cared about, or even just interacted with, or any of that. And then she, you know, she then became an emanator of nihility. I don't know, I guess that kind of stuff to me is like more interesting concepts of XPs, because like Bronya and Bronya's like story with Cocolia is very, very heavily paralleling Bronya with Cocolia in Honkai Impact 3rd. Like different circumstances, like one was a higher up in a anti-Honkai military group, basically, anti-entropy, and also like was the orphanage, run the orphanage that Bronya grew up in and everything, and similarly basically tried to raise Bronya in a way to like achieve her own interests, in a sense. So like the storylines are very paralleled and there's not that much divergence, so it's less so an exploration of that and more so just like an alternate world like telling of the story almost. Seela's not that similar to Impact Seela, except for like maybe Red Seela, because Seela has this whole dual split personality, become split people at some point thing in Impact. But yeah, I don't know. That's a much more interesting concept of an XP to me, is something along those lines, right? But that's not what we ended up getting, and it's fine. Unless, you know, they decided to do multiple Elysia XPs or like potential fragments or shards of her or things along those lines. So I don't know. We still haven't finished the story, so maybe some of these things will happen or not.
可在那之后，我甚至都没有再次确认的勇气。直到欧洛尼斯后败残酷的事实带来你我面前。
Maybe without Kiana went to Nihility Lord? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, well, Midas did turn his daughter to gold in the myth. Yep. I don't know. Touch of Midas, except for it's not like the Midas story, you know, has a lesson. The Midas story is the result of his own avarice and greed, and its punishment. Castor's story is literally just a fucking tragedy. Like, She did absolutely nothing to be born with this curse except for existing and being born. But she still has the credit to bear this cross, and it makes it a much different and more heart-wrenching story than like the Midas thing. But yeah. If I cast this to be more similar to Seela in a way, part of me wants to say that's just like a visual thing because they both use a scythe, and a lot of like Valere's like battle suits do also have that kind of dress thing going on. But I can kind of see that they both had like that. They both had that kind softness to them, I guess.
但现在，或许我还有最后一次机会。很久以前，听您老师为我解读过一则预言。他说，花海尽头。对此我并不惊讶，因为他说的仿佛并非预言，而是我过去的全部写照。世上的拥抱本该为相逢而生，可我的双手只能诉说告别。那可现在事情迎来了转机。既然终于能够觐见塞纳托斯，那我就还有机会为那注定的预言。我没有理由不倾尽全力，为了阁下，也为了我自己。
Should I pretend to hear any of that?
我抱歉，说太多了，希望没有让阁下感到困扰。
Never, Casterus. Never. Casterus talks to you about the gifts she gave to other Chrysos heirs, and before you know it, she arrives at your gifts. Segs? Lesbian... Wait, Sesbian Lex?
先不说这个了，我们到了。
Casterus, you can finally touch another person. You should definitely do that while you have the opportunity to, before you can't touch Stella anymore. I'm going to keep repeating this until it happens.
手工制作的，就像先前送给提安大人的饰品，觐见死亡泰坦，此行恐怕也前途未卜。我想，要是能抓住临行前的每一刻，不留遗憾就。
Is it a brooch with my face on it?
不是，阁下一见便知。看，就是它。
Womp. Cipher? Cipher. Cipher? Cipher.
不见了，这怎么会这样？
Against the trouble with Phantom Thieves. I'm not some corrupt grown-up. Yep, it's fucking Cipher. A kitty thief?
不会错，这就是他最爱用的象征。
The HR department does not reach out and touch. Does not recommend you reach out and touch someone. I mean, they aren't really co-workers, right?
在翁法罗斯各地留下过神话传说的飞贼，好久不见，他的登场方式依旧沉默。
Hey, don't hate the calling card. It's a classic.
我们先按石板上说的，找到塞菲尔阁下吧。
Dear Princess Homebody. Walking through the busy garden, they discover the remarkable gifts crafted by Princess Homebody. They are truly splendid, and I am most impressed. I'm also taken with your charming presents prepared for fellow Chrysos heirs. In your right parlor, I observe the beautiful felt dolls, the beige and lavender striped tapestry, and the classic Adonian tripod table. And in the left parlor, the jewelry and exquisite art pieces meant as gifts. This time, I've claimed only this modest gift. I fear it would attract tasteless little thieves, so I shall safeguard it for now. Naturally, I've left appropriate payment, a single coin. If the price displeases you, feel free to negotiate its return. Though should that happen, I won't be satisfied with merely one coin. Should you wish to find me, visit the Marmorial Market. There lies a golden short spear I've left, and you know what to do. It shall guide you to me, and before you ask, I won't accept any questions. Please forgive this small intrusion, accept my highest regards. P.S. Who displays biological specimens at home? They're quite unsettling. You might want to store them away when entertaining guests. P.P.S. Despite your considerable investment in the Aetonian ossuary hanging in your parlor, I regret to inform you it's a fake. The original was craftily switched by those cunning scholars of the Grove of Epiphany. The full story can be found in the yet unpublished Memoirs of Cipher. Sincerely, Kitty Phantom Thief. I fucking love her. Went back to write the PPS.
就是他。
Time to do the thing. Oh. Tell me your story. Metal? Medicinal herbs? Oh, there we go. Let's go. Clearly, Kitty Phantom Thief wants to play a little game with you. 2 short spears, 1 correct, 1 wrong. Let me check the hint on the scroll. 2 golden short spears. Only the golden short spear engraved with the truth can lead you to the Kitty Phantom. Well, that's helpful. It's by the left. It's engraved with the words, "Don't be fooled. The right spear is engraved with lies." Trust me, Grey Mystery. Both spears are engraved with the truth. Repair the left. Smile. Actually, you know what? Let me switch to Ian for this, because I do want to hear what her Ian voice sounds like.
Stream forth.
Come back here, you motherfucker. Cipher, question mark? Cipher, if this Dromus truly is her, appears to be quite content. Her gaze filled with 3 parts sincerity, 3 parts approval, 3 parts triumph, and 3 parts haha, Grey Mystery. You've lost if you take this seriously. So a Dromus is a cat. Right. Oh no. Yes. After a moment of inner conflict, she reached a definitive conclusion. The Dromus is indeed a cat. Let's go!
Please, Cipher. Please come on out.
You're still careless as ever. Shouldn't you keep such a precious gift near your bosom?
Oh no, she's hot.
Since you know it's a gift for someone else, please give it back to me. Stop hiding among the people and letting the wind carry your voice.
Now, since I know it's a gift, that just means I need to milk its worth. The children of the wind never stay for long in one place. Unless your offer is tempting enough to steal the wind. What say you?
Name your price. I'll give you however much you want.
Girl, you are so bad at negotiating.
I'm sorry. Bargaining is really not my forte.
Fucking clearly.
No wonder they call you Princess Homebody. Why don't you two come over to my place?
What do you mean they? That's just you.
Business discussions. You can find where I live through the winds I've sown. Right.
piece of cake.
She's so smug.
I can do that even if I can only sense your soul.
All right, I'll see you there. By the way, everyone cool with me collecting a deposit before we reach an agreement, right? Now, come this way.
Come. Oh, you son of a bitch.
She's incorrigible. Follow me.
Dear Princess Homebody and Grey Mystery, you've probably guessed already, I had no intention of showing up at the Pack Beast workshop. This means, of course, I had no plans to return the gift there either. This was just a warm-up for a little game of cat and mouse. But surely you've realized that the kitty phantom thief never cared about stealing a mere trinket, right? No, what I'm really after is your hearts. Just kidding, I have no interest in your hearts. If Princess Homebody can chalk my path, then by all means try. I'll be waiting at the end. And rest assured that we'll meet face to face this time. P.S. Grey Mystery, where did you get that dough of divine blood? Don't tell me it's a gift from the seamstress. I'll taste it for you. Sincerely, Kitty Phantom Thief. Bye-bye. Now it's up there, isn't it? I think the upway is here? No, yeah. Nope, it's not. Oh, fuck, you get up there again? I know that there's a way up there. I've been up there before. Let's see. Oh, look at the little guy up there!
Does it really work?
There we go. Ha!
Here we are.
Feeling lucky.
Make a wish. Over here! Over here!
No, not that way. This way. Come on. If I really wanted to hide, you'd never find me. So relax, you two. No need to get your hackles up. I'm not that scary, am I? Meow.
Oh no, she's hot. A character that meows has appeared. Hell yeah.
Some people might have been into that a millennium ago, but it's long since gone out of style. Loosen up, buddy. Shall we get down to business?
Oh god, I love her.
Give me the jewelry piece first. Or everything's off the table.
Give us a piece of
materials
jewelry.
are nothing to wow at, but the workmanship is superb as always. You're still skilled as ever, even after all this time. And you've put a lot of heart into this one.
Mind your own business.
Oh, come now. Don't be so upset. Relax. Relax.
Relax.
Look, isn't the view here just great? You can see what everyone is doing and where they're going, and they won't even know you're here. Now that we've broken the ice, let's get to the point. Everything I've said so far has been a joke. I'm inviting you two here for 3 things. 1, the seamstress found me and wants me to take you to Styxia to look for the Death Titan. 2, the Council of Elders also found me and wants me to make sure the core flame of Thanatos ends up in their hands.
Ugh, I love her voice. I love the it's not vocal weights, but there's a sound quality to her voice I love. Having your fingers in both pies.
But not least, I'm telling you that I'm not interested in doing either of those things.
Smile.
Don't go look for the Death Titan. The end.
I love when she goes a little bit more gruff and butchy.
Wow, this is some high quality stuff. And this room is full of it. How much are these worth, Did you get all this through that Aeronova gimmick?
Smile. I've seen this image plenty, but not particularly high-res versions, so yoink.
Some of it is family fortune, while the rest came from my business as a dressmaster. Don't liken the flame chase work to your shady dealings.
I mean, she got to have hundreds of years of working, so...
Wow, I should have busted down your door instead of going around like a thief. Well, spill. Why are you giving me so much money?
Payment for doing work. You're worth this much.
Did you forget my stance to all this? I thought I made myself very clear.
You wish to run away. Run away from your responsibilities, from the prophecy, and from your destiny. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change. I understand this prophecy weighs on you immensely. That is why I have never approached the demigod of trickery for running away. But I need you right now, so don't turn me down.
You know, maybe the gods got your tongue with their golden threads, Aglaya. I'm not hearing any sincerity in your words. Give me a reason why you're bowing your noble head to me.
Ugh, her voice.
We lost Trian.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Surprised cat. Her voice activating something in me, what?
The divine power of passages is running out. I need another demigod to escort Castorus and help her fulfill her lifelong wish.
Oh, I get it now. You're sending Castorus to her death. And you want me to die with her.
This is Castorus's own request. I have never seen her so determined.
She brought this up herself? You're not pulling my leg.
She's also made up her mind to leave her confused past behind. As will you, Cipher, when you finally make up your mind.
Don't be so sure. Time is hard in the likes of you and I. But Castorus remains pure as driven snow. She can always turn back before the end, you know? Maybe she'll remember Trian's sacrifice. Maybe she'll remember the countless martyred Chrysos heirs. Maybe she'll remember you, with your one foot in the grave. I ain't as optimistic as you about what she'll want to do. Tell you what, why don't I take this room of treasures as a security deposit, and we make a bet?
Go on.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back. Now, if I lose, I'll do what you want me to do. Return this deposit to you, plus giving you another room full of treasures. How does that sound?
You sound like you have all the confidence in the world. In that case, let's make a pact with those conditions. I hope you're prepared to lose it all.
In conclusion, I want to win. So I hope you two can give up on going to Styxia. I'll give all the treasures in that room to you. And you can split it between yourselves, however you want.
God damn, she has no honor in this bet, and I love it.
What do you think? Tempting, right?
Tempting, right? Maybe I should consider it.
Your soul is almost gone for good.
Yes, but before my soul goes away, I can blow so much money. And we can spend the rest of the time having you learn how touch works with style.
I can't go into the details, but we have to go to Styxia.
I really don't get how. Princess, homebuddy, you keep talking about needing to find Thanatos, about getting rid of your curse, and you don't care about anything else. But did you ever live for your own pleasure? Even for just one day?
She makes a good point. You have a stele you can touch right now. And you could have one day just to yourself, for you and your own pleasure.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying, contrary to your beliefs, Aglaia didn't take you in just so you can die for her Aranova.
The flame chase journey walks hand in hand with sacrifices. Isn't that why you're always running away from Lady Aglaia?
Fine. Never mind. We all have our own problems. I ain't gonna say anything anymore. It's not like I was gonna honor that bet anyway.
Fuck, I love her.
But listen to me. Styxia is no tourist destination. Sure, the treasures buried in there are 10, no, 50 times richer than Aglaia's vault. Yet, I've never been there. And I never plan to. Because even a demigod can't be sure they can walk out of that place alive. And now I'm supposed to escort you to Styxia. Sure. Pay up.
Glaia's already paid for me.
The payment was in gold and precious stones, which only covers the living passenger. You need to pay me as a member of the dead.
I don't like this. However, I have lived a longer life than most people. Though I'm not as good at doing business as Lady Aglaia, I still have some savings.
So what business do you even do to make money? I mean, I guess she is apparently good at making jewelry with her own hands.
I can give them all to you.
Oh no, Casterus.
Then how are you going to live the rest of your life?
Then I'll give you 90. No, 80%.
She's so bad at this. Oh god, that laugh though.
Well, don't mind if I do. 80% of Castrus's savings and a bottle of dew of divine blood. Not a bad trade.
Not a bad trade. I'll show you who's boss once I've recovered with full HP.
I'm so scared. Can you even catch my tail?
God, I love her.
Here, catch.
Be careful with that.
A minor change in plans, though. Don't go to the bath tomorrow. Come look for me at Akima's city gates instead.
So, why are you changing the meeting place?
Oh, nothing really. Just a bit scared of the seamstress's frosty face. I wouldn't stay a second longer in Akima if it were up to me. Well, now that we've struck a deal, why don't I give you guys a lift back? It's gonna be a long ride. So have a good rest.
Oh. God damn it, I love her, she's great. She even tucked me in? Aw, how sweet. Grey mystery, these formal addresses at the start of letters are such a hassle, and you've already read 3 useless Phantom Thief letters. I've left Princess Homebody's gifts here, take good care of it. Remember, skip the baths and come straight to Akima City Gate to find me. You know I have no patience. Come late, and I'll leave without you. Clear? P.S. Yes, I'm the one who tucked you in. You're welcome. Sincerely, Kid and Phantom Thief. That's so cute. Oh, that's great. Okay. Well, it is now quite late, and by late I mean the sun is up, so it's early. And I think the moment of introduction of our beloved Cipher is a good place to stop. it's a good place to stop for the stream, because then that means that next stream can be all about just knocking out the Cipher story and enjoying our beloved. But yeah, it has been a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out, everyone, tonight. It's been a it's been a long-ass stream, apparently. But it's been a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. And it's nice. It was a nice week to spend Friday on the weekend. I'm not really sure if I'm going to end up streaming tomorrow or not. Might wait till Sunday for that, honestly, since I have a bunch of stuff I need to get done. I say tomorrow, but it's 6 a.m., so today, Saturday. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, guys. Thanks for hanging out, and have a good one. Appreciate you guys, and I'll see you in the next stream. Bye.